Just a thought. I've got a good feeling about this.
This fight begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Today, our enemies will meet their ancestors.
Just surrender!
Retreat while there is still
Let's get
time.
Keep it up!
Durotap.
Let's see how you like this!
Excellent work!
Slain. Yet again, the Alliance
Give up
seeks to
what
destroy
more?
us.
Let's hurry. Our allies need us. Sounds good.
Choose a talent.
Curious. For Theramore!
It seems the Alliance is foolishly taking some of our warriors hostage. Be ready to free them.
I must flee. Hold the line, friend.
Now, warriors, capture the Alliance's prison camp and guard our own.
So be it! If you're sure.
You have been slain. Choose a talent.
Let's hurry. Our allies need us.
Come to me.
So be it! Sounds good.
Our teammate needs help. To free our warriors, we must keep the Alliance away from the cave. lost control of the camp. Wrest it back from those Alliance scoundrels.
I need more mana for that.
My blade joins your battle.
We must flee. Hold the line, friend.
I shall accompany you if I must.
Let's get going. You forced my hand.
An enemy can be safe again. Now let's keep it that way. Well, I thought better. A fine kill. Talent. Another winning streak shattered.
Well-timed heal, friend. Sounds good.
The Alliance camp is ours. Lead our raiders to victory.
A retreat is in order.
Face the strength of the Horde! My blade joins your battle.
I've got a good feeling about this. Just surrender!
With the fury of fire. Fort destroyed.
All right, let's try that again. All right with me.
This is the last blow you strike against the Horde. Dwarf.
This isn't your day.
I will join you. Choose a tower.
Here we go.
Glad I could do that.
It takes more than that to keep me down.
Danger encircles us.
I'll take care of it.
Fight for me.
Now that's the way to do it!
On my way.
We should
I
capture
hate
this
resorting to
mercenary
violence.
I can't do this alone. Let our warriors loose.
Let's hurry. Our allies need us. Let me help you. You forced my hand. If you're sure.
We have lost a fort.
Good work. Let's keep it up.
Choose a tower.
Let's get going. This should turn the tide.
The Alliance never learned, do they?
This isn't your day.
Teach them another lesson. Let us fight this battle together! The Alliance trembles before
Well
us.
done. All right with me. I've got a good feeling about this. A retreat is in order.
The next time our raiders charge, the Stormpikes will fall. They are no match for the strength of the Horde. The Horde marches forward.
Good work. Let's keep it up.
Don't join your ancestors just yet.
Keep it up.
On my way! On my way! Choose a tower. Let us fight this battle together!
Watch out. Let's try that again. Time is of the essence.
Our warriors need help. Free them so they can fight for us once more.
Forced my hand. Hold the line, friends.
Drive in the enemy's war! Our captured forces are out in the open. It's time to move.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
ชิ้นได้แก่ท่อเล็กท่อใหญ่หัวแปรงและเครื่อง
Cultural observations, influencers.
Hello, I'm Frankie, and welcome to this episode of Frankie's Cultural Observations. Today, we're going to be analysing influencers.
Oh, he's probably somewhere in California, right? So it shouldn't take long to find one.
Due to the transient, temporary nature of influencers, you may not recognise any influencers I'm using in this video. Influencers engage in the consumption of Instagram-friendly kale shakes, kombucha and kundalini exercises while texting on the freeway of a gas-guzzling G-Wagon that they somehow got for free. Influencers exist in a state of privilege. They think childhood trauma is the name of an expensive side salad that they'd order in a fancy restaurant before handing it straight back to the waiter. Due to the influencers' inherent lack of self-awareness, they have no idea we're filming them right now. They don't even see me. All they see are brand deals and potential collaborations with influencers who have more followers than they do.
Yeah, that's about right.
Influencers are a similar strain of species to humans, made up of carbon, hydrogen and diet pills that don't
Did
work.
you know influencer is like the most popular job that people want to have nowadays? It's like more than like doctor. Yeah.
But they have to keep taking or their body will shut down. Influencers often take acting classes. They do this really good impression of someone who cares about mental health. Influencers are mental health allies, which is basically like any other form of ally, an empty word people use to attach meaning to a marginalised group so they can make more money.
I like this guy.
Influencers harness their mean girl energy to cancel depression and start a smear campaign that gets anxiety deplatformed.
Yep.
But they soon lose interest and go back to what they do best, pretending to have ADHD so they don't have to buy Adderall off their drug dealer anymore. Influencers love giving back to their community. They post random acts of kindness videos online, such as paying for an old woman's groceries, even if it makes her uncomfortable and she doesn't want them to do it. It's not actually about her, it's about them. The cameras are rolling and they need to somehow offload all of this illegal money they laundered into their offshore unregulated crypto casino company. Influencers are...
I never had a problem with the people that are donating to the homeless. Like, they're not being weird about it. I think that, like, there's a spectrum of anything, but I actually never really had a problem with the ones that were just doing it. Like, I saw, like, for example, like, there was this one video of this guy, and they got this guy off the street, and they helped him pick out some clothes, and like the dude that did it was like a barber, and so they gave him like a really fucking nice haircut and everything. Like, I thought that was really cool. I did. And so I'm not a universal hater for this, but here's what I don't like. It's whenever people go, you saw that? Yeah, it was a really popular video. Whenever people go and they're like, yeah, I did just get exposed for calling people the N-word, not in 2011, but 11 days ago. Yes, I did just get exposed for, well, let me think, like stealing or doing some other crazy, really bad thing, doing cocaine or something like that before my streams. Oh, I know what to do. Let's give a homeless person $20 and video record it. You know what I mean? That's the difference. What's wrong with cocaine? Well, people don't like it. Well, I'm not complaining about cocaine. It's fine with me. Do whatever you want. But I'm just saying that, you know, they do these kinds of things whenever somebody gets canceled for being a bad person, and then they'll try to do like these random acts of kindness in order to clear their name. It's like whenever you play WoW and you accidentally kill like a guard at Booty Bay, and it's like, oh fuck bro, I just lost like 2,000 rep. Okay, let's go get some mage weave. We've got to turn this back in and build this rep back up. Right? Yeah, that's really what they're doing, bro. Like, let's get it right down to a number.
Creatures of spectacle. They have to continuously socially reproduce themselves through images in order to stay relevant. But when we zoom out, the real purpose of the influencer is the same purpose of the news media, the maintenance of the status quo. Influencers are designed in the image of the culture industry, which is why they're all basically extensions of the same person.
ถูกสุดเที่ยงคืนถึงตี 2 ที่ Shopee 10 ช็อปสินค้าลดสูงสุด 80% บน Shopee ราคาดีแบบนี้ 2 ชั่วโมงเท่านั้น แถมแจกโค้ดลดเพิ่มอีก 10 ตุลาคมนี้ มีครบ ถูกชัวร์ซื้อเลยที่ Grab Food รวมร้านเด็ดทั่วไทย สั่งได้ Only at Grab นำร้านเด็ด เมนูดัง ทุกภาคทั่วไทย มาไว้ในแอปเดียว พร้อมส่วนลดสุดคุ้มมากมาย สั่งได้ Only at Grab เท่านั้น สั่งเลย
Influencers often put a link to a humanitarian cause in their bio because they've always just been so passionate about flexing their social status to show you how much of a good person they think they are.
Yeah.
When you scratch the surface of
See,
an
that's how I'm different, is I'm just an asshole. Yeah. Yeah, I've raised money for charity before. But for the most part, yeah, I'm just pretty much a dick.
influencer with philanthropic impulses,
Who's this
you'll
guy?
find
I don't know.
more surface. But when you dig even deeper than that, you'll find a savior complex with a side order of imperialism.
Uh-oh.
And if you too would like to donate to the noble cause, you can find a link in their bio. It's the one in between their Amazon wishlist and their Venmo. Influencers often identify as queer, even though they're 100% straight. Because as a white patriarchal male, they have to staple on an extra...
Oh god. This guy's talking about Minecrafters. Now I understand. Now, see, we've got enough frames of reference. Now we know who he's really talking about.
layer of oppression, so they won't have to rely on talent alone to get cast in the next coming-of-age LGBT film. Scientists say every time you hear an influencer talk openly about a non-disclosure agreement in densely populated coffee shops, an Instagram model falls off a cliff and dies while trying to take an aesthetic shot of a Native American reservation with a caption that highlights the importance of connecting with nature. Influencers think they're environmental activists just because they've seen a few videos of Greta Thunberg and they test their coke to make sure it's not cut with fentanyl. They test it by giving a line to one of their slightly less attractive friends.
That's so horrible.
Don't speak!
On the way.
When you're talking to an influencer and the subject of discussion isn't about themselves, they won't know what to do and they'll think you're speaking a different language, which is why they...
By the way, that part is actually true with a lot of streamers. Like, with a lot of streamers, there are two types of conversations they can have. There's conversations about themselves and conversations about their stream.
hand you their keys, because obviously if you're communicating in a foreign tongue, you must be their valet driver, and that's why they're calling you Pedro. Influencers like to see themselves as advocates for faux fur, even though they believe in fast fashion and profit off the exploits of child labor. But it's fine.
Oh, that's like the fur that's not fur? Well, what's wrong with just getting normal fur? I mean, shit, it's fake. Well, why not just get the normal one? It's expensive? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, true.
Children aren't actually mooses. Influencers don't believe in the cosmos because it makes them feel insignificant. And anything that makes an influencer feel insignificant
So that's why so many of them believe in flat Earth?
is unfit for purpose in their line of business. The only time influencers talk about the universe is when they jump on an Instagram live and blabber on about the power of manifestation, which they wholeheartedly believe in, because all they ever wanted to be was an influencer. And now they finally get the chance to rent out a villa in Spain for 1 week a year, taking pictures in different rooms from different angles, which they'll post on their social media throughout the year. Influencers see themselves as omnipotent beings, capable of swaying the public opinion and manipulating the narratives of TikTok children. But the only thing that influencers actually influence is people pressing the block button because they're sick of seeing lip gloss tutorials on their home screen. Influencers are dyslexic.
I like how the odds are he probably just went up to random people. He's like, hey, can you stand here and do nothing while I say bad things about you? I'm popular on YouTube. A lot of people are going to see this. It's going to be good for you.
Came to LA because they thought it was the city of angles. which meant that they'd find better lighting when taking this week's gifted product from an Indonesian sweatshop.
Oh, good.
No, I said sweatshop, not a sweat lodge. You can't go there. When you're talking to an influencer about your personal life, they're incapable of hiding how over it they are, which is why they dig their hands in their pockets, take out their phone, and start texting right in front of your face. It's easier to imagine the end of civilization itself than to imagine the end of the influencer. In the modern era, while God is dead, influencers have become the new religious leaders, the czars of the Instagram dream world. And if you're not trying to sacrifice your true identity to be exactly like them, then you're just a loser with fuck off followers. Is that Kim Kardashian?
Oh, it was good. Oh, shit. Let me link you guys the video. That was funny.
จ๊ะเอ๋ทานหมดเลยครับ นี่เลยทาน Panasonic Alkaline ใช้ได้กับทุกอุปกรณ์ทาน Panasonic Alkaline พลังไฟยาวนานกว่าทานธรรมดาถึง 12 เท่า ซื้อเลย
Panasonic.
Bitch thought he was gonna get me. Wasn't that funny? No big deal, yeah. I mean, it is what it is, you know? Wait, what's that moaning shit? Oh, it's up there. Oh, that's no big deal. Who gives a fuck about that?
You will rise again, hero.
What the fuck, bitch?
Do not let them take our towers. The altars belong to those who claim them.
I think this is the teleporter. I'm not 100% sure. I kind of forget. Maybe this is the item. Stupid ass. That is a teleporter. Let's just go ahead and roll out of that one. Both are? Yeah, I just forgot exactly how it fits together. I think this is the one that I'm supposed to use.
We still have work.
And I do this 2 times and then I'm in the right place. Something like that.
This time.
I guess we'll use this. Actually, kind of like to get away from this area. Yeah, I guess we'll just heal.
Our allies need us.
I guess we'll come down again. I mean, if he wants to come down after me, that's fine.
Force my hand.
Hi everybody, last day of the week and a slightly different version of the show today. I'm coming to you from Bangkok. In fact, I'm coming to you from my hotel room. Not very easy to find quiet places to do a program like this when you're talking and stuff. I don't even know what this thing does. Anyway, as far as the show last night, West Side Story. We saw it at the Thailand Cultural Centre. More about the location of that a little bit later. It's on for 3 nights. I think on 2 or 3 of the days they're doing 2 shows a day, part of the Bangkok International Festival for this year. And last night the program was patronised by the US ambassador, who made a presentation of flowers at the end of the program. But excellent production, a new production of the program. A West Side Story originally done back in, I think it was first staged in 1957, and was a very important piece of musical theatre when it came out, apart from the subject matter, which pretty much sort of follows the story of Romeo and Juliet. It introduced a new style of music and dancing that was very abrupt and different to what people watching musical theatre were used to. Anyway, I'll talk more about that with Steve on Sunday's Grumpy Old Men, because he loves talking about stage and screen and musicals and stuff. So that was West Side Story, but on to a bit of news. And we're going to do it in snippets today. So the first snippet is a reduction in the electricity tariff. Now, it has gone into effect, and it's going to last for at least the next 4 months at a standard rate of 3.99 baht per unit. So I'm not sure what you're paying per unit at the moment or before, but it would have been probably 4 point something or 5 point something if the landlord decided to load it a bit. But it's going to be, or was originally reduced immediately after the election of the government to 4.1 baht per unit. Well, after the cabinet meeting this week, it's being reduced to 3.99 baht per unit for at least the next 4 months. So under 4 baht per unit for your electricity. Just a few observations I noted on my trip to Bangkok this time. The first is about Thai Airways. Now, during COVID-19, I was flying up and back from Bangkok to Phuket every week, and I used to note, and with interest, what was happening with the Thai Airways planes. They were always piled up along the tarmac at Suvarnabhumi Airport. At the time, I used to count about 30 to 35 planes, which were all sort of laid up. Some had big covers over the engines. Some looked like they hadn't been touched for years. So today I was looking out for these planes, and yes, again, there was a whole line of planes. Now, I counted about 16 planes that were obviously just parked up and not being used. Then there was another 2 or 3 jumbos I spotted. Some of those didn't even have engines on them. But for Thai Airways to say that most of their fleet is up flying and things are almost back to normal is complete nonsense. Unless they've magically found planes. I don't know what these planes are doing all parked up at Suvarnabhumi Airport, but it just all looks a bit strange for out in the open, these planes to be sitting doing absolutely nothing, and they've been doing that for years. Now, a few follow-ups to the shooting on Tuesday at the Siam Paragon Shopping Centre here in Bangkok, where a Chinese and Burmese lady died in the shooting. 5 other people were injured. And a person yesterday, a 41-year-old, was arrested in Bangkok as the seller of the converted BB gun. It had been converted from being able to shoot blanks to shoot live rounds, and he was arrested along with 40 other barrels that were also in the process of being converted so that they could also shoot live ammunition, and obviously sold sort of on the black market here in Thailand. But whilst this has been happening, there's also been a few changes made, especially by the Interior Minister, and they were announced yesterday. And the new Interior Minister, Ananthan Sharnvirakul, made some changes, mostly surrounding the use of these BB guns, the use and sale, and also the age of people that will be able to get into shooting ranges. So let's go through these specific changes. All firearm registration officials will be instructed not to issue new import or trading permits to current importers or traders of blank firing or BB guns. And permits for new importers of traders will also be suspended. The Customs Department will be asked to check imports of gun replicas. All registered shooting ranges must make sure that no one under 20 is allowed on the premises unless they're competition shooters, and that all guns brought into the range are legitimate. And provincial governors and the National Police Chief must not issue licences to carry firearms to any individual. New permits for the import or firearms for existing gun shops will be suspended. and the Ministry of Interior will end its policy of allowing state enterprises to import guns tax-free for its officials under the gun welfare scheme. And a few other things further down, existing gun owners may be required to bring their firearms to be checked every 5 to 10 years for the renewal of their gun licenses, and gun replicas will be redefined to distinguish them from blank firing or BB guns, which can be modified to fire live ammunition. So the new government, led by the Interior Minister on this particular matter, Ananton Charnvirakul, the former Health Minister, has acted quickly to clamp down a little bit further some extra gun control in a country that really hasn't done much to control guns well in the past. But I think we're going to see a change to that and some quick action taken, but of course it will also centre around strong enforcement.
Now, another thing that I noticed today was a little bit of inflation. During COVID-19, I used to catch a motorcycle taxi often from our office at the ASOC Tower down to the Terminal 21. I mean, there's good eating down there, a great food court, so I was often up and back, 3 or 4 times a week. And every time I just used to get a 20 baht note out, give it to the driver. Reliably, every time for a number of years, 20 baht. Well, now that's gone up by 25%. That same ride costs you 25 baht. And before I could say anything, the taxi driver, who obviously has had the question asked of him many, many times, said, "Well, our costs have gone up too. Don't start complaining, you're a foreigner." So I didn't.
Now, I should do this particular story maybe out the front of Soy Cowboy, but I'm not really up that late at night. You can just imagine the pictures in your own mind. The reason I talk about this is because the Thai government, amongst all the other things that they're talking about at the moment, is they are talking about extending the closing hours. Now, I know many people have been talking about this for, months. The previous government, various governors, of course, the venue operators have been pushing to open their venues past the official 1 o'clock. Of course, many of them do anyway. A little bit of a paper bag and a smile will make, just about any club stay open any time of the night. But the government are at least talking about making later opening hours or closing hours official, and it's something that they're going to be discussing, and I think we'll hear about that before this year's high season. And just in relation to the closing time story, the PatiaNews.com is reporting that the Prime Minister on Wednesday gave a speech called the Thailand Economic Outlook, and during that speech he did talk about closing times, and he was saying that they're not going to apply an overall sort of universal closing time around Thailand. It will be pitched to particular tourism areas and designed to make sure that local residents aren't put under any duress, and that having the same closing time around Thailand would be inappropriate. But I think, as I said, you can probably expect to see some action on that probably in the next month. Well, just another quick follow-up to that incident at the Siam Paragon Shopping Centre. They're also talking about initiating a thing called a CB emergency broadcast. That's a cell broadcast referring to mobile phones. The idea being that if there's an emergency in a particular area, that officials would be able to issue an emergency response or a call or a message on a phone just for those people in the affected area. Now, this obviously is technically quite complex and will take a bit of time to roll out, but it's something that the government is looking to try and instigate as a response to the shooting at the shopping centre on Tuesday. This is our quick snippets version of TNT today, recording from my hotel room in Bangkok. And just a quick mention about tomorrow's live program for those people that like joining in to discuss anything you want. Anybody is welcome. And tomorrow it's going to be at 9 a.m. Thai time. So back to, I suppose, what people might describe as the usual time. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Hope you can join us. It'll be an hour of power. And then on Sunday, me and Steve, or Steve and I, Steve will correct me, I'm sure. We'll be doing Grumpy Old Men. Hope you can join us on that as well. Now, we mentioned yesterday the typhoon Koinu, which was barreling down on the southern part of the island of Taiwan. Well, it's passed through the southern part of Taiwan. Now, some of the winds reached 250 kilometres an hour, regarded in that area as a Category 4 storm, which is obviously fairly severe. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. It's now making its way across the strait and will be making landfall with the Guangdong province in China. And in the next few days, it will certainly be affecting Hong Kong, but probably certainly not as bad as those storms, what, about a month ago when Hong Kong got really badly hit. But those typhoons floating in from the northern Pacific, it is the typhoon season. And just finally, it was very hard to go past this story reported on the partynews.com yesterday, and somebody in the comments section predicted that I'd be doing this story. Well, here you go. Bangkok police raid house storing over 18,000 sex toys valued at 10 million baht. So I suppose we can imagine what one might be used for. Let's try and figure out what happened to the other 17,999. And two alleged sellers were identified as a 24-year-old Thai female and a 28-year-old Chinese male. And police say they were posting advertorials on Facebook and other platforms and disguising sex toy products as massage devices. And the couple allegedly admitted they've been importing sex toy products from China for more than 3 years. And the police officers issued 2 charges under the Computer Crimes Act and conspiring to sell obscene items. So this could lead to the great sex toy shortage of 2023. And what a tragedy. Anyway, that's our snippets version of the program today. We'll be back in the Pangar studio, or my front room, on Monday. But tomorrow, 9 a.m. Thai time for our live program, and then on Sunday, Grumpy Old Men. Thanks for joining us this week. We'll see you later.
I'll be with you shortly.
เตรียมตัวให้พร้อมด้วยเทคโนโลยีเฉพาะจากไดสันเป่าแห้งม้วนและจัดแต่งทรงโดยไม่ใช้ความร้อนสูงให้ผมเรียบลื่นและซ่อนผมชี้ฟูด้วยกระแสลมโคแอนดามอบของขวัญด้วยนวัตกรรมจากไดสันรุ่น Limited Sea Blue Blush ซื้อโดยตรงที่ dyson.co.th และ Dyson Demo Stores.
This channel is part of the History Hits network.
We've all seen the pictures and read the stories in the history books about the kings and queens with their power and privilege and silks and furs. But in this series, I want to discover the other side of history. I'm already quite nervous. The side we don't often hear about. How ordinary British people lived their lives. From the Tudors, you'll see why it did attract my attention. Disgusting. To the
Close that time. I grow tired of the squalor. Gather tribute. Earn my favor. Your core is under defeat. MVP.
I'm here to help.
No one's ever mentioned that Thailand has a bunch of ladyboys. But if you say to a ladyboy, are you a man or a woman? She goes, I'm a ladyboy. What's that? I'm a man, but I'm a ladyboy.
You're not a lady?
Yes.
What are you?
I'm Lady Boy.
They don't see themselves as women in the real sense of I am female.
Right.
They don't want to compete against women in sports. They don't want to pretend they can have kids. They don't talk about having periods.
India has the same.
Yeah, it's fine. Nobody over there is genuinely arguing that they are actually female. Only in America are we doing that. No one's ever mentioned that Thailand has a bunch of ladyboys. But if you say to a ladyboy, are you a man or a woman? She goes, I'm a ladyboy.
Yamong ย่าหม่องวังพรหมเป็นที่รู้จักกันมานาน
The Joe Rogan Experience.
It's really cool to see, and these games, particularly Quake, they are unbelievably difficult to master. And it's one of the more fascinating aspects of like video game play and addiction is the complexity. Like when you would watch, like I remember, do you remember Thresh?
Oh yeah. Thresh was the one that won my Ferrari in that first Red Annihilation tournament.
Cool. That guy was the hero back in the day of early Quake play. He was just this, what is it, Kenneth Fong? Is that his name?
Yeah, or Dennis Fong.
Dennis Fong. There he is. Yeah. There's Thresh. And I remember I would watch demos. One of the cool things about Quake was that you could, is that his Ferrari? You won the Ferrari? Let me see that.
Yeah, so that was my old Turbo 308.
Now, you turbocharged your Ferraris too, which I want to get to as well, which is pretty crazy. But so this guy was like the first real killer in Dennis Fong. There you go. First real killer in the Quake playing games, and you would be able to watch him play on demos. You would play through his eyes, so you would be able to see like how he does things and move around. It was really cool.
Some of the interesting things about Quake, where it wasn't really so clear when we were designing it, but it is a brutal game, especially in one-on-one, where a lot of modern games are much more approachable, where if you followed a lot of the Quake games, a lot of them were just blowouts, where you would get somebody that would take control of the level and they would be running their pattern, denying anyone any foot in the door, and you'd wind up with these 20-to-1 blowout games, where there are things that you can do in game design to make it more approachable, where like if you don't have health packs where you can keep, because in a game like Quake, you go in, as long as you come out on top in the fight, you've got this little window to run around and bring your health back up. So even if you're only 5% better, you might win every engagement because you have enough time to go back, get yourself back up before you wind up re-engaging. Where in another game, if you didn't have health that would you had the ability to bring it back up, then even if somebody didn't win, if they knocked you down a whole lot, then they might get you the next time around, and scores can be much more even.
That makes sense.
Quake gameplay winds up brutal, tending towards blowouts, and very frustrating for, it did not have the approachability for new players, where a lot of more modern games, things like Overwatch, can be jumped into a lot more easily, because team play is another aspect of that, where if you've got a team, you could be on the winning team even if you suck, because you might have really great players that are kind of covering for you there. You can jump in and have the chance to say, yay, I won, even if you didn't contribute at all, and you might wind up doing something. You start off being completely useless, and then you slowly work your way up to being able to contribute effectively for your team. So I can recognize some of these things now about ways to make games more approachable, but the kind of brutality of Quake like there was it was a taste that a lot of people really did like. It wasn't so much explicitly designed for that, but it worked out that way. And that's one of the interesting things as we look at game design today versus the old days. A lot of people fall into a sort of nostalgia trap about saying, well, the games I grew up with were the greatest games ever, and you see it with music and movies and everything. And I tend to be much more optimistic about the state of things today, where the amount of effort that goes into the modern games is extraordinary. Just the detail and all the quality on all the different levels. But there is a little sense of games are so expensive to make now, sometimes in the hundreds of millions of dollars, that they do have to be conservative. So they have to be careful to make sure that they've got something that has a broad mass appeal. And I think that is the upside of some of the older games, where they might have a little bit more of a distinct flavor. They weren't sort of focus grouped to death in the way that some of the more modern games can be.
That's interesting. Yeah, focus group to death, I'm sure, is a problem. The Quake blowouts, although that is a thing, it's so fun when you're the person blowing the other person out that it's worth learning the maps. And that's for people who don't understand what we're talking about. Quake would have, it has maps. And on those maps, like, this is where the rocket launcher is, this is where the railgun is, this is where the health is, this is where the mega armor is. And you had to know where these things were and that they would regenerate every X amount of seconds. And so you're managing not just your fighting, but you're also managing the resources. So you're running around and trying to control the map and trying to control the mega health and trying to control where the armor is, and don't let the guy get the railgun, don't let the guy get the rocket launcher. And in doing that, it's this incredible game of strategy as well as like fast twitch aiming, and there's so many factors going on.
Yeah, and the masters would have it timed such that they're just running to where it's going to spawn, and a half second before they get there, it respawns, they run over it, it's theirs, and it's gone. And the difference between the top-level players is something you see in competitive games a lot, even today, is you get the sense of the big fish in the small pond. You know, it's like I totally beat all of my friends' asses, or I'm the best player anybody's ever seen in my tiny little area. And then you put them in the big pond, with some of the professional players, and they get nothing. You know, they wind up not being able to land a shot. There is that much difference. Of course, you see that in everything. Martial arts, where you get the dojo hero in one place that then goes in and actually rolls with a professional and just finds out that they weren't all they thought they were. And there's even more layers of that in games because you're not so confined to some of the physical limits of the human body.
Yeah, and the amount of time you can do it is not confined to the physical limits of the human body. So there's people out there playing 10, 12 hours a day where they're thinking and sleeping and dreaming and, catching people with rail shots in the middle of the air.
Yeah, that sense when you're obsessive about something, how it does invade your dreams. And there have been a number of times in my career when I'm learning new things, when I'm just immersed in whether it's a new programming paradigm, a new piece of technology, and I'm working 13-something hours in a day, and I go to sleep and I have dreams about what I'm working on. That's when I know I'm really deep in the groove of soaking in this new information. And the dreaming is my mind helping synthesize this into a useful form so I can apply this in the future. And those are some things that I look back on very, very fondly when I've been that obsessive about something that it's soaked into my dreams.
Yeah, I used to get that with martial arts. When I was competing, I would throw kicks in the middle of the night. I would have like dreams, so I'd be like moving, and I'd wake up like, and like thinking that I was in the middle of a fight. And I had a real problem when we have this LAN room set up here with Quake on it, and when we got into it where my addiction got re-sparked again, we were playing 2, 3, 4 hours a day, I was starting to have Quake dreams. It was really weird. Like, I'd have dreams that I was going down corners and dodging rockets, and it's just, that game is so immersive, and it's so, you get done with it, and your heart is pounding. Like, me and Jamie and Jeff would play, and then when it was over, we would all be out of breath. Our heart would be racing. We'd have to get up and walk around.
แจกวิธีซื้อของใน Shopee ให้ได้ส่วนลด 50% กดแชร์ไปให้เพื่อนรัวๆเลย กดเข้าไลฟ์ที่หน้าแรก มีร้านที่เปิดไลฟ์อยู่เยอะมากๆ วันนี้เราจะพาไปซื้อกล่องสุ่มกันนะทุกคน เราจะกดซื้อจากในถุงส้มด้านล่าง ถึงจะได้ส่วนลด 50% เข้ามาให้กดเก็บโค้ดลด 50% ก่อนเลย และเลือกสินค้าที่เราชอบ พอกดซื้อสินค้าแล้ว เราก็เลือกโค้ดลด 50% และกดจ่ายเงินไปเลยจ้า อย่าลืมนะทุกคน ช็อปในไลฟ์ช่วง 10 แบบนี้ ราคาดีสุดๆไปเลย ไม่ช็อปตอนนี้แล้วจะช็อปตอนไหน
The Donald Piers Morgan Uncensored, one of the most infamous men in the world. Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirades have been viewed billions of times online. He's now been effectively banned, though, from the internet. He doesn't think that's fair. Tonight, I'm going to try and work out if it is.
I feel like it's a little bit, by the way, it's a little bit, we're stacking the deck a little bit whenever you literally say that it's misogynistic. Because, like, if you're going to give the guy an interview and you're going to, appear to try to get his side of things, starting it off with saying it is misogynistic versus critics are saying it's misogynistic, these are two different things. And the thing is, like, this is what I said before, right? Is that Andrew Tate should have never fucking expected to get a fair shake out of Piers Morgan, all right? And in my opinion, if he had expected that, there was a huge fucking mistake. Massive mistake.
From London,
This is Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Well, good evening from London and welcome to a special edition of Piers Morgan
Bad
Uncensored.
decision.
Andrew Tate, one-on-one.
Here we go.
He's the most famous man you probably never heard of, with billions of views online. At one point this year, more people were searching Google for Andrew Tate than Donald Trump or Kim Kardashian.
Wow.
Former professional kickboxer, he was kicked off Big Brother in 2016 after a video emerged of him striking a woman. What they now both claim was a consensual sex game. He's since made millions as a pornographer and casino owner in Romania, but it's his online videos that have made him notorious across the world, posing as a playboy with fast cars, cigars, weapons and cash. He rants about his often scandalous views on women.
Or instruct a female to provide sustenance. Cook.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
Tells young men they can get as rich as him by paying for his digital life lessons.
Oh, man.
I have 100 business tips I'm going to teach you, which will allow you to make your own money instantly.
But amid a global
there it is.
media backlash, the net has closed on Andrew Tate. While millions still share his videos, he's effectively banned from the web.
Yeah.
Booted off Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. To his fans, he's a misunderstood satirist and the victim of big tech censorship.
I don't think that he's a satirist. I mean, really, is this something I've never really heard him say that what he says is satire? I think everybody kind of assumes that, like, yeah, you play things up a little bit for the camera. But I feel like he's never really said that what he was saying is satire. Because if it's satire, it means that he doesn't mean it.
To many others, he's a malicious misogynist. Tonight, I'll try and get to the truth.
All right, here we go.
Well, some of the opinions Andrew Tate shares in his videos are undeniably deeply
Contains moderately strong language. Yeah, I fucking bet.
offensive. We're going to show you some of them on this show. I think you should see them for yourself, not simply hear what he says about them or what other people say about them. Tens of millions of people across the world follow Andrew Tate, and with a big following comes a big responsibility, as well as a public interest in holding his views to account. If outrageous opinions are read aloud, they can be challenged and exposed for what they are. If they're silenced, the person holding these views can become a martyr. So that's why I invited Andrew Tate to come here tonight, and he joins me now live. So Andrew, well, welcome, first of all. You come all the way from Romania to do this interview.
Correct.
What do you hope to achieve from this interview? Why are you here?
It'd be interesting to have a conversation with you. You've certainly been the subject of your own divided opinions in the world. There's a lot of people.
People fucking hate Piers Morgan. They hate this guy. Like, I remember he had a show on CNN. Everybody fucking hated him because he's on CNN telling Americans they need to put away their fucking guns. And then it's like, well, who the fuck are you? You don't even live here. So yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like Piers Morgan.
Would say some of the things you say are perhaps dangerous or toxic. So I thought you'd be a good person to speak to about this subject.
I didn't know much about you before this year, and then I suddenly became very aware of you, as the world did, because, as I said earlier, you were the #1 subject searched on Google ahead of Donald Trump. I didn't think it was even possible. Why did you get suddenly so popular stroke infamous, do you think?
I exploded. I certainly didn't do that with magic. I've been on the internet for a very long time. I think in the world we live in...
I remember seeing Andrew Tate on Twitter. That's how long I've known about this guy. Yeah, it was that was a long time ago, man. Like, he got banned a while ago.
And now, as the other side, the people who disagree with me, as they get more and more tyrannical in their censorships and their hate mobs, etc., as standard masculine practices are deemed toxic,
We'll see about that. I think, you know, the girls being his property, if this is a standard masculine practice, thank God it's toxic. Yeah, no, I don't. There are other ones that we'll see what happens, but yes, standard masculine practices, we'll see what those really are.
Put a magic spell on everybody. I managed to accumulate a large amount of affinity with the male populace across the Western world because I'm simply saying things that many men believe, think, and feel.
The problem I would say is, I want to play you just
that is a very good point. That people that dislike Andrew Tate do have to come to the reality and come to Jesus about the fact that there are a lot of people that agree with him. And I know this might be very upsetting. Trust me, whenever I criticize him, I get to read all the comments of all the fucking people that agree with him. But yes, there are millions and millions and millions of guys that agree with Andrew Tate.
Off the top, this is from Joe Rogan, who's somebody I absolutely love.
Sure.
And I think it explains to me what I presume my issue with you is going to be, right?
Correct.
And you
All right,
you have absolutely got the right to try and persuade me otherwise.
Okay.
Sure.
But Joe Rogan said this about you.
My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate. And my 14-year-old asked me, I said he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I go, I like him a lot. Why do you like him? And I was asking him. And they said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. He f***ed up with the misogynist. Yes. Because if he didn't do that, if he just did the pro-male stuff.
I would agree with that. I actually would. Before I said, I would actually agree with that. I think that, like, you take women out of the equation, and Andrew Tate's not that bad of a guy.
Keep lost.
Yeah, if there were no women in the world, people's problems with Andrew Tate would get way, way lower.
So I thought that was interesting because when I've gone over everything that's
true.
been at the centre of the debate about Andrew Tate, I come down with Joe Rogan in the sense that there's a lot of stuff you say I agree with. You know, I've got 3 sons in their 20s. It's not easy actually being a young male in the modern world. And I think a lot of the things that you say about that can resonate with them. The problem comes with the, I don't know, 10, 20% or whatever of your output, which on the face of it appears to be blatant misogyny. And when you couple that with your massive influence and huge reach, that is why the social media companies have decided to effectively cancel you. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't believe in censorship particularly. That's why I've invited you to come on the show. But I do think...
I will say, since this is a video probably a lot of people might watch, is that my opinion on this is a long video, and I'll just say this at the beginning. My opinion on censorship on social media is that you should only be removed off social media if you use social media to break the law. So, like, if you're trying to solicit people to do things that are illegal, or, you know, harassing people illegally or something like that, those are the times that I think you should get kicked off social media. Having stupid opinions, I don't really think should get you kicked off social media. I think that it does turn people like Andrew Tate into martyrs. It is effective. Censorship is effective in some ways, but I think that also there's a lot of people that don't want to confront the reality of why a lot of people like Andrew Tate.
A lot of the things you've said are blatant misogyny. Do you accept that?
So you made a very interesting point there. You just said on the face of it appeared to be blatantly misogynistic.
Which I think that was a good thing for him to say, is that Piers Morgan so far, you know, he's actually been approaching this interview pretty well. Like, yeah, this has been pretty good.
I understand that on the face of some of the long format content I've made, if you're going to take a few seconds out of hours, chop it up, put it all over social media, accompanied with my massive fame, then things can absolutely not be taken out of context. I do not hate women in any regard. I have no negative relationship with women. No women have come forward saying I've hurt them. I have no criminal record for hurting women. There's no...
Wasn't there a second woman that came forward that said that she was abused by Andrew Tate besides the first one, that he said they had some sex play thing? Yeah, I think there was a second one, wasn't it? No? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. That's why I'm not sure, with no evidence. Oh, okay. Then, yeah, it's hard to say. But I do think that, like, it's very much a cop-out to say that what he was saying at face value was misogynist. I think that it was... there are some things that, like, you can't take certain things out of context. Like, you can take a 5-second clip of some things that somebody says, and that 5-second clip is bad enough to judge the entire rest of it.
No way I can be seen as the face or the devil in regards to how men treat women on the planet. I'm absolutely and utterly the opposite. I believe in protecting and providing. I've been misunderstood. There's been large contingents of people who have...
Hopefully we will clear up the misunderstanding.
Tried very hard to purport lies about me. And the truth of the matter is, I've been producing content for a very long time. Hours and hours of videos, been cut down to 2 or 3 seconds of clip. Those clips have gone viral and people misunderstand me.
But I think you use this phrase and be taken out of context, and I'm not sure that is correct.
That's
in the sense that
100%.
it still comes out of your mouth. Some of the things
Completely.
Some of the things you've said, I just think are blatantly.
Well, let's do them. Let's hear them.
go down the
through
list.
some,
Yes,
right?
please.
So you said this about Me Too stroke rape. This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania. In Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. You go to the police and say, he raped me back in 1988. They'll say, well, you should have done something about it back then.
Yeah, so the point I was making was obviously at the height of the Me Too scandal, and also if we look at Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, there's been a lot of high-profile cases where men have been accused of things they did not do without evidence, and their lives have been completely and utterly destroyed.
Right.
When I say
this is true, that there are guys that get falsely accused of something and it completely fucks up their life. The reality is that even though Amber Heard lost in court, we're still not going to get another Jack Sparrow. It 100% happens. The same thing happened to Pro Jared, and there are some other ones that there are minimal to little evidence about. But it's also important to keep in mind that these instances are the vast minority. I would say probably I've read studies about this, but it's very hard to prove a negative. So it's hard to judge the validity of it, of like how often this happens. My understanding is like false accusations are like 2%. They are a very, very, very minimal thing, because if you really go back and you think about how many people in the Twitch community got Me Too'd, think about how many of them were legit. The overwhelming majority. So while guys can have this happen, it is certainly not the majority of times. Not 2%. It's hard to say. The question was about statute of limitations.
these things, people sit and say that, oh, he hates women. I don't hate women. I think rape is disgusting. I would take a stronger stance on rape than the British government. I think these people should face the death penalty. But to sit and say that women without evidence can go forward and just make up accusations against men, even though they've been repeatedly proven to destroy men's lives at will, is absolutely and utterly
What about a
asinine.
woman who was raped back in 1988 and goes to the police?
Then the man should face absolute and complete justice.
But you understand that when that...
He's talking about, like, not having evidence. Like, not necessarily... The year, apparently... So, no, somebody said it's statutes of limitation. It's clearly not. It is clearly not statute of limitations because you literally just said that, you know, that the person should... agree. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Appears on TikTok as a clip, and all right...
As a clip, completely.
Okay, but if still something came out of your mouth, do you accept that when that appears on TikTok, a lot of young, maybe not as smart as you, young men, right? Impressionable, teenagers, will read that and go, what's he saying here? Is he saying that rape doesn't exist?
No, I completely. I'm not going to sit here as a professional and say that I can't be taken out of context. What I will say is that one small sentence you've taken was from a 1-hour video where I explained that, of course, rape is disgusting. Of course, everybody should be punished for their crimes regardless of when they happen. But people are not perfect, male and female. And if you give women the opportunity to destroy men's lives without evidence, there's going to be a contingent of women who will do that. I'm trying to make a balanced and nuanced argument in a world where people have no attention span. They're going to take a few seconds.
Is that really an unpopular opinion? I feel like most people have that opinion. And I think the Johnny Depp trial and the overwhelming support of Johnny Depp proved that. I feel like pretty much everybody agrees with this, that nobody wants to have, you know, some woman that goes out and just accuses somebody of something, ruins their life with no evidence. I would assume that this is the majority opinion, that that's a very bad thing.
Put it online, decide someone's good or bad, not be interested in the longer format video.
Well, what I'm saying, like, the reason why I'm making this point is that I think Andrew Tate, with this problem, is to a degree, and the problem is that it's to a degree jousting at windmills. It's to a degree arguing against something that's not really there. But the problem is that that's not entirely true, because there are a lot of companies that are just scandal adverse and risk adverse. And so as soon as somebody gets involved with a scandal or a risk, the company doesn't care about the person or about what's true. The company only cares about keeping their brand image clean. And in doing so, they remove ties with that person regardless of the guilt or not. So I don't think this is actually a societal thing. I think it's more or less the way that companies respond to controversies, much less than the way the population does.
And here I am. No, I'm certainly a person who takes personal responsibility. That's who I am as a person. But we live in a world now with TikTok videos 5 or 6 seconds long. There's no content.
Do you think women are the property of men?
No. The point I was making...
Why have you said they are?
Because I made a religious point. I said that when a man marries a woman, the woman's father walks her down the aisle, and hands her away to the man. Traditionally, this is what it says in the Bible.
Well, Bro, like, I think that is fucking hard cap. Like, I've seen him talk about the exact same thing with, like, OnlyFans, etc. Like, this has been a point that he's brought up multiple times without the context of religion as well. I'm not buying this one.
I'm a religious person. I believe in God. I live in the most
So you
religious
do
country in the
think
world.
that the woman becomes the men?
I think she takes his last name.
I mean, let's watch the clip that you said
That's
about
very
so
different.
that we can get it in context.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes. When a bride is walking down the aisle to marry the groom, the father walks next to her and gives her away. True or false?
Absolutely.
But I've been married twice, as it turns out, and on both.
Well, it's like if I tell you guys in chat that I'm doing a giveaway for the moon, and I give somebody the moon, that doesn't mean that you own the moon, because I never owned the moon, and you can't own a person just the same as you can't own the moon. I'm not a fan of this. Yeah, I think this is very weird. The owning people and then being their property. It doesn't. I'll take. Wait a second. So what's the problem with what I'm saying here? The implication is that the father owns the girl, which is not true, and then the other implication that's built off of that is that the husband owns the girl. Neither of these things are true. And he's using one thing that's not true to basically rationalize a second thing that is also not true. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I'm saying. What's this here? It's bigger and older issue. Women are supposed to take the last name of their husband in marriage. Yeah, I owns a responsibility. Nobody talks about ownership. Listen, you want to take responsibility for somebody, I think that yes, you can very easily say that somebody is responsible. But something being your property and owning something does imply a certain level of responsibility, but being responsible for something and focusing on the ownership element is very misleading.
Occasions, I didn't believe that the woman was being handed to me as chattel, as
Yes,
property.
this is-
Perhaps the way the reason I'm asked that question repeatedly, and I'm asked.
I wonder why.
So would you rephrase what you said there?
Now, that's an interesting point about phrasing. The way I would say things before I was famous, I have to take personal responsibility and accept that if I make a video that 500 people see and 1% of them misunderstand it, that's not a problem. If I make a video that 5 million people see and 1% of them understand.
So specifically on that point, I think my sister is her husband's property.
She took his last name. She married him. She wanted to join his family. She has said it herself.
Right. So she's
still.
I don't think joining his family is a very good assessment of it, and I think that's also not a very good historical assessment of it. I think joining of families, it's not a one-sided way. Like, if you look at, like, why marriages happened a lot in, like, the Middle Ages, they happened for political reasons. So it's not like this is, you're giving the girl to this family and that's it. It's also a mutual thing between both families.
A sovereign individual. She's absolutely not
But
a sovereign
property
individual.
means that the husband owns your sister.
Listen, my friend, if we want to argue about this, you need to go back to the Bible, to the Quran. You need to argue with religious.
No, I'm
leaders
not
of the
talking
world.
about anything in the Bible or Quran.
But that's what it says.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I think that if a woman marries a man and she decides to take his last name, that they have different roles and responsibilities within that marriage, and I believe that.
That's not the question.
I don't agree with that. I don't like the idea that a man and a woman have different responsibilities inside of a relationship, and that is defined de facto by there being a marriage. I think that's very reductive, and it's also like it's unfair to other people because you get to tell them what they can do. Yeah, I don't agree with that. He's just doubling down. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You're just denying what marriage is then? Well, no, I'm not. How could I be denying what marriage is? So it's very simple. There are many times where the woman is the breadwinner in the family and she makes all the money and the guy is a stay-at-home dad. That's a lucky guy. This happens. So I think that to the extent that that can happen, and I don't want to live in a world where that's not possible, because I think that telling people what they have to do, in general, this is just my own personal outlook on the world, is that I think that people should have complete personal freedom to the extent that they don't hurt other people or they don't become a massive draw on society. So I actually disagree with this because it's predicated on the assumption that a man and a woman's relationship in a marriage has to be one thing. I don't like that. I don't think that's fair.
His hand, I believe the father. The father hands are.
Don't behave like a politician.
The father hands her to the man.
Right, but don't be a politician. Because I think.
Sorry, somebody. I wanted to make one more comment about this. Is it somebody said that it was? It's an uncommon thing for the woman to be the breadwinner. You're definitely right, but I don't think that it's uncommon for both people to have a job. And this is just the reality now, is that, you know, if you want to have a family, unless you've got a really great job as a guy, you know, the odds are your wife is going to have to make some money too. So in most cases, I would say with, like, you know, many families, especially like middle class and working class, both parents actually work. It's not like, oh, the dad's providing and the woman just stays home all day.
The father hands her.
Don't behave like a politician.
The father hands her to the man.
Right, but don't be a politician, because I think you're a straight talker, right? You keep telling me you're a straight talker. I think my sister is her husband's property. Do you regret saying it like that?
I understand that with my newfound fame, perhaps it could be phrased differently. However, I still believe that a woman is given to the man in marriage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but not as property.
He's talking around the word property. I don't like this. This is annoying. He's talking around the word property, so he doesn't have to explicitly say it because he knows it's an indefensible point. And then he originally used the religion argument, and now Pierce is asking him his personal opinions, and so we'll see where this goes.
No, the property is the word that other people use when they ask me the question.
But as an equal partner in a loving union, that's what marriage actually means. It doesn't mean that when you get married, the woman is given to you as a bit of chattel.
Agreed.
So why say it?
But that's the way that people ask me the question. People say to me, they ask the question.
Hang on, you can't blame people for asking you questions. Surely, if you want to be accountable for what you've said, you've got to own your responses.
I mean, it's so dumb. Like, of him to say that, that's so dumb. Somebody asked me the question of, like, what was the question that caused you to say women are property? That is dumb.
Blame the question?
I own the response.
Let me ask you a question now, and you say something, and then say, well, actually, I blame you for asking.
I understand, Pierce. Yeah. Pierce, I understand. I believe the woman is given to the man. I believe she's given away by the father. I believe she belongs to the man.
So you do.
Belongs to the
fundamentally, all right. So fundamentally, you do believe that
belongs is also, like, you can say people belong together. You know what I mean? Like, oh, somebody belongs together, or oh, I belong in this job, etc. I think that, again, this is we're playing very delicate games with language here. And in this context, belong is synonymous with property, but it is clearly a much more much more blasé term, right? It's not as defined and it's not as aggressive. So he's clearly trying to talk around it. I don't know why.
The woman becomes a man's property.
I believe she belongs to the man in marriage, correct?
Right. Oh, you see, that to me is misogyny.
And you're entitled to your opinion.
Right. But do you not understand why people think it is misogyny?
Well, I don't know. I feel like that's fucking, like, would you say that whenever you get married, if you own your wife, I don't know, I would say that's pretty much misogyny. Like, I'm not the kind of guy to color my hair purple and say that because the WNBA doesn't get paid as much as the NBA, that it's because of misogyny. I'm not gonna fucking say that, all right? That's not me. But there is a line. And I feel like we've crossed it whenever you say that women are your property whenever you marry them.
I understand why some people can be very offended by what I say. What they do is they take a point like that and they ignore all the other points I make the other way around.
Yeah, but that's why
I find that to be such a bad argument. You can't make, and it is. It's the same old fucking thing. I said, you build 100 bridges and you suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. You can't fucking go and say some crazy ass shit and then be like, yeah, but all the rest of the time. It's like, imagine if you're on stream and it's a 12-hour stream and you get up and you just take your dick out, you do a couple of helicopters and you sit back down and you queue another game of Overwatch. And then Twitch bans you and you're like, man, I was streaming for 12 hours and I've been doing this for a month and I'm gonna get banned just because of 6 seconds of helicopter dick. I mean, like, really, let's put this into context here. You see what I mean? I think this is a very bad argument. Be contextual and a little in your argument. Don't say, yeah, they're your property. Exactly. What if he, what if he owns her and she owns him too? Then that should be explained, right? I mean, I don't think that it's fair to... I don't think that it's fair to assume that. Let me just say that, yeah. I don't think that's what he means by property, okay? I don't know if this is, yeah, this is not going both ways.
Repeatedly asked you about that line to see if you've changed your position, but the reality is you haven't.
It's not about changing positions. I'm a full-grown adult and I stick by the things I say and I'm responsible.
Oh, by the way, he's completely entitled to this opinion. I don't think you should go to jail for thinking women should be property whenever you get married to them. I think it's dumb, but he's entitled to this opinion. I'm not saying he shouldn't be allowed to think this. He should be able to think whatever he wants.
For them,
which by the way is fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you did say at the start of this little exchange, you said, you know, I wouldn't maybe say things the same way now that I did before I was famous. Yeah. And yet, actually, you've doubled down and said exactly the same thing.
On certain points.
So that is what you believe. And that's my point.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out, look, I don't know you. We've just met, right?
I find that Piers trying to, like, I can see why Piers is trying to find the hypocrisy or the double standard of what he originally said. But, I mean, clearly this is a 1-hour video and there are going to be a lot of things to go through. So maybe this is just not one of the things that he would restate. We'll see if the other things that he would restate instead. Here we go.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out who Andrew Tate is and what you actually believe. I don't want to twist anything at all.
Then let me make it very, very clear to the camera. I believe a woman is given to the man in marriage. I believe that. I also believe a man has a duty to protect and provide for her. I believe a man should lay down his life if something happens or his wife's life is threatened. I believe that women and children first are on the lifeboats.
But men,
I believe that men.
But a man doesn't own a woman.
It's not. No. It's okay.
Unless they literally buy them as a slave.
Well, obviously, we're not talking about that. We're talking about religious, biblical marriage. We're talking about something else.
I find that to also be a. There is very, very clearly secular marriage. And I feel like unless you are prefacing everything and saying that, like, I've never seen any instance of him saying it's only, oh, this is only religious marriage, this is only that. And also, even if it is religious marriage, I don't think that makes it beyond criticism. I think every religion is more than open to criticism, and I think every religion almost all deserves it.
Yeah, but I'm a Christian. I don't believe that I own my wife.
Do you believe your wife was given away to you when she took your last name?
I believe that there is a process where a father traditionally walks his daughter down the aisle and hands his daughter to this man, and they stand there and become a union of two loving people in a partnership. No, there's no ownership involved.
Agree.
I didn't say
ownership. He's not selling her.
What do you mean owner? What do you mean you didn't say ownership? So whenever you have property, what do you have over that property? I would say ownership. We're playing a lot of, it's like how can somebody be given to something if you don't own it? This is what, oh, are we gonna, can I give away the moon? No, I can't because I don't own the moon. This is mental, yeah, he's doing like semantic and mental gymnastics for this. It's very annoying.
Father of the bride isn't selling his daughter.
No, absolutely.
That's what property means.
She becomes a member of your family.
Is it?
I think we're arguing over semantics.
We're not, though, because
I think that I feel like we are arguing over semantics, and the person who started that argument over semantics is Andrew Tate. It's not Piers Morgan. It's Piers Morgan is saying, hey, you said this. And he's like, well, that's not really what I meant. I'm going to use another word now. Yeah, we are arguing over semantics because that's beneficial for him because he knows it's an indefensible position.
Fundamentally, I don't believe a man owns a woman. You do.
Well, I don't think a man owns any sovereign individual. I don't think we live in the world of slavery. I don't own any men or any woman.
Right.
Nobody owns
But when you
anybody.
use phrases like property, that's what you imply.
I understand.
And so my point.
I mean, yes, obviously, property implies ownership. I swear to fucking God, if I have some Andrew Tate super fan in the fucking comments of this video that's gonna say, no, it's not no, you don't have ownership over property, like that's not really what he meant, like I'm gonna go fucking insane.
Again, you're a smart guy, right? There's no denying that you're smart. You're a good talker. I've seen a lot of the stuff. But what I don't think you quite fully understand.
No, I understand
is
very well,
when
Piers.
young, impressionable people
I understand
who
that
are
very
not
well.
as smart see things like, I think my sister is a husband's property, yes, and you've just reaffirmed that belief.
I think that even after even after everything you said, it's still bad.
They think that they have the right to own women.
I understand that very well, Piers. Which is
That's why people think you're a misogynist.
Completely. I understand all of this very well, which is why when you're saying I was backtracking, I'm not.
Do you have any regret, though, over the way you phrase this stuff?
Well, this is the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is, when I was not nearly as famous and I was making long format content, I was not sitting there anticipating I'd become the most Googled man on the planet and that a few seconds could be taken out of context.
This is fair. I will defend Andrew Tate here. I think as another person who has been making content on the internet probably as long as he has, maybe longer, maybe not, I don't know. But both of us have made content a long time, and if you go back and you watch my old content, there's a lot of things that don't sound good in my old content. Abso-fucking-lutely. And it's like, yeah, you do something 10 years ago and, you know, society was different, everything was different, etc. And then it comes back and it's like now in the new context, it sounds bad. You know, yeah, of course. Sure, like, I mean, of course this kind of stuff happens. But he doubles down. Yes, but he's double downing on it. I've never said that women are property, though. Actually, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. I have to go back and watch, but I'm pretty sure I didn't.
It's not my anticipation.
No, but it's
I
still
didn't
what
plan.
you believe. It's what you believe now. So what's the difference?
It's not about. You're asking me. You're saying that young people who are
If
impressionable.
you said to me, look, Piers, honestly, I've had time to think about this, and I wish I hadn't said it. I don't believe that. That's one thing. Actually, you've said the opposite. You said, actually, that's what I think, yeah.
I think that when a...
So it doesn't really matter whether you recorded it when you're famous or not famous. It's what you actually believe, right?
That's actually a very good point, and I'm glad that Piers was able to pick that apart. Because it's very easy to say that, oh, well, I wasn't saying this. Like, Andrew Tate made an argument that is very true. That, yes, of course, you know, he wasn't thinking about being perceived this way. But whenever he doubles down and he says, well, yeah, but I still agree with it, though, it kind of invalidates that whole argument.
I believe that a man has a duty to protect and provide for a woman. I believe that a woman's father gives her away to the man. That's what I believe, and that's in my marriage. That's the circumstance I'm going to live under. If people want to live in a different scenario, that's completely theirs. Their prerogative.
You went on to say...
I feel like whenever you say that this is like something that happens in marriage, like you're not saying it's like in my marriage. You think you're saying this is a general thing. I feel like usually what I think that a reasonable person would listen to what he said and assume that.
About authority over women. If I have a responsibility over her, I must have a degree of authority.
Yeah.
For the same reason, if I have responsibility over and people are going to use their mind, it's an example, an analogy, responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority. So you believe as part of your ownership or your property of the woman, you have authority over her.
No, I believe if you...
Well, I think that you do, right? A guy and a wife, I think that they have authority over each other in a lot of ways, right? Especially in terms of like how you can approach and deal with the opposite sex, right? I think this is a very clear thing that you give the opposite, the person in the relationship that you're in, you give that person the authority to determine how involved you are with the opposite sex to a degree. So, like, you know, some women are okay with, like, guys, you know, that have close other girlfriends, or not girlfriends, but, like, you know, female friends, other girls are not, etc. So I think that you do clearly give your spouse or your partner a degree of authority. I'm surprised he's not just saying that, to be honest, because it is true.
That's what you said.
I believe you have responsibility over something. You have to have a degree of authority or you can't be responsible.
Yeah, but authority means, again, that you're the boss.
The point I'm making...
Yeah, you can make a very strong argument for mutual authority, between each person having the authority over each other, and I think that's a fair and a good argument.
Please let me finish at this point. The point I was trying to make was talking about the safety of a woman. She was walking alone at night, and I was saying, well, I wouldn't let my woman walk alone at night. And they said, well, you're not in charge of her, you don't get to decide what she does. I said, I understand, but if I'm responsible for her safety, and I'm the person who's burdened with making sure she is safe, I have to have the authority to say, don't put yourself in unsafe situations. The two things are linked.
Well, yeah, that's a really weird situation. Like, and like, I think that's like one of those things where it's like, it's very hard to say that in that context, somebody is like a bad person for trying to exert some level of control over somebody because they're trying to help them. But I don't think that that is a norm situation. This is like a 1% thing. And I feel like there are many other circumstances where the authority aspect is really null and void.
You don't have authority. You could absolutely have the right to say to the woman you're with, I don't think you should, but ultimately...
If she decides, then I can't force her.
Right, so authority implies that you have the ability to control someone.
No, authority implies...
What do you guys think? Because, like, in my opinion, I think authority implies that you have a recourse if the authority is not followed. Like, that's kind of what authority implies. In many cases, yeah, authority implies control. And but what does control imply? Control implies the use of force, or the ability to use force to exercise that control, and thus exercising the authority.
I have the moral right to sit and say that that's an irresponsible thing to do, and I'm responsible for
That's not what authority means.
Well, I'm not going to... If you think I'm going to lock somebody up in their room, is that what you're implying?
No, I don't think you know what authority means.
I know what it means. I'm saying that if
You just said a different description of what authority
If I have responsibility for her safety, then I have to have the authority to tell her not to do unsafe.
Yeah, but authority means that you have some form of control over this woman.
Destroyed.
I think you're trying to... What you're trying to do...
I'm only trying to get to what you think. Honestly, I am. I come with no agenda here at all.
I understand. And I'm explaining very, very clearly.
I think that Piers Morgan clearly has an agenda. Piers Morgan is also another person who the public fucking hates all the time. He's always getting called out for being toxic and being the bad person. So fucking finally, he can find the one guy in the world that is more disliked than he is and bring him on the show, and for once he's the good guy. You know, so yes, everybody always has a fucking agenda. I don't think that I don't think Piers Morgan is trying to like he's not really going hard on it. I think that Piers Morgan has been more fair than not fair, but there's clearly a bias.
If I have responsibility over said subject, I have to have authority over it. So let me say you have children, right?
Right.
You have responsibility for them.
No, I have legal authority over my children.
Yes, that's correct.
That is very different to having legal authority over my wife or my female partner.
Completely, but the point I'm trying to make...
So you accept that?
I accept that
Because you used the analogy of responsibility.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
My friend, these are very...
These are actually really important things.
They're important things, but you interrupt me every 5 seconds, so it's hard for me to actually explain my point. The point I'm making here is very simple. You have children, and you're responsible for their safety.
So I'm glad Andrew Tate called them out on that. Interrupting people while they're trying to talk. The reality is that it is super important, because if he didn't do that, and like this is the part of the clip that we saw, right, already, is that he will just walk all over you. He'll craft a narrative, make you look bad, and it's like you have to assert yourself and be confident about that. Be assertive and, you know, like aggressive with that sometimes. It doesn't mean yell over somebody or anything, but you can be assertive without doing that. And I think him doing that here is the example of that.
You're going to have authority to say don't go out at night, perhaps, because you want them to be safe.
I have legal authority.
You have a legal authority.
Yeah.
Legal authority. I'm saying that if I had a woman, and the question where you've raised this soundbite from, I was asked about protecting a woman, making sure she's safe. And I would say I wouldn't want her to go out at night on her own, because I'm responsible for her safety. And someone said, well...
I think that's fair. That's totally fair. There's nothing wrong with him saying that.
You don't have authority over her to do that. And I said, well, no, I can't force her to stay inside. But if she were to ask me, how do I protect myself at night? I would say, well, you should stay inside. That's
right. That's a completely fair answer. Like, that's how I feel. Yeah. Like, absolutely, yeah. This is totally fine. 100%.
We should do
That's I don't have an issue with. What
So
you
we
just
agree.
Said. No,
It's the semantics.
No,
Ron.
it's not semantics, and this is where I don't think you
That's not how
quite
he said
get
it.
why
No,
there's a
it's not.
furore over what you say. With respect, because the semantics point would be we're saying the same thing in different ways, but we're not. I'm saying to you that when you say I have to have some authority over a woman, I say to you, you have no right to any authority over a woman. You do over a child if it's your child, because you are the legal appointed guardian of that child.
Understood.
You're not a legally appointed guardian or authority over your wife or female partner.
Legally appointed, absolutely not. I agree. However, when it comes to things like personal responsibility or personal safety, men, largely by society, are accepted. We're the protectors and providers. We can sit here and pretend that in the world we live in, if me and my wife were walking down the street and men were to come up and try and attack us, I wouldn't be the one fighting. But we both know in reality I would.
Right.
I have a degree of responsibility to protect her. So if I have a degree of responsibility to protect her physically, then the point I'm trying to make is I will do my best to make sure she's never putting herself in unsafe situations.
Do you wish you hadn't used the word authority?
The authority is something that she would give to me. She would come to me and say, how can I make sure I'm as safe as possible?
I feel like if somebody is telling you, as I said, I think that the idea of authority is, again, it's like the fucking implication. The implication of authority is control. The implication of control is the ability to assert control. So if she's asking him, what should I do? And he's telling her, then I think this is, again, consensual. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier, is that, you know, people can be in a consensual relationship however they want. Like, if they want to do some BDSM shit, I don't care. If, you know, he wants to be a stay-at-home dad and she's the one that's going to make the money, I don't care. And also, if she's going to let him make all the decisions and she just sits at home and is a housewife, that's totally fucking fine. It's worked for thousands of years. It's got no problem working now. I just don't think it should be mandatory.
I want to interrupt you. I just want to point out that's not what authority means.
If someone gives, a person can give
voluntary authority is not authority.
No, but that's the point.
It's not.
Piers.
Andrew, it's not.
Piers, if a woman comes to me and says, I want you to keep me safe, she is handing me authority for her safety.
But do you understand the difference between having authority over somebody and somebody giving you permission to have authority?
Completely. I never said
one is consensual and one isn't.
But why are we pretending I do unconsensual things?
Because you literally say, I must have a degree of authority. I have to have some authority. And the point
only if I'm responsible for her safety. If I'm not responsible for her safety.
I feel like this. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have authority.
If your position.
I feel like, yeah, I can see kind of what he's saying in a way, but this is, again, like, I feel like he's already said the thing that he kind of needed to say, which is, you know, she can do whatever she wants at the end of the day. I think that's fair. Yeah, yeah, he's already said that thing. I feel like this is already, like, this is not, like, we're done now.
Now is that with her permission, I would like to have authority when we go out at night to protect her. That's a different.
That was always my position.
But that's not what you said.
But that was always my position.
So again, I simply say to you, do you?
It is what I said.
Do you wish you'd phrased it a different way?
No, because we're talking about long format copy where I'm talking about a woman who has come to me and said, you're responsible for making sure I'm safe. I said, well, then I have to make the decisions.
When an 18-year-old boy reads, I must have some authority over a woman, what do you think he thinks?
Well, I understand that. And I said this earlier when you tried to say I was backtracking, which I'm not doing.
No, actually, I'm not. I don't want to. Okay. I'm not trying to gotcha you.
Cool.
I'm trying to work out exactly what you actually
I understand
think.
With massive fame comes massive responsibility. I understand that a percentage of the population are always going to take everything that's said by anybody out of context.
Would you change the wording of what you said?
No, I would just encourage people to watch my long format copy and understand it
Would
fully.
you tell an 18-year-old boy you don't have authority over women?
Absolutely.
You would say that?
Unless a woman comes to him and says, you're responsible for my safety, please make sure keep me safe. Like
I
my
see.
woman
Now
says,
that,
come to
Andrew
me.
Tate, I can sign up to.
Exactly. I totally agree. I totally agree. I think that is totally fucking fine for him to say that. Yeah, that's totally fucking okay. That is reasonable. That's okay. Why is that so hard? I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard. But all right, good. We've gotten through that now. Great.
We agree.
Yeah, but I don't agree with what you said before.
Because you're taking a soundbite from a 2-hour
Yeah, but you haven't been
conversation.
taken out of context because I read you the entire sentence. It's very.
Well, you've
contagious.
ignored all the context around the sentence, my friend.
You can't ignore a sentence that says, I must have a degree of authority.
But you can when there's a 2-hour conversation where a woman is telling me if she makes me responsible for her
It's
safety.
unfortunate that I don't have the actual link to where this conversation started initially, Because I'm gonna be honest, like I've watched a lot of Andrew Tate content. I assume that he probably did not add that nuance. This might be a bias of mine. I could be wrong, and that's why I said I wanted to see it myself. But I'm not going to automatically assume that this is true.
Safety, and me explaining, well, if I'm responsible for your safety, I have the authority to make decisions. So
Do
yes,
you
you've ignored all the context.
Do you respect women?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people.
This is the part that we saw.
That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking it?
Of course I do, but I can't sit
Well,
here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this
There we go.
in general.
Yeah, we've seen this
is
part.
also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds, and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
That would, well, firstly, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be misogyny.
But what did you mean by what you said?
That's not misogyny.
I will reiterate that I think that it is misogyny. I think that it's misogyny because, yes, it is ageist, but the ageist element of it is also misogynist. And the reason why it is because it assumes that a woman's value is determined by her age. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is that, like, it doesn't do that. It's not a one-to-one. It's like an A equals B equals C situation, right? So it's like if you agree with the first thing, then you have to agree with the second thing, which leads you to the third thing. So, yeah, I don't like this. But I do think that, by the way, I think that he's right with a lot of guys. And this is a point that I don't know why he didn't bring this up, and this is what I said in the original video. I think he does a terrible job defending this point. And I've said before, like, I think Andrew Tate in general, like this so far, besides this part, I think has been relatively good. But for a lot of things I've seen with Andrew Tate, he does a pretty bad job defending himself, just in general. And I think it's very easy to defend and say that, yeah, guys don't want to be with a girl that's dated a bunch of other guys before. That's just all there is to it. And, you know, this is how it's been forever, and that's all there, you know, I mean, like anybody could say that. Many guys would say that. Yeah, it's not, this is not something that is some kind of, like, massive taboo. I mean, there's a reason why, like, just turned 18 fucking porn is so popular. Think about it, but why? I think that the reason why is that guys want a girl that probably won't compare them to other guys. I think that's a big element to it, is that, you know, guys, says, no, it's you? It is? Yeah, just look it up. And so anyway, like, yeah, guys, they want a girl. It's like whenever they're having sex with them or whatever, they don't want to be thinking about, you know, get self-conscious about it. Like, oh, you know, am I doing better or worse than the other guy? I think that's a big element. I think also girls feel the same way too. I don't think this is a one-way street, but let's not pretend like it's a two-way street and it's the exact same both ways. No, this is very much a male expectation on women, much more than it's a woman expectation on men.
Because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more desirable.
Pretty anti-25-year-old.
Anti-25-year-old women, we can argue.
Well, are people unhappy about this? If you're insecure? Oh, I think that there are some guys, it's because they're insecure. I think other guys don't want to have a girl that, like, let's say she has and this is not a female thing only, right? But let's say there's a girl and she has she has a bunch of, like, she's had like a crazy boyfriend, and the boyfriend was like cheating on her. And then now this girl, whenever you date her, she is always paranoid that you're cheating on her too, because her last boyfriend was. And I think that you can easily make that argument both ways, right? Is like guys can feel that way about girls too. But I think that's also a logical reason why somebody would want to date somebody younger with less experience.
Not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny.
No, it's not.
Being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age and saying the age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, than ageist perhaps, but misogynistic absolutely.
Is that
not.
but you just accepted it was misogyny?
No, I didn't. You said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
You don't think if you're saying slightly hateful things about a 35-year-old...
That's not slightly hateful.
Well, it is. You think you say that to a woman's face if she's 25?
It's not slightly hateful.
When you would I think it 100% is. Like, if you told that to somebody, that would have been like I don't know why this is such a hard point to say. It's the same as saying, like, whenever you're fucking 50, you're gonna look uglier than you did whenever you're 20. I feel like nobody wants to hear that said to them, even though everybody generally agrees this is true.
25-year-old woman and tell her exactly what I've just read out.
Why would I walk up to a random 25-year-old
Because you said
woman
it in public
and
on
say
the
that?
internet, and it's been listened to and watched by millions and millions of young,
Correct.
impressionable boys.
Correct. There was a large panel. There was a conversation. There was hours long of conversation. There were feminists attacking men, toxic masculinity, and attacking me and saying things. And I said things back which were going to antagonize
But I think,
them. Which you've done yourself a bunch of times.
I think a lot of allegations of toxic masculinity are not toxic.
Correct.
I do think that kind of sentence I just read out, that paragraph, is actually toxic. If you genuinely mean that, and you say you wouldn't say it to a woman's face, but you said it in public about women of that age,
I think that it's only toxic if it's not a two-way street. So, like, for example, if you were to apply that same level of standards to men as well, I think that it wouldn't be toxic. Well, it wouldn't be toxic in the same way. You could still say that it's toxic because it's like super Puritan or, you know, very repressive. But I think that it becomes much more toxic whenever it's only towards women.
Do you think that's misogynist? And I think you probably do too.
I don't think it's misogynistic. I understand why it can be insulting.
So you wouldn't say it to a woman's face?
Well, it depends. You're making out like I'm walking around the street going up to random 25.
Well, effectively, you're doing it to tens of millions of people online. There's no difference.
Not at all. We're discussing a topic. We're discussing the ideal age of a man.
Should young boys, right, in their teens, are you comfortable that they would have that mindset? Be honest.
I think that young boys in their teens lack life experience, they lack nuance, and they need to be very, very careful what they're digesting online, whether it's my content or anybody else's.
I think you know for a fact millions of them are digesting.
I would agree with that, and I'm sure I'll probably talk about this later in the video. But I am of the mind that teenagers and people under 18 being on social media websites and having accounts on social media websites is a net negative. I think that is a net negative, and if teenagers and, you know, underage people were unable to have accounts on social media, I think this would improve society, and this would improve the mental health of those teenagers.
Exactly what you're saying.
Completely. The entire internet, to a degree. I think any subject you can find, there's going to be a whole.
Yeah, I come back to the Joe Rogan thing, Andy. Is that a lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yeah.
Right? I do, genuinely. I've read a lot of stuff you say. A lot of the stuff you talk about, I think it's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing, I'm like, how much of that is you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this?
I don't.
And actually, do you see it as weakness to admit you shouldn't have said something like that?
No, I don't live with regret. I think what's happened is that, like I said, long format content, arguments with feminists, arguments with the toxic masculine crowd, arguments with the left, and they're going to take a small clip, small sentence from ours, and they're going to try and paint me as a
But
villain.
I'm not left or right.
I don't know what you are, Piers.
Exactly. That's my point. No, but that's my point.
And I understand.
I think that a reasonable person would listen to that, and again, I think that it is true that guys, you know, they do want younger girls, etc. You know, there's biological reasons, societal reasons, etc. Right? I don't think that you really need to talk around that issue. I think, honestly, I mean, isn't Piers Morgan's wife like 12 years younger than him? I don't know about this. I'm not sure, but you know, here we are.
And you're doing exactly as I knew would happen on this interview, which is because you're a busy man. You're not going to watch hours and hours and hours of video.
Actually, I have watched hours and hours of video, and I'm going to come to the stuff where I agree with you, and I'm going to come to the stuff about your censorship, which
Sure.
I have issues with. So this is, it's a long interview, right?
Sure.
I just thought off the top, you said to me, and you were quite bold about it, well, go on, then let's go through these.
And you should keep going. I will sit here and stand by what I said. I believe that
on
man...
that, I just read to you.
Yeah.
Do you wish you hadn't said that?
I understand how it's been misconstrued. I understand how it's been weaponized against me. Do I regret it because it's been weaponized and used against me? Well, that's slightly annoying.
That's not why I want you to
Did I
regret.
at the time mean what I said in the context of the conversation? Which obviously...
Yeah, I wish he would just say kind of what I'm saying, because I think that's what he believes, and I think that's what everybody kind of understands. That's why guys like younger girls. Like, this is absolutely a societal trend. I feel like this is not as extremist of a point as it seems. Maybe he will say it. We'll see.
You're not familiar with, and the people at home are not familiar with? No, I meant what I said.
The 25-year-old women, they've just talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up.
Well, there's a whole bunch of context and conversation around that's been missed, and I
I don't
encourage...
think I'm missing much context.
Well, I encourage people who are interested to go
I don't
watch
know why
it.
Piers doesn't ask why not provide what context would make that language acceptable. Because wouldn't that be a much better thing to say than, well, oh, there's like this fucking, this like amorphous context that exists that nobody knows what it is, but everybody can assume it's something that's probably not. It's a very bad way for him to interview Andrew Tate. I think he should have asked that.
I mean, I've just read out 3 sentences on the bounce there. I don't think there's any context I'm missing. I mean, you made it pretty clear what you think about the difference.
What's the context
between 18 and 90-year-old women?
I wasn't
and
talking about
26-year-olds?
myself, even. I was talking with a Muslim guy who was on the panel, and he was explaining how youth is very valued in most parts of the world, and why virginity is valued in most parts of the world. The feminists were arguing against it, and I was sitting there, actually very much like you, a mediator between the two, explaining why in most of the world still today, perhaps not in the Western world, virginity is coveted, youth is coveted in most of the world, and throughout all of human history. And I was sitting there making the point, explaining why in certain parts of the world they think how they do,
Well, in large parts of the world-
even though it's very different to the Western world. So I was making a point, mediating between two groups very similar to yourself. The conversation has been misunderstood. They've taken this clip of it, and it's been weaponized and used against me. I understand that is because I'm now the most famous Google person on the planet.
I think that's relatively fair. Like, if he's explaining it, in the context that he is explaining it in, I do not find this bad.
It's inconvenient, sure. But I'm definitely not a danger to women in any regard. I date women 25, 26, 27 years old all the time. None of them are offended by the things
I don't
I
think
say.
you're a danger to women.
Of
I
course
think
not.
I think the danger, if it concerns you, the danger is the influence you have on young men to have this kind of mindset about women. And that's really where I'm trying to get to what you really believe and how much you've just shot off.
And I think that's true. I think that if you were, and this is like kind of a common sense question, right? Do you think that Andrew Tate and his content has escalated negative language and negative treatment towards women by men? I think yes, but fucking absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Off because you think it's like entertaining and you haven't really given it much thought. And whether now you're a bit older and you've had all the fallout, whether part of you is thinking, actually, if I had, as Joe Rogan says, if you hadn't said stuff like this, you'd probably still be on all these platforms. You'd be massively more popular, massively more famous, massively richer. So I'm really just trying to get to on the.
I agree with that. I think that's true.
Blatantly misogynist stuff. Do you just wish you hadn't said it?
With great power comes great responsibility. It was certainly said before the great power came. It's inconvenient to a degree. However, like I said,
I think it's a little bit unfair for him to say that it's before the great power came, because for the other two previous statements, he basically defended and then talked around them.
the time, with the context of the conversation, I know that I'm not saying things which I believe to be detrimental to the world. However, they've been misconstrued and they've been misunderstood.
If a 25-year-old woman was watching this, would you say, I'm sorry for saying that?
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to be offended by anything I say. But I say things that offend. And this is the thing that's interesting, Piers. Please let me finish.
I don't think that he should say sorry for that, because if you say sorry, a lot of people view saying sorry as an admission of guilt. It would be bad, and it would be a bad idea for him to say that he's sorry, because if he does that, it means that in a lot of people's minds that he's guilty.
Yeah, you're behaving like a politician. But hang on. You could say I'm interrupting. You do. But you're answering a different question to the one I asked you. So, as an interviewer, you're behaving...
Sure, okay,
Okay, you accept that. Let's accept we both got on. Okay. So, again, my point is simply, if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that?
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world...
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed.
I will also add that the clip that was showed before the full interview removed this context. Listen,
parts of the world that believe
you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
I don't think that I was mediating for a conversation was in the original video. I'm fairly certain that it was not. It was, it wasn't, it was not. Damn, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think that if he's, because like, of course, him mediating a conversation and literally just stating somebody else's beliefs to the other person to explain it, I don't think that's wrong. Chat's lying. Let's watch it. I'm actually really, really curious. Sorry. Yeah, let me see if we can watch this. Do I have the original video in here? Yeah, I'm actually really curious about this. Fuck. Where's the...
So you have an idea. You want to start a business, and you think you need money, capital.
Where is it? Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Okay, is this it? Yeah.
Andrew Tate's... No, that is misogyny.
Why?
Being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Sorry that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world...
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that...
Listen, so was that it? Look at that. So they didn't say it. Or sorry, he didn't say it. Keep going.
However, there's a large contingent of the world...
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Okay, so he did say that. But I guess, it didn't really make sense that he was mediating for a conversation whenever you didn't hear actually what conversation it was. Okay, that was originally in there. Okay, yeah, I didn't remember. I don't remember hearing that.
The world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed out on their own.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burqas.
Well, that's a conversation.
They're not allowed to drive cars.
That's nothing to do with it.
But is that the kind of world for women that you...
I was mediating a conversation.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country where that happens.
You're using that as the excuse for why you're...
I think I don't live in a country where that happens is very different than what do I believe. I find that is a... I think that is a deliberate use of language. Yeah.
They're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an excuse.
Is that there are parts of the world where this is fine.
My friend.
So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where...
You don't think it's fine?
The reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what?
Yeah.
With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old...
No, I don't think... What's wrong with him saying it like that if he's just explaining it in a debate? I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying it if he's just presenting the information to somebody else. Why would he apologize for that? Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
I was watching. I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist, and even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truth. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable...
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about. It's not a truth I created.
Hang on. You're doing it again. What do you mean that's a truth in other parts of the world?
That's what it absolutely is. I don't even know why Piers is trying to get him to restate this. Like, it's absolutely a truth in parts of the world that guys want girls that are virgins. Are we really debating this? It's in the fucking Bible. Like, what? Yeah, why are we even? Why are we having this debate? It's fucking obvious. Yeah, it's true here. Give me one. I have to get a cookie, and by a cookie I mean choose. I mean 2 cookies. I'll be right back.
What's this? A hero has left the battle. Heroes, gather tribute, earn my favor.
Well, fuck.
This is gonna be a long video.
Good to go. Killer man. Whoa, anyone want to help out? That one, huh? Gotcha.
You wanna hear some real fucking redneck hillbilly shit? What is that? Back in the day, my mom said that the phrase that guys would use is to find a girl young and raise her up right whenever they're looking for a girlfriend or a wife. Yep.
Choose a talent.
Crowbar, yeah.
Shall we see who gathers
That's
enough
what they
tribute
think.
this time?
Heavy metal.
All right.
Gotta capture this mercenary case.
You Americans are disgusting. I guarantee you, the person saying that, probably the age of consent in their country is probably lower than ours. There's a good fucking chance. Sorry about that. I had to have a cookie.
What you said is not, you're not talking about another part of the world. You're talking about what you believe is the difference between 18 and 90-year-olds and 26-year-olds.
I was talking about...
It's your belief.
I was talking about what the people on the panel believe the difference is.
So what do you think the difference is?
I think the difference is age.
And what's the difference?
Well, then a 26-year-old's older than a 19-year-old.
And so you stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club more times, being left to dump more times.
Well,
you believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins,
right.
Of course.
So you don't believe it?
I don't think that the age is the only thing that's going to decipher how many men or women...
Right, so if you don't actually believe...
That's true. That's definitely true.
What you said, just say sorry.
It's not about...
And also, you want to talk about 27. Go and look at the age that... Here.
Choose a talent. Enemy four.
Let me see if I can find the chart here. Yeah. Here we go. And so this is a chart, and I apologize for the quality, but this is a very, very common chart that's used. Woman's age versus the age of men who looks the best to her. So, obviously 20 is 23, and, there we go, and it's 20, 20, 30, 29, 30, 34, 35, etc. And then we have a man's age versus the age of women who look best to him. 20 is 20, 21 is 20, 28 is also 20, 35 is 20, and keep in mind, the ages probably started at 20. They didn't start at 18. And so we go down to 42, it's 20, 44, 21. Back down to 40, back to 46, well now we're back down to 20. 47, 20. 49, 20, and it never goes over 25. You don't see 26 or 27 on this list anywhere, okay? So actually what Andrew Tate is saying, there's a chart. There's a fucking chart. It says it. Regardless of whatever you want to say. Leonardo, yes, this was scientific research that was paid for by Leonardo DiCaprio. Yes, exactly.
Believe in what I'm saying. It's about you understanding that there's large conversations going on.
I'm just reading back stuff you've said.
I know
I'm asking you, do you believe it?
I believe that it's more likely a 26-year-old's had more partners than a 19-year-old.
You don't know that.
I don't know that. You're right.
In fact, there could be absolutely no evidence for that.
That is such a dumb thing for Pierce to say. It's clearly more fucking likely that somebody who is older and has spent, 7 or 8 years in their adult life or 10 years in their adult life is going to, on average, have more partners than somebody who spent 1.
Whatsoever.
Completely agree.
So why say it? Why stigmatize all 26-year-old women?
It's not about, we're repeating ourselves here.
We're not really. I'm just trying to get to what you actually believe.
I believe that men find youth attractive in general. I believe that in the context of the conversation.
25-year-old women aren't old.
I agree with you. Not, especially I'm old.
Where's 25? Somebody find 25 on the list over there. Somebody find 25.
Enough. The curse is over. I hope you made the most of it.
But it's not on there? That's crazy.
I'm a lot older than that. The point I was making was part of mediating a panel, a conversation between feminists and some Muslim guys.
I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
good.
But
So you understand why I said the sentence.
But as far as I know, you weren't espousing what a Muslim man might think. You were espousing what you think.
I was espousing what the people on the panel believed.
But you were saying what you think.
I feel like you're trying to pin me down.
If it's not what you believe.
These two things are being mixed together too much, and it's very confusing. Because there's one thing that Andrew Tate is saying, and that's the quote, and that's something that he said on a panel that was phrasing something to somebody else. And then also Andrew Tate is saying that men find youth attractive, which it would seem like these two things are the same, but technically in this conversation, they're two different things. This is very hard to follow.
Just say
this is the type of thing that somebody who doesn't like Andrew Tate will think that he's losing on, and somebody who does like Andrew Tate will think that he's winning on.
I don't believe that.
It's hard to follow.
What part wouldn't I believe?
Well, you tell me which part you don't believe. There's the sentence. Which part would you now say you don't believe?
I believe that 25-year-old women perhaps have had, because they've been alive longer, maybe have had more partners, but I don't believe that makes them a bad person.
Right. But you understand that the way you phrased it makes it.
It was not about being a bad person. It was about being attractive or being appealing to the opposite sex. Being a bad person is, again, I don't know why he does this. Is he will restate what somebody says slightly different that means something else.
Every 25-year-old
I understand.
Feel a bad person.
No, I don't think so.
Of course you do. Not stupid. Come on.
Piers.
Andrew, you're not stupid. You know what that sounds like to any 25, 26-year-old woman.
Completely. And
right? So you have maligned every 25, 26-year-old woman with that statement. And I'm simply asking you, to all those who are not of the type of women that you've described here, are you sorry?
I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive force in the world. I don't want anybody to hear what I say and make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous and good, whether they're male or female. And anybody who...
You lead a righteous life?
I think I do, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You boasted openly of having 6, 7 partners at once. So is that righteous? I'm not taking there's no moral view from me. Simply asking you what you think righteous means.
I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking anybody, not lying to anybody. I know I live a very righteous life.
Have you ever been in love?
I mean, I feel like you can't say that you're being and doing right for people whenever he has some of the sales pitches for the Hustlers University and this kind of stuff, this, 100 tips that are going to make you money right now, right off the bat with like business. I find that to be very misleading, and I don't think that really stands any sort of litmus test at all. Like, this is not an authentic thing. It's not true. It is misleading. I don't like it.
Yeah. How many times?
Plenty. I believe in love between men and women.
Real love, where it's,
I believe.
How many times would you say?
Enough. I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world.
How many women have you loved?
No, Piers.
Give me a ballpark. 5, 10, 20?
Let's say.
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
Let's say 10. I mean, I've been in love, and I certainly believe that men and women, when they work together, it's the most beautiful force on the planet. I believe in family. I believe in children. I believe in.
If you believe in family and children and love, why are you single?
I'm not single.
Well, you're not married.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet. So
I'm not a feral psychopath.
No, you can't say that, Piers. You can't fucking say that. Because the feral psychopaths on the internet, they might not be you, but they're watching you. And they're waiting for him to say that. Yeah, I think that is definitely not, I mean, I don't know why he's saying that. I mean, obviously, this is not a private conversation.
Well, that
you called me friend earlier.
Can be debated, Piers. But the point I'm making as a whole is that all of these.
Do you want to get married? Is my point.
No, but let's please for a second.
You don't, or you do?
Let's please for a second, because you've interrupted me so many times I've failed to.
Well, actually, I've only interrupted you, just to be clear, when you've actually answered a different question.
Cool. Well, then, on all these points you're
making, you've admitted that.
If he had interrupted him on the amount of times that he answered a different question, Piers would have interrupted him even more than he did interrupt him. I think Piers is actually not doing a very good job trying to, like, fucking laser down on some of the ways that he's using language to obfuscate what he means.
On all these points you're making, on repeat, you're taking these sentences and on repeat you're using you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm not weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No, you're weaponizing the weaponizing. It doesn't exist.
No problem.
You said to me, come on, bring it on, read out all the things that you think are blatant misogyny. All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist. And giving you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you've tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Piers.
And he has. Like, I think that Piers has probably interrupted him whenever he shouldn't have interrupted him. I feel like that's definitely fucking true. But there have been a lot of times, let's be fair to Piers, there have been a lot of times where Andrew Tate gets asked a question and he answers a different question. This is 100% happened in this interview.
But these things were said in large context, where often I'm talking about how, for example, on the same podcast where you've read one of them sentences from, I was talking about how it's a man's duty to die by a woman. And the guy asked me, he said, if 10 men with knives attacked your woman, wouldn't you just... I said, yeah, I'd stand and die. I'd never just run away, because I have a duty as a man. I must die on the spot to protect her honor and my honor.
Well, I love how, like, with some of these guys, they pretend like real life is like a fucking all or nothing Rust server. Like, it's a massive all or nothing Rust server. Like, shit's going fucking crazy, etc. Like, it's like, yeah, there's gonna be 10 guys, bro. What happens if 10 guys randomly show up with knives and they want to stab your wife? Fuck, man. Like, what happens if I go downstairs and there's a velociraptor in the living room?
Double kill. My curse subsides.
I'm talking about a man having responsibility to his duties. I'm talking about the old traditional ways of masculinity. And what happens is, a few sentences from such a long conversation is taken and used against me.
I understand that.
So I want you to understand that I'm talking about protecting and providing for women. I'm talking about a man making
sure.
Do
you want to get married?
No, but we have to all feed into each other, Piers. I'm talking about protecting.
It's not a hard question.
No, but I'm talking about protecting and providing for a woman. I'm talking about a man being responsible for her safety.
I understand.
So of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family.
No, but
the idea that I don't believe in these things is crazy.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I asked you if you're going to get married.
One day, absolutely.
You'd like to.
If I'm not married already, I will be married one day. If I'm not.
Well, you might be secretly married.
I could be married, correct.
Why would you not tell me either way?
Why would I
The
advertise?
reason why he wouldn't say why he's married or not is that being married means that your name is on some form of public documentation. That's why he's not saying it. And the reason why he's being careful of that is the reason why, basically, so why he got, and this is kind of external from like whether or not he was actually doing human trafficking or not, human sex trafficking. I'm not sure if he was or not, but his story is that he got swatted. He used that word. So it's very clear that he is savvy to these kinds of things, and in being savvy to those kinds of things, he would also know that the marriage certificate and the documentation of the marriage would also be public record that he would want to avoid to keep a potential wife out of the line of fire. So, yes, this is the actual reason. I think.
To the feral psychopaths of the world who have tried their very best to destroy me for an opinion about my private life and the things that are most sacred to me.
But you think if you said you were married, everyone would hate you?
I don't know about people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage?
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. Okay. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage in, no, please. Okay. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect a woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority to protect her.
I have no problem with...
No, but people...
I'm not about being authority over a woman, but I am generally a traditionalist with this kind of stuff as well. I don't think that it's a bad thing.
We do have a problem with it. And that's the world we're in now.
Andrew, I'm over here.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't have a problem with what you just said. Here's where my problem comes, right? There are a lot of clips of you floating around on the internet, as you know. One of them has you saying, bang out the machete, boom in her face, grip her by the neck, shut up, bitch. In another, you say slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
That sounds really bad. Like, I'm gonna say, like, that sounds really, really bad whenever Piers reads it off of the sheet of paper. Look at his face. You know, here we go.
When people see those clips and hear you say those things...
Agreed.
Well, I don't think that... It's not hard to misunderstand it.
It is.
You might say that it's consensual. Other people would say, whether it's consensual or not, that's a very ugly way to talk about women.
No, I completely disagree with it it being ugly if it's consensual. A lot of people like humiliation. It's like the femdom like fucking thing. There are many fetishes and many people that like this kind of stuff, and if it's completely consensual, there's nothing disgusting about it at all. This is things that are being done between two consenting adults.
Now let's
hitting them with machetes.
It's weird.
No,
yes.
Watch the whole video. It's a girl coming at me with a machete, and me saying, "Here, slap the machete out of her hand." She's attacking me. So you don't understand. This is the exact point.
I do understand.
No, people don't watch them in full. And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times. YouTube 5 years ago was 5, 6, 7, 8 minute long videos. Now we have TikTok, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Stories. Now anything you produce that's long form is cut down to very, very short form. If they're interested in clicks, they're interested in engagement. They find the most controversial clips.
I think that him benefiting from that does not necessarily mean that it is untrue, and it also does not necessarily mean that he can't also be maligned by it as well. I think this is a very bad statement, bad thing to say by Piers. I think that's dumb. You know, you can't make a live by the sword, die by the sword argument on this, because this is something that's also done outside of his control. A lot of the people that are posting Andrew Tate clips are not Andrew Tate. I do think that he's right about this, and in many cases, obviously this is one of the biggest criticisms streamers have with LSF, is that whenever a clip goes on LSF, sometimes the context behind the clip is missing, and it makes a person look better or worse than what they originally were.
You can,
Andrew,
on purpose.
You benefited from all that.
Everybody benefits from social media views, as do you.
Was it The Hustler? What is it
I had an online school.
Called?
Hustlers University.
Right. And their whole job was to promote your clips, make you rich and famous. So you benefited from this system. the one you now profess to hate. You benefited from.
I never said I hate.
Well, I don't think that's fair for him to say that because there's no instance of Andrew Tate saying to only upload the clips or anything like that. So this is not really that great of an argument, and I think honestly this entire point is a waste of time. Of if it's beneficial for him or if this is true or not. Yeah, I think this is just a complete waste of time to talk about this.
They did like the best of it.
I never said I hated it. I'm saying what happened. I don't hate it. I don't hate social media. I think it's a very powerful force. I don't hate the social media. I'm saying
the point is, I think you can talk. Look, you can talk to girlfriends of yours, maybe a secret wife. I don't know. It's entirely up
or
to you.
two.
Or two. Maybe you've got 10 wives. That's your business. I don't care, right? My only thing is, I don't care what you do in private. If it's consensual between you and another woman, you can do what you like, right? It's your life. I believe in freedom and liberty. It's when you say it in public, it's the influence that this kind of thing has on young men.
Agreed.
Right? And I speak to someone with 3 sons, right? It's who are, by the way, they're intrigued by you. They're fascinated, right? You're a big thing in that world of TikTok and so on. So they all are aware of you and what you say. So they're all looking. And when they see things like the machete thing, I get the context because I'm a 57-year-old guy who's been around the block a bit, and I can get what you said and you responding to a particular scenario which you'd created.
I don't think that it is like to a certain degree. I do not think, and this is always a gray area, so I can't really write out a fucking 10 commandments of when this is and is not true. But I do think that to a certain degree, you are not responsible for people taking you out of context intentionally to misrepresent you. I don't think that Andrew Tate or I or Hassan or Destiny or XQC or any of these guys, I don't think anybody is responsible. Donald Trump, Piers Morgan, I don't think any of them are responsible for whenever their words are taken out of context intentionally and used to misrepresent what they're saying. Because you can do that to anybody. You can say that to anybody. And then to say that, oh, well, you know, you can make it to where that doesn't happen. No, you can't. No, you can't. After hours and hours and years of conversations, no, you can't. There's always going to be something that sounds bad in like a very, very close element. Right? Or very small amount, sorry. Yeah, Dr. K out of context. That's a great example.
We're a woman.
But it can be misunderstood.
I understand. So my point to you is, given that you know it can be misunderstood, do you regret saying things like this on camera where it can be disseminated by less intelligent young males who think that is actually what they should be doing to women?
And
I think that it's also, and this is the gray area that I was saying. Somebody says if your rhetoric can easily be interpreted in bad ways, you should probably clarify your positions very clearly at some point, though. I totally agree with that. And that's what I was saying, there's a gray area. And the reason by that, what I mean is that if everybody is just constantly misunderstanding that you always seem to mean this one thing, but you constantly say, oh, that's just not what I mean, bro, everybody knows what you mean. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way I feel. But also, if people are constantly trying to misrepresent you and taking something that you're saying 180 degrees out of context, that's also not your responsibility either.
Finally, we get to the point of the issue, which is the point I tried to make at the very beginning. When I made a video before I was famous that got 500 views, me being concerned that 1% of people will misunderstand it was not relevant. Where you start getting 5 million views a video, 50 million views a video, 1% of people misunderstanding it
change what
becomes no, it doesn't. But it becomes a much larger problem. So with great fame comes great responsibility.
Right.
So
I agree.
Would I now that I'm famous, do I say things the same way as I did back before I was famous? Absolutely not.
Right.
As neither would you or nearly any other famous person on the planet.
So
once you become famous, you have to be a lot more careful with how you say things.
I understand. So my logical follow-up to that remains, do you regret then saying it the way you said it?
I can't live in regret by saying something before I was famous on a camera which barely anybody watched, and then I became famous afterwards. That would be
I think a better way to say it is, do you wish that it didn't happen? Because I am also a person that lives with zero regrets. I have no regrets for basically anything in my life, and I view that every single thing that I have done, for better or for worse, has led me to the position that I am in now, and I am happy and lucky to be in the position that I'm in now, and I can't go back and change things. So yes, I feel the same way.
Very asinine way to view the world.
So
I can't live in.
you stand by all those things?
I can't live in regret because I didn't know I was going to become the most famous man on the planet. Regret would be the wrong word. Is it inconvenient? Sure. But I can't sit here and say, I wish I knew 6 years ago I'd be the most famous man on the planet and monitored all of my speech forever. That's asinine.
You see, but one of the problems that people have with you is that they think you have a malevolent influence on young people. This was the excuse that was put out by the big tech companies.
Excuse being the key word.
Well, it may be, actually.
And I do think that if you want to make it a very easy, understandable thing, I will say that I think that Andrew Tate's content has increased hostilities towards women. I absolutely think so. Just straight up, like, I think that more men have used his content as either an excuse or a reason to be more hostile towards women. Now, I'm not saying this is a 100%, it's not a 100%, what's the word for this? This is not a condemnation of him. But I do think that in general, it has been a net increase in negativity towards women. More than any other right-winger? And well, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Are people disagreeing with this? Do you think that Greek is hostile towards women? Yes. Absolutely. It's not even a question. Absolutely he is. He's normalizing. Yeah, 100%. Basing the whole takeoff of Greek. No, I'm not. I'm not basing the whole takeoff of Greek. I'm just saying in general, this is what I believe. This is what I think.
You know, I intrinsically, I have a problem with censorship. I don't think Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter, for example, because the Ayatollah of Iran remains on Twitter and other social media platforms. And whatever I think of you, you're not the Ayatollah of Iran, right? So to me, there's got to be perspective here. And I don't understand the inconsistency by what companies like Twitter, how they treat the leader of Iran.
You have to understand that the consistency is based completely off of how profitable somebody is or is not. The reality is that, you know, these companies are not going to pull advertising out of Twitter because some guy in Iran is an asshole. But they might do that if Donald Trump or Andrew Tate is on the platform. And then also what ends up happening is that whenever one platform bans someone, then everybody goes and asks, why is the other platform not banning this person? I think this is, again, another just basically cause and effect. You know, you go down the line of just capitalism, basically, like people just doing it for money. It's really just for money. This is not about values. It's for money.
And someone like you, it seems to me they're much more draconian on people like you
Yes.
than they are with people who perhaps should not be allowed platforms. But generally, I don't really agree with no platforming people. But I think what's interesting talking to you is it seems to me like you have gone on a bit of a journey of self-awareness about the impact of some of the stuff you said in the past, and you have said you wouldn't say it again in the same way. Now, you may not want to express regret for that, but it shows me that at the very least, you have evolved to somebody who recognizes that these can be quite damaging in the way that you said them.
Completely. As a professional and as an adult, it would be stupid for me to sit here and say that now that I'm the most famous man on the planet, my words do not have more impact than they did before. With impact, with power comes responsibility, and things need to be worded in a very careful way. Now, when I do a long-format interview, I have to sit there and consciously understand that any 10 seconds of that can be cut and used against me. So I have to be a lot more careful with how I say my words and how I construct my sentences. Of course, we agree with all of that. That's exactly what's happened to me. I agree with all of that. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide and I've saved their lives. We're talking about...
And by the way, I don't dispute that at all. You have almost certainly, I would think, from everything I've read about you, I think you have certainly been probably able to be very helpful to young men who have really struggled for self-confidence and all that kind of thing, right? I'm completely prepared to accept that. But there was also, I think, quite a disturbing piece that BuzzFeed did. And it talked about the negative impact of young, impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said. And they quoted...
I think that using kids taking things in the wrong way, and this is kind of what I was getting at in general, is that I think that to a degree, there are a lot of things that you can show people online that will cause them to do dumb things. It's kind of like a good example of this is a lot of the TikTok trends and a lot of the TikTok challenges. Some of the TikTok challenges are self-harm, and they are just popularized and they're fed to kids constantly. So I think this absolutely does happen, and I don't think that it's always the fault of even the content itself. People even do challenges based off of movies or TV shows because something happens on a movie or a TV show, and then they just try to repeat it themselves. You know, whether it's Tide Pod, Cinnamon Challenge, Cinnamon Challenge is not really gonna hurt you, but you know, things like that.
For example, Sandy, 22 from Washington. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college, who was kind and in touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him, with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them. He loves podcasts. He listens to a lot of podcasts. I know he's listened to Andrew Tate.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's stop for a second.
That's so unfair to blame it on Andrew Tate. Man, like, that girl, did he say if he was divorced from, you know, her mom? I don't know. I think we're leaving out a lot of details. Yeah, and I think this part is very unfair by peers. And this is what I said originally, right? Is that this is the part that I think Andrew Tate, at least the part that I saw, really needs to push back on. Because it's completely unfair to let him characterize this like random like fucking asshole as an outcome of his content. Now, I think his content could have contributed to it, but let's be honest, it was not the only reason.
Professional here, Piers, because you're a professional as am I. First she said, did you say that my father went? She said, my father has gone.
father.
That's a full-grown man, firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about full-grown man here. Secondly, I've never talked about murdering effeminate men in anything online ever, in any context ever. So I don't know why they have taken some random person I've never met in the world who's full-grown, an adult, and come to their own conclusions who I've never met and lumped his name in with mine. That is absolutely unfair on every level.
He's right. He's totally right about that. Absolutely, completely fucking right.
I didn't read this BuzzFeed. I didn't read this BuzzFeed article, but after hearing the first point, I know it's trash. That is complete garbage.
I think that it's trash too. I would agree with that. I think that the moment, this is what I've said before with articles, is that as soon as you read an article and you see one inconsistency or one thing that's misleading, I just assume everything else in the article is bullshit too. Like, that's just generally what I do. And so, yeah, it's very clear that this person who wrote it is reaching to draw a correlation.
The reason this man believes what he believes.
I've seen a quote from you, and you can tell me what you feel about this. Sure. You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in transgender.
That's not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who don't want to wear makeup, who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that, and they don't want to be called toxic for that. That is the reason I'm so massively famous. That is what I said.
What do you think of transgender people?
That's nothing to do with me. I'm not transgender, and I don't understand the issue like they do. They can
are
do
you transphobic? Do you consider yourself that?
Transphobic? What? Afraid?
Well, it kind of, yeah. You have
I don't live in fear, my friend. I have no problem.
Do you have a dislike of transgender people?
I don't know any transgender people.
Do you have a dislike of what they stand for, what they are?
No. Why would I?
I don't know.
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. And that's actually quite interesting because when I was attacked, a lot of these...
Why would he give a fuck? Like, if I was to say, like, I will say that is like a 100% W response from that is a Tate W. As a certified Tate W response. That is exactly what he should have said in that situation. I would have... If I was in my right mind in that same situation, I would want to say the same thing.
Stupid articles like BuzzFeed because it's ridiculous. That first point proves anyone with a brain knows that that's garbage.
Yeah, it is.
When they attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together at random. No, I'm mixed race.
By the way,
I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a sentence.
By the way, I completely agree.
It's crazy.
I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay.
And I'm not calling you anything. I'm asking you what
Piers has had this same shit happen to him. I've watched not watched articles. I've read articles and seen videos of him talking about this subject too.
Personally believe you are.
It's not an issue I discuss. What I do discuss is that...
So you support transgender people?
I support individual liberty. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah. So you support transgender people?
Sure. Why not?
Exactly, yeah.
So, but my point is, as a whole...
So, there was a person in chat, and I want to respond to this comment, just because obviously it's, I think this is going to be something that people might bring up or might say, and I think I'm just going to respond to it right now. Is that somebody said in the chat, I feel like you're going to lose some fans after the stream. I think that if I will lose fans from giving somebody a fair shake and listening to what they say and being actually balanced about it, fuck them. Because I don't think, have I been fair? I think I have been extremely fair about this. I have shit on Andrew, I've shit on Piers, based off of what they're saying. I think I have been as fair as I can possibly be. And being fair doesn't mean just shitting on the person regardless. No, I will not just, good riddance. If somebody wants me to just categorically demonize every single thing that a person says and throw out any sense of critical thinking or nuance, good fucking riddance. It's the same reason why I said the original cut version of this interview made Andrew Tate look absolutely fucking awful, and it did. And I think that he didn't do a really good job defending himself in those situations. But there are other parts of this 1 hour interview where he does do a good job defending himself, and this instance is one of them. If this is upsetting for you, that's too bad. I hate Tate and I think you're being fair. People saying I left Lamau. It's okay, man. Yeah, it's totally fine. All I'm saying is that no, I'm not an advocate for Andrew Tate. I think that there's a lot of things he said I think are very bad. And I think that you could say that these things have lacked content, but I do think that overall he has probably contributed to more negativity towards women than he needed to. I absolutely think so.
You're saying that I'm saying I don't want to see men in dresses. I'm saying no.
You support gay people?
Sure.
Yep.
I'm saying there's
I hate that kind of a question. That's the kind of question like, do you beat your wife? Are you a racist? Do you have problems with black people? I hate the questions because it puts the question in the mind of the viewer. It's kind of like, it's patronizing and bad. I hate those questions. They're very, very bad. Yeah, are you a racist?
Large contingent of men in the world who like the idea of the traditional masculine view of the world, who feel happy when they watch 80s action heroes with big muscles and they run around, and there's nothing toxically masculine about having a fast car and a beautiful girl.
I think I've watched First Blood how many times? Probably like 50 times. Like, I mean, absolutely, yeah.
And making a bunch of money. And
nothing at all.
Absolutely. And those are the people who are my fans.
But the problem is, okay, I'm going to interrupt you just to say this. No.
Okay, but you're saying that I have a problem with men in dresses. I'm saying no. The people who watch my content.
Answer that question. You've answered.
Yeah, but the people who watch my content don't want to see men in dresses. Clearly, I don't wear a dress. That's the point I'm making.
Why they're watching your content?
No,
I find that to be a very bad argument. I think that's weird because men in dresses and stuff like that. I don't like this. I think this is a weird way of putting it. It's like, it's one thing to say that that's not the kind of stuff that you like, and it's another thing to kind of put it down. I think it's totally fine if you just want to watch action movies, and it's totally fine if you want to wear a dress. I think it's totally fine to not want to do either one of them.
Wearing a dress.
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making. There's a large contingent of men who are not interested in the things that perhaps the YouTube algorithm's trying to feed them.
I think there are lots of... look, when you support masculinity and masculine traits...
So what Andrew Tate just implied is that the YouTube algorithm is trying to feed them men in dresses intentionally, right? This is what he's saying that the algorithm is weaponized to do that. He's implying that. He's not directly saying that, and, you know, if he could say that that's not what he meant and kind of have a good argument that's not what he meant, but I think that is kind of what he meant.
I'm with you, right?
Okay, so you agree a man should protect and provide for a woman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree if you were walking down the street with a woman, you'd be responsible with her safety?
Yeah.
Cool, absolutely. So if that woman wanted to walk alone at
I don't
night
think
and
I have authority over the
All
woman
right.
as we do that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, Piers, because we are professionals. Let's say your woman decided she wanted to take a nice little walk through the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m., and she wanted you to go with her, and you were responsible for fighting and dying on the spot if she was attacked. Don't you think you would say to her, no, we're not going out right now, it's not safe?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd have authority to make the decision. So
No,
we
I
agree.
wouldn't.
So we
I would
make-
say
so
I
we
don't
agree.
think you should. If she decides to, it's her own decision.
Well, if she decides, you're not going to stop
I
her.
have no power to stop her.
Completely.
But you think you do.
No, I don't think I have power
You
to stop
clearly
her.
do.
No, I think I have power to make the
I
decision.
don't know why Piers is trying to lead that. Yeah, I don't know why he's trying to lead that into like, but you think you do. Yeah, it's Tate's implying it. I don't know. I don't really think. Was he implying it there? I don't really think so. I mean, you could make the argument, that yes, he's implying it if you look at the context of like other things that he's said in the past. But I think if you look at the context of this interview, he's not.
I think, no, that's not
So
sensible.
if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No, because
And
if
that's
she-
where we differ. And that's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you.
This is dog shit. Like, this is absolute dog shit. Like, I hope Andrew Tate fucking interrupts him here. And this is the kind of stuff where it might seem like, oh, it's good to be calm and composed and to do this kind of stuff. I totally fucking disagree with that. I think that if somebody cuts you off, rephrases what you said in a complete fucking 180 behind what you said before, that is absolute dog shit, and you need to assert yourself. I think this is not only a masculine thing, but this is just something that you should do. And let's be honest, if Piers did this to fucking, I don't care, I used Alex Jones as an example, but if Piers Morgan did that to Barack Obama wouldn't let that fly either. Okay, like nobody who's very good at presenting themselves and being in the public eye would let this happen.
Really think through what you're saying.
I think through what I'm saying
Because
so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew,
Piers.
what you've literally just said is that you have the power to stop
No,
her.
I said I don't have the power to stop her. I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that.
So
as
she
a-
wants to go outside, but you think you do.
No, I don't think I have power
You
to stop
clearly
her.
do.
No, I think I have power to make the decision. I think, no, that's not
So
sensible.
if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No, because
And
if
that's
she-
where we differ. And that's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you really think through.
This is again a semantics thing. Making the decision that it's not something you should do. Like somebody can make a decision that they don't want to wear a seatbelt, but they still have to wear a seatbelt. Or they can make a decision that they don't like wearing seatbelts, but they continue wearing seatbelts because they're the law. Like I find that this is a weird way of having a conversation. It's a poor use of the language, yeah. And this is confused. Yeah, exactly.
Through what you're saying.
I think through what I'm saying
Because
so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew,
Piers.
what you've literally just said is that you have the power to stop
No,
her.
I said I don't have the power to stop her. I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that.
So
as
she
a-
wants to go on her own.
Then she's going to go.
Then
But
you
as a
don't have authority to stop her.
Okay, but as a couple, if we're going to sit there and decide if we're going to take this.
You
late-
asked me, would I feel a sense of responsibility for her safety? Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
So
would
let me
I
finish,
have the
Piers.
power or authority to stop her doing it? No.
No, of course not. So let me finish, Piers. You're not going to stop her walking out the hotel. Of course, it's her decision. She's to stop an individual. My point is that usually in a couple, you'd sit there as a team and you discuss, and perhaps on certain issues, the woman will know more about X and she'll decide X, and the man might know more about Y and he'll decide Y. So I'm saying if we're as a couple and we're sitting there and deciding, as a couple, as a team, and she says she wants to take this late night stroll, I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to veto this one. I'm going to call
But
veto
do you
on it
believe
because
in-
it's dangerous,
Right.
which to a degree would give me, in that particular scenario, a degree of authority. If she said, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew.
It doesn't give you authority.
She says, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew. I want
Well, no, that doesn't. I think it does give you authority. If she is ceding the authority to you, then it does give you authority. Yeah, this is mind-numbing. Yeah, I find it like this is just like this is wordplay. There's a lot of wordplay with this. It's just. I don't think that Andrew Tate is necessarily in the wrong here. I think this entire conversation is like this whole thing is like stupid because Piers is putting words in his mouth. Andrew Tate is saying that's not what he means. It's just weird.
to go on that walk, then what can I do? Say, well, then I.
Then you
I
don't
hope-
have authority.
Then I hope. I wish you the best, my love.
Then you don't have authority.
Cool. Then it's a semantic argument.
Not really.
I think
it's the complete opposite of what you said you had, which was authority.
No problem, Piers. No problem. But I think
Let
we
me ask
actually
you about
The authority, I think that whenever you're in a relationship with somebody else, part of being in a relationship is ceding some degree of authority over to that other person. Where for that other person to, again, make decisions on how you interact with the opposite sex. For that person to sometimes make financial decisions with you whenever you're married because your funds are connected. You clearly do cede authority to that other person, but the way that that authority is exercised is what's in question. And again, how fucking nuanced is that? Like, it's like, again, it's just like these little fucking granular points that people are getting into and trying to fucking argue about. Realistic number of national women stupid enough to put herself in danger like that they're depicting, it's all theoretically fake. Well, I think that there are instances where guys feel like a girl is going to go to like a party or something like that. How many times have you ever had like a girlfriend to go to a party or do something that you felt like might be unsafe for her to do? I know my parents have felt that way with me whenever I've, gone out to, I didn't necessarily tell my mom that, we're going to go to Eric's drug dealer's house for the New Year's Eve party. I think there are many times where this would happen. Yeah, of course.
What do you believe about depression? Do you believe depression is a real thing?
I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real, no.
Really?
Correct.
You don't believe people can be clinically depressed?
I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real.
I think that's dumb, but okay, we'll listen to what it says.
I believe that the number one power you have against these things are trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy.
I think that is to a degree true. There are chemical imbalances in somebody's brain and in people's brains, and sometimes that holds them back. But I do think that you have to work with, it's many times with a lot of this kind of stuff, and this is like what my experience is, and this is, I'm not a doctor, by the way, so, I'm not going to state that this is true, but what I've seen in my experience is that even if you do take certain types of medicine or things like that, it has to also come with a willingness to change and a effort to change a mindset. It has to be both.
To hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect. I know that when I've had difficult periods...
I don't know about that. I think that there are, and again, I am not a scientist, but my understanding on the science is that some depression is caused from literal chemical imbalances in the brain. Now, you can make the argument that those chemical imbalances can be fixed in natural ways, but you can also say that, I don't know that. Bullshit? I don't know if it's bullshit. I feel like the human brain is pretty fucking complex. I would assume that it's true, actually.
In my life, and also many of my friends, like I've said, suffer from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have. That the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can.
And by the way, on that, I agree.
So we agree.
Right? My favorite speech is the Rocky Balboa one.
Okay, so then we agree. No, we do.
Here's where we don't agree.
Piers.
You don't. No, hang on. You've got to let me interject when I don't agree with you. Right? Where I don't agree with you is that there's no such thing as clinical depression. There absolutely is. Well, it's a proven scientific medical reality. There's a different argument about have we gone a bit too soft, right, in schools and all the rest of it. Absolutely. Do I think some
This
people...
is something that, as I said, I am not a scientist. I got a C in chemistry, okay? There's a reason why I didn't go around and talk a whole lot about the COVID vaccine and COVID in general whenever it happened. I don't fucking know anything about this shit, right? I think that it's plausible to assume that there are things that could be affected in the brain that are chemical imbalances. I think it just makes sense.
people moan and whine too much about their lot in life? Definitely.
Okay.
Are we a victimhood society? 100%.
Okay.
Is there such a thing as clinical depression? Absolutely.
So,
and my argument is that if you actually bracket everybody who's not clinically depressed,
I think one problem with fucking society is we have two people up here that aren't scientists that are debating whether something that is clinical, aka scientifically backed, is real or not. Seems a little fucking stupid to me.
doesn't have the genuine medical condition, then actually if millions of people are deemed to have depression, the ones who really need the help don't get it.
Well,
that's my point.
Well, that I would agree with. You're right. I think it's certainly an overused term.
But you don't accept there is such a thing as clinical depression.
No, I don't.
And that to me is a damaging view.
Okay. Well, let me explain why. If someone comes to me and says I'm clinically depressed or I feel very, very sad, I would say the first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this. And what you need to do is stop identifying that way and let's work together to try and fight against it.
There isn't an eminent doctor.
I think that to a certain degree, there are people that are able to work against it to an extent. Because it's probably like, it's the percentage and how much harder or easier it could be to work against it if you have the drugs. But again, now it's 3 people talking about clinical diagnoses that don't fucking know anything about them and not just 2. So I don't really know this, but I'm just going off of what I think common sense is. Yeah, it's a bell curve situation, yeah.
Doctor in the world who would tell you there is no such thing as clinical depression.
Johan,
who would not tell you that some people it's simply beyond
their control. Johan Hari wrote a book saying exactly that, my friend.
He's not an eminent doctor.
No, but
he's a journalist.
I said depression wasn't real long ago and was attacked for it. Then Johan Hari wrote a book which
What's
actually...
What's it got to do with Johan
Hari?
Hari?
Well, I think that saying that depression isn't real is very different than saying that clinical depression isn't real. I think these two things are very different.
Because he wrote a book proving me right. Most people...
Johan Hari's a journalist.
Sure. And my point is that a lot of people who are clinically...
Well, not sure. I mean, you can't fucking cite somebody who has no expertise in the field whenever you're talking of... It's... Bro, like, this is crazy. This is not a very good source, all right?
Depressed are suffering with something in their life, and if you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed anymore. That's not a disease.
Yeah, but Andrew...
That's situation.
Andrew, you're simply wrong.
ใช้ U-Trip เจอเรทดีแลกเก็บทันทีฟรีค่าธรรมเนียม U-Trip ใช้จ่ายเรทดีทุกที่ทั่วโลก
If that's what you believe, Piers,
that's what I believe.
I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor.
Would you believe in cancer? Would you believe in dying? I mean, that's a very this is such a terrible thing to say. It's just, I mean, come on.
In the world,
Piers
would agree with it.
Piers,
you think you know more than doctors?
I can't become clinically depressed.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe in it. I can't be haunted by a ghost if I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, that's like saying I'm never going to die because I don't believe in it. It's ridiculous.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yep, there you go.
Perhaps.
Good
but
point.
It allows me to live a life where I feel happy
But here's
and
where you
within myself.
again, this is that little area where you lose me.
No, I don't lose you.
You are,
because
Piers, somebody with your following says
the thousands
of
people, the thousands of people who have emailed me saying my doctor told me I was clinically depressed and it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you and I realized that that's not the case and I can fix my own life and you're the only person who has ever helped me. Thousands.
I think that's probably true. And I am of the mindset that I think, again, not a medical expert, think that things like depression and these types of things are probably overly prescribed. And I think that a lot of times there are doctors that make money on prescriptions in certain circumstances, and it makes me very wary about taking medicine and stuff like that, and if it's necessary or not. So I think that this is probably the case.
Of people have emailed me that exact email.
If you think you are single-handedly curing people of clinical depression, you are living in cloud cuckoo land.
I am reading the email.
I think that there are a lot of ways. I don't know if this is more fucking scientific shit. I'm not very comfortable talking about this like extensively, but I don't know if clinical depression is something that is exclusively chemical, is a chemical imbalance. I don't know if somebody can be clinically depressed just by their symptoms and not by a, you know, like a fucking blood test or some sort of like chemical test or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Of people who I have cured of clinical depression.
You're reading emails from people who have believed you when you say there isn't such a thing, and they've probably never been diagnosed clinically depression. They just want to go along with what Andrew Tate said.
I don't know about that. I think that's a bit much for him to say. I think it's a little bit unfair for him to say that all of the people emailing Andrew Tate privately are only doing so because they're lying about talking to a doctor about being diagnosed with clinical depression. I think this is a weird argument.
I think so.
And I think your view of that view is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous, and I respect you have the right to view that, to think that. I think that clinical depression, I actually agree with you, is massively overdiagnosed. I've already said that PTSD is a very real thing. I've already said...
I didn't know, hang on.
Okay.
Again, you're misquoting me. I did not say clinical depression is massively overdiagnosed. I said that people who claim to be depressed but don't have clinical depression, I think that is massively overblown, right? In other words, there are a lot of people who just have a bad day and declare, I've got depression. And I say, well, have you been to a doctor? Have you been clinically
Well,
diagnosed?
there's a lot of people that have depression because they don't have a job. Like, for example, or they have depression because they, you know, their girlfriend broke up with them or something like that. And maybe this isn't necessarily a chemical imbalance. And this is, again, you know, you're using a lot of, you know, is this the capital D or the lowercase d depression? Is this the, you know, fucking medical term? Is this the clinical chemical imbalance in your brain term? Or is just somebody feeling like shit? You see kind of what I'm saying?
Diagnosed. If you have, and you have clinical depression, that's one thing. But if you haven't, we could probably work on some mental strength and resilience skills. But a clinically depressed person has an absolutely proven medical condition that is beyond their control.
Not according to me and many others.
Well, what do you know about it, honestly?
That's a very good... That's a very good fucking thing to say. Very good point, yes. What the fuck do you know about it? Yes, honestly, come on. I think that the truth is, like, there are a lot of times where even a person with clinical depression can take steps to improve their life that will improve their state of depression. Even if they could still have depression after that, there are still things that they can do to improve themselves on a personal level as well. It's not like you just take the magic pills and it goes away.
I know.
You're not a doctor, are you? Not trained, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
You're not a psychiatrist. You're none of those things.
Sure.
You're a guy on the make. He's done very well for himself.
Now, I think that Piers is right with this point. I think he's absolutely right with this point. And for Andrew Tate to say that certain illnesses are not real without having any sort of medical background, I think that this is irresponsible and wrong.
Well, starting stuff off, much of which I agree with, as you've seen in the interview, but some of which is ludicrous, and that's one of them.
It's not ludicrous.
It is.
It's not.
If you said to me, we're in a victimhood society, it's got to stop, I'm with you.
Okay.
But the moment you try and deny clinical depression...
I believe feeling depressed is real. I do not believe it's a disease that you catch from the sky and you cannot affect. I believe that no matter what happens, I believe you have control of your own mind and you can fight against it. I believe if you change your circumstance.
I don't know why he's using depression as this, because you can use any other mental disorder like dementia, or you could use another mental disorder like schizophrenia or you know, borderline personality disorder. And any of these other things, I feel like if you asked Andrew Tate, is schizophrenia real, he would say yes. Is dementia real, he would say yes. Is a lot of these other mental problems that people have real, and he would probably say yes, especially if they're very powerful, you know, they're very powerful effects, like dementia, for example. So I find that this is just I think depression is like unique in this, in a way that any other mental illness, he would probably not agree with this on. It's like depression is the only thing that you can overcome with your mind only. Like, it sounds like bullshit to me. False equivalence? I don't know if it is a false equivalence. You think schizophrenia and depression, like, aren't they both basically like just imbalances in your brain? Like, I don't really know the details with this kind of stuff. I have no idea. But I think that this is something that, like, yes, Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, it's very, yes, it's probably very, let's be honest, guys. Nobody fucking knows, all right? All I'm saying is that there are plenty of fucking mental problems that people have that are very well fucking established, that the way of solving this mental problem is through medication, and in some cases it is unsolvable. I think that it is unreasonable to assume that depression never falls into that category. I think that's completely fucking fair for me to say that. Totally fucking fair for me to say that.
In your life, you may feel different. I'll give you a quick example. I had a guy who emailed me saying he was clinically depressed and he was going to kill himself. I obviously am not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor. I told him, because I replied to my emails. I said, have you been to a psychiatrist? He said, yes, I'm clinically depressed. I've been on these pills, this amount of time. I'm on antidepressants, it doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this. And he said he lost his girlfriend, that's why he became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you've got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say. I'd say, strong body is a strong mind, go train. He went, he started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better and better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor
So he means a six-pack, not a six-pack of beer. He means a six-pack like abs.
Telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it. He started taking control of his own life, and now he felt better. Now, I'm not saying it's the case for everybody.
No.
I'm just saying.
Here's my question, though.
No, of course, right. You can't say that's the case for everybody, and that's the whole reason why people are criticizing you saying it's not real in the first place, is that you can't say that's the case for everybody, but you are saying that that's the case for everybody by saying that it's not real. So it's a little bit of fucking doublespeak here. Because I think that he's totally fucking right. I think that a lot of guys, if you had the physique of Z's or, you know, like some fucking, like, think of whichever guy you think looks really fucking good, you know, whether it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, like someone like Z's, like Brad Pitt in fucking Fight Club, something like that. If you look that way, I think that probably your outlook on life is going to be better, because the odds are you're going to get treated better by women, you're going to have people respect you more, because that's just how people are. People are fucking animals, and being a strong animal is better than being a weak one. So I think that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true that this will, you know, working out, and like I've heard Jeff. Jeff is a really good example of this being the case.
You've seen the guy's medical record?
Yeah.
Of course not. I just told you the story.
So you're just taking his word for it?
Oh, I am taking the word of a man who emailed me with a bunch of medication and specific
You're
doses.
denying proven science because one guy writes to you who you help, and you've not seen any evidence he ever had clinical depression diagnosed.
I'm denying the idea that...
And on the back of it, you go on your rants in public to tens of millions of people denying something because this guy writes to you and says he had it and you cured.
Pierce has got him on this one. I've got to say, Pierce is he's got him on this one. Like, this is such a dumb hill to die on. I don't understand why he's doing it.
And I think that's a dangerous mindset, Andrew.
That's fine.
And that's where you don't have a responsible view of your influence over
Disagree. It's very responsible because I'm saving people's lives.
And also, somebody said in chat, by the way, I want to mention, brain works better on regular exercise, clinically proven, just like medication is clinically proven. I think that you're right. Like, if you were to ask me on a multiple choice or like a true-false thing, I would put true for that. I'm very, like 90% sure that's true, but I'm not 100. It's right, yeah.
Disagree that if you feel depressed, I disagree that you cannot affect it and change your life and take control and fix yourself and feel happier. I disagree with that.
Do you think
I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I
think that seems like hope. I mean, you can't accept that, but you can accept that children are born with their organs outside their body, because that happens too. I feel like that's a lot harder to accept when somebody is depressed. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of fucking corridors of the world that are much harder to accept than somebody not being able to be happy.
That the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. If you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person. And I also will argue with you, and I'll counter the point that you sitting here on your platform telling people they have clinical depression, there's nothing they can do about it. It's far more dangerous.
No, he didn't. Yeah, I don't think Pierce. I think defaulting and deferring to clinical fucking science, and if clinical science says it, this is a false equivalency. That Andrew Tate saying it's not real and Piers Morgan saying it is real are the same thing. Yeah, this is a complete false equivalency. This is a very bad Uno reverse card.
Okay, well then, if they have clinical depression...
Why do you misquote me?
No, because you're saying...
You hate being misquoted.
No, you're saying if people have clinical depression...
I never said there's nothing to do about it. They go to a doctor and they get diagnosed and they get help.
Then I would argue the point that if somebody...
It's the complete opposite of what you just said I said.
I would argue the point that if somebody has depression of any kind, whether it's clinical, whether it exists or not, whether they feel depressed or not, whatever, that taking control of their life, taking personal responsibility and working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward.
How positive is it?
I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's generally true. Yeah, it's better to work out and make positive effects in your life more than not. Even if you have something wrong with you. Yeah, of course, sure. Is that a no-shit situation? I do think that there are a lot of people out there who feel like, oh, I'm depressed, I have depression, and so they don't try to make an effort. I've seen people do this before. Yeah, it's the same thing with, like, I know my mom did this whenever she was addicted to cigarettes. Well, I'm addicted. It's like, well, okay, now what? So, yeah, I think it happens.
So sitting here saying, I don't believe in clinical depression, you don't believe in depression. No, I don't. I believe that people can take control and fight against things. Right. I believe in personal sovereignty.
Right. Fine.
Good. So we agree.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Piers, you're on my side. You're afraid of being cancelled along with me.
As I said to you from the start,
that's all
I agree with a lot of what you say.
Completely. So
but I'm taking you to task over the stuff I don't agree with.
Sure.
And I'm just not sure you understand why it's wrong, which is in itself quite revealing. Let me talk to you about Alex. Let me talk to you about Alex Jones, right? Who I have a bit of history with. He tried to get me deported from the United States.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. What is your view of Alex Jones?
This is so fucking funny, given the context that I brought Alex Jones up as an example of somebody who completely shut Piers Morgan down. Yep. Holy shit.
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes. And
So you think Sandy Hook was staged?
I don't know anything about Sandy Hook.
Really? You know he's just been sued by the families for millions and millions.
I have no idea.
You don't know anything about it?
I can guarantee you that Andrew Tate probably does know about it, but him saying I don't know about it is actually a 500 IQ answer. It's actually a 500 IQ answer because I don't want to fucking get involved with this shit. I don't know anything about the Sandy Hook. I don't know about that. I don't want to talk about it. That's it. Yeah, it's just like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, no comment.
So why would you support someone in public when you know nothing about the most infamous
When
thing
have I supported him in public?
You have supported him in public.
I've been on his podcast.
Yeah, but you said nice things about him.
I say nice things about lots of people.
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I said nice things about you, Piers.
That's fine. so you should. I'm a nice person.
So to sit and say that I've been on a podcast and I say nice things about
But
you,
you said you support.
Oh, I don't know. I think that saying nice things about people, this is kind of a weird thing, right? Because you have instances where you're saying nice things about somebody who's an asshole. And I think that, yes, obviously, whenever you say something nice about a person, Piers Morgan, I hope that we're not going in the direction of any time that you offer praise to a person in any capacity, this is an endorsement of all of that person's beliefs and statements and ideals. Because if you do that, I think you're not going to ever be able to praise anybody.
His right to speak about things like Sandy Hook?
I don't know Sandy Hook. I don't know. And
you know what it was?
It was a mass shooting.
Of school children.
Okay. But to sit and it's actually, no. Mass shooting.
Of school children.
Okay. But
was he about to say, okay, cool? I don't know. I feel like he stopped himself. He's like, wait, that's not what to say right now. Yeah.
To sit and it's actually, no, let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why
maybe not.
I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill,
Actually,
and then there you go, prove me right.
But here's exactly
and the timing's good.
Here's exactly what I do. I only interrupt people like you when you either refuse to answer the question or answer a completely different one.
Sure.
And I want to remind you of what the question was.
Fair enough. That's
Or
fair.
when you misquote me back, which you've done repeatedly through the interview, where you say, you see, Piers, you agree with me. And the viewer who's...
Which, to be fair, Piers doesn't agree with him with the fucking clinical depression at all. He doesn't agree with him in any capacity. So Andrew Tate's saying, yeah, so you agree with me. It's like, no, fucking, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
You watch him and go, no, he didn't.
Cool, no problem. The other thing you do is you try and set these traps like now. So you're saying
What's the trap you think I'm setting?
You're saying that I agree with every single point of view a man has.
I literally didn't say that.
You're saying, well, you support Alex Jones.
Why would you misquote me?
Because you're saying you support...
No, I think that it's very clear. I do think that Piers Morgan is clearly trying to play that game. Is that, you've supported Alex Jones. What do you know about Sandy Hook? Are you okay supporting somebody who thinks that a mass shooting didn't happen? I think this is clearly, he's clearly building a house of cards here.
Poor Alex Jones, and you said you've been on his podcast, and he said this. I don't know
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I don't know everything he said.
What do you
Piers.
think of him?
I think on his podcast he was cordial. I think he was professional on his podcast. I've also done podcasts with rabid leftists and people who openly hate me.
Is it wrong?
I do a podcast circuit.
Okay.
So and I don't know everything he's ever said.
When somebody like
and I don't know what. So I don't know what you're trying to get me here because I did a podcast.
If you let me get a word in edgeways, I'll tell you.
It's a lame trick.
If you let me get a word,
I can see why Andrew Tate is pissed off, and I would be pissed off too, because it's very clear what Piers Morgan is doing. Yeah, he's being a dumbass with this. I don't like this. This is dumb.
I will tell you.
Let's go.
Alex Jones said that Sandy Hook didn't happen. It was staged by actors.
Okay.
This compounded the appalling grief of the families of those poor 20 children who were gunned to pieces by a lunatic with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. They were already grief-stricken beyond belief, and this guy poured petrol onto that grief quite deliberately to make a huge amount of money from his InfoWars fake news bullshit. And as a result, a lot of the families have now sued him, and they've won, and he's going to have to pay back.
Piers still is pissed off about that interview. Fucking 10 years later, still fucking pissed about that interview.
Tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to these families, and quite right, it won't do anything about the pain he caused them. Some of them actually had people turn up outside their houses with guns because Alex Jones had told them that these parents were making it all up. They were all staged actors. It was all run by the government. So I simply say to you, now I've told you that, what is...
I feel like this is an instance of who asked. Like, okay. All right, yeah. That was a big Alex L.
What's your view of Alex Jones?
I don't see why any of that has to do with me. It's very interesting. I've done the guy's podcast. I
don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it's not hard to say like, yeah, Alex had a huge L with that. It was really stupid for him to say that. There are certain things that I agree with him on, but that's not one of them. I don't think that this is a very hard middle ground to reach.
And well, he was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody and they show me respect, I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back?
That's a stupid question, Piers.
It's not. It's a logically sensitive.
It is a stupid question. Of course he would respect Adolf Hitler, because the odds are, if Adolf Hitler is showing you respect, he's probably got a fucking, like 5 guards behind him. They're gonna shoot you if you don't show him respect too. What the fuck do you expect?
Your argument.
No, if in 1931 I was walking through Germany and a man come up to me and said, sorry for bumping into you, I'd say, sorry, no problem, mate. I'd show respect back. I don't know, what are you trying to say? That I sanction the Holocaust?
You literally just said if somebody respects you, you respect them back automatically.
I say if somebody shows me respect, I show respect back. That's a good way to go through life.
Whoever it is.
If somebody shows me respect and is courteous to me, I'm courteous back. Yes.
How can you respect somebody who caused such misery and pain to Sandy Hook?
I have no idea the specifics of the thing you're discussing. I don't understand any of it.
Well,
I don't know anything about it. You told me your version of events.
When did you go on the podcast?
I was on the podcast about four times in the last 4 years. I did one relatively recently.
So four times you went on Alex Jones's podcast.
Correct.
promoting him, helping him make money?
I don't think it was promoting and helping him because...
Well, it's his podcast.
Oh, it's promoting him and helping him make money. Absolutely it is. And obviously, being an accessory to Alex Jones's content is beneficial to Alex Jones. It is also beneficial to Andrew Tate. It's mutually beneficial.
Well, yeah, but I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist
That's
podcasts.
fine.
And no, you just
I think that you can also make the argument, and this is something I don't know if he's going to make this or not, is that if you want to, you're not going on the podcast for him, for Alex Jones. You're going on there for his listeners to get your message out there. So you can use it from that angle as well, is you don't have to respect or agree with the person who's on there, but you can say, well, I want to go on there to, get the message out there for something that I believe in. And it just completely sidesteps this whole, would you do the same thing to Hitler thing?
saying I would like you to agree, perhaps we can agree on this point, that I'm not a feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit.
You're not a feminist?
I don't know.
What do you think a feminist is?
Well, let's not change subject here, Pierce. Stay on the subject.
You mentioned feminism.
Completely, but you're trying to get away from the point, because what you did is you're trying to say because I did a podcast.
Well, it's a leftist. Like, he's not a leftist. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, he said he'd go on leftist podcasts. I feel like now we're going off on the feminist thing. Who gives a fuck about this?
I'm with you.
I sanction all of this person's views, and I'm saying I do 5 podcasts a week.
I
do 5 podcasts a week, and I don't sanction 100% the views of any other person on the planet, because I'm an individual, and he has an individual views, as do you. So I don't know why you're trying to come at me with one of his views and pretend that's something to do with me.
Because it's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Piers, and you're better than this. So let's move on.
Would you?
It's lame, and let's move on.
Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Sure.
If you would.
Wait, who?
It's lame, and let's move on.
If Vladimir Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Vladimir Putin had a podcast.
Sure.
You would? Great. Okay, let me know what you're talking about.
If Vladimir Putin had a podcast, I'd go on it. If Joe Biden had a podcast, I'd go on it. If a feminist has a podcast, I'd go on it. If Piers Morgan has a podcast, I'll go on it.
That's a totally fair argument. Yeah, that's totally fair to say that. I think that it's completely okay to do that. Yeah, it's like somebody inviting me on some podcast, even if I don't agree with them, I don't like them. I might go on there if I feel like this is beneficial, or I want to reach their audience or talk to them about something, etc. Yeah, this is fine, because he's opportunistic. Well, it's not about being opportunistic is not always a bad thing. And I think that if you look at being opportunistic in a lot of other contexts, you would actually look at it as a good thing. Because if somebody said that, oh, well, I would want to go on the podcast to confront him directly about, the lies that he's talking about with Ukraine to his people, you wouldn't call that opportunistic. No, you wouldn't, but it still actually would be. So what you're really not criticizing, you're not criticizing the fact that he's being opportunistic, you're criticizing the way that he's going about doing it.
If Alex Jones, I don't see the point you're making. There's no point here. You're digging, but there's nothing to find.
Well, I'm not. I'm taking your position that if somebody shows you respect them.
I think that.
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world I do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect it.
That's your opinion. But
no, it's my view. What's your view?
Okay, that's your view. Well, you're saying
a view is an opinion, isn't it?
Would.
You're sitting here, Piers, saying that I'm on Uncensored Show. And in your intro, you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying and that we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
No. Right.
Uncensored Show. And in your intro, you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying and that we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
I'm trying to think, because yes, at a face value, this does make Piers Morgan look really bad, and I think this is a Tate W. I would say so in general. I'm trying to think of the nuance between going on somebody's podcast versus censoring them is that much different, because I think that what Piers is implying is that Andrew Tate should not associate with Alex Jones. And I think that in implying that Andrew Tate should not associate with Alex Jones, one could assume that Piers Morgan would also think that nobody else should associate with Alex Jones, which is its own form of censorship in itself. So it's very hard to say whether this is like an actual hypocrisy or not, but it's very close to it. Do you see what I'm saying? Piers is playing guilt by association. Yes. He's saying about him not knowing about Sandy Hook is like Putin not knowing about invading Ukraine. Oh, yeah, but this isn't getting anywhere. Yeah, I don't think it really is. I feel like Piers Morgan is trying to get Andrew Tate to say that Alex Jones is a bad guy. And I think Andrew Tate either doesn't know anything about the Sandy Hook thing or doesn't care or doesn't talk about it.
I don't think you understand what censorship means, do you? Like a lot of words we've had problems with today.
Okay,
You're just saying what you're just
what
saying.
Do you think censorship means?
No, but the point I'm trying to make here.
Hang on. What do you think censorship means?
Don't hide from the fact that you're saying you will only do podcasts with people you like.
Why do you think that's censorship?
No, that's your prerogative. My prerogative is I'll just
do with censorship.
Well, no, it's not about people that you like. I think that thinking that something is a mass shooting, like if you were to ask Piers Morgan, this is the thing, do you think anybody should go on Alex Jones's show or they should be able to go on his show? He would probably say no. Like, I know that do you think they should? I think he would definitely say no for. Do you think they should be able to? He probably wouldn't, but maybe he would. I don't know.
I'll discuss opinions with anybody, and I've done hard left wing. Why are you not asking me about the podcast I've done for the people who are hard liberal
By the way,
left wing?
I don't care whether they're left or right.
Okay.
Extremists to me are all nuts, right?
Then we agree.
Yes.
So perfect.
Good.
Next subject.
You could easily make the argument that extremists are extremists are bad, and that's why it's important to reach their audience to try to bring those people back to reality. Like, I'm surprised Andrew Tate isn't even trying to make that argument.
All right, here's my next subject. It's a very serious case here.
Jesus, and before you move on, sorry, Piers, but before you move on, I do find it kind of disingenuous, and I know we're on a show, and I don't have a personal problem with you, but it is kind of disingenuous to try and sit here and lump me in some school shooting. That's nothing to do with me. That's nothing to do with me.
It's very good for him to call that out. Very fucking good for him to call that out. Like, this is the kind of shit that 100% absolutely call this out and make it known that that's exactly what he was doing.
On any level.
Let me respond.
On any level.
Let me explain. Like you just said, you've been on this podcast 4 times.
In 4 years.
Since he said the whole thing was staged.
I don't know when he
said. I think the fact that a smart guy like you wants me to believe you had no idea that Alex Jones, who's been in the news now for the last 2 years and being sued by these families for the most heinous thing imaginable, of pouring petrol onto their grief by claiming that shooting was staged. The fact that you're pretending you didn't know about any of that.
It's not about pretending
and you've been on his podcast 4 times.
So he thinks that Andrew Tate is lying, and he's like, no, you don't get to play the I had no idea about it card. We're gonna fucking argue about this right now.
Supporting him and making him money, so damn right I'm going to call you out on it.
When I do a podcast, if you think I spend time analyzing the point of view of that person and everything they've ever said for years beforehand.
It's not years, it was minutes in most cases.
Years and years.
When did you last go on his podcast?
You trying to lump me in and attack me for a person who's...
Well, it's also, I mean, it's fair to keep in mind that is it true that Alex Jones did go back and say that the Sandy Hook thing did happen and it was a mistake for him to have said that? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, because it's like, I remember I did the video about it, and then people, he was forced to say it. He literally forced him to say it. Kind of yeah, I don't know. He said in court, when court forced him to, whether, of course, yeah, no, I don't know. This is a weird situation. So it's like, what I'm trying to think is like, is the defense of Alex Jones saying that he made a mistake saying that, is that a fair defense for Andrew Tate to potentially take? I guess maybe not. I don't know.
Podcasts I do having a view is absolutely childish. Because I've done a bunch of podcasts with people.
You would do a podcast.
I've done a bunch of podcasts with people who are advocating for things that I do not agree with on every single level. In fact, most of my podcasts are me disagreeing with people. So it's completely crazy that you're trying to lump me in with that. That's cheap. That's cheap.
You are completely misconstruing the point of what I'm saying. I think deliberately.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that the argument that you shouldn't be allowed to go on people's podcasts that do bad stuff or say bad stuff is not very good. I've always believed in talking to people regardless of whether you agree with them or not. And I think that it's also a personal decision, and it's valid one way or another. I think it's extremely valid to say, I don't want to talk to this person because I don't want to give them a platform. I don't want to help them. I don't agree with what they're saying at all. I think it's totally fucking fine for you to say that. And I think it's also totally fucking fine for you to say, I do want to talk to this person because I disagree with them and because I want to talk about this issue, or that we have some common ground that we can make people's lives better with aside from this. Like, there's a lot of people, for example, I disagree with on many things, but, you know, other things I don't. I think a good example of this is the whole Ted Cruz thing, where I was going to talk to Ted Cruz about the loot boxes. Now, I don't agree with Ted Cruz about abortion and a number of other things, but if I can get him on my side with video game loot boxes, then I'm happy. And it doesn't mean that I'm giving an approval to everything else that he's saying. I'm just saying that this is something that I can work together with somebody on to do a good for the world with. And I think that's a positive force regardless of who's doing it. And I think this is, both of those arguments I think are completely fair, but I don't think that it's fair to take your side of that argument and then force other people to agree with it.
No, what you're trying is a cheap trick. And I'm just making it clear
It's
to the
not a
audience.
cheap trick. I'm just curious where your moral line is.
It's a cheap trick.
Where's your moral line?
I disagree with the points of view with the majority of the people I do podcasts with. So it's a very cheap trick you're trying here. So
when
I don't know
people
where it's gonna go.
invent vile things to make themselves rich off the back of families and little kids who've been blown to pieces.
Piers fucking hates Alex Jones. I did not know that it was this bad. I had no idea. Like, yeah, this is fucking crazy. It's bad. Give me 1 second, actually. I have to respond to something.
Is with a machine gun or a semi-automatic version of a machine gun.
Okay, here we go.
I think that is actually a line I wouldn't cross. I wouldn't be happy to go on someone's podcast when they've been responsible for doing that. It's not about political views or differences of opinion over facts. It's about somebody deliberately inventing a pack of lies to compound the grief of families. And I'm curious, you don't think you have any need to go down any kind of moral quandary about people like that before you continue to allow them to use you for their own promotion?
He didn't use me. He didn't use me for
Why
his
does he have you on the
promotion.
podcast?
Because we disagreed and discussed points like we're doing with you right now.
Did you call him out on that?
Are you using me? We didn't discuss that.
I'm not using you. I'm giving you a platform most people aren't giving you right now to show the world who you really are.
Fantastic.
I think that it's fair to say that Piers is helping Andrew Tate because obviously he's giving Andrew Tate a platform, and I think that's fair. I think that Piers has been unfair in many regards with this, but I think that he has been more fair than unfair. And so I think he is helping him, but he is also using Andrew Tate because he knows this interview will get a lot of traction. So it's a little bit of both.
Fantastic. So neither of us are using each other. I'm here on your show.
The opposite. You're both using each other, in my opinion.
I'm providing you with content. You're giving me a platform. And nobody's using each other. It's mutual. We don't agree on a whole bunch of issues.
That's fine.
And here we are.
I think we've had a robust exchange.
Yeah, just like I've done on nearly every other podcast. And if someone were to come and say to me in the future that something, heaven forbid, there was a skeleton in your closet, and someone were to come to me and say, you were on Piers Morgan's show, did you know he's X or he's done X? I would say that's absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right. But
I make the same point protecting you. I don't know what you do. I don't know your personal life.
I can guarantee one thing. I will not be inventing stories about the families of kids.
I hope not. I hope you're a righteous person. But I don't know.
I'm not claiming to be a righteous person.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just think it's interesting that you have no.
Bro.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Oh my god.
Prepare for combat.
What is this? Holy shit.
What is this? Like, oh my god. Why? Like, who gives a fuck, man? Like, he already got convicted. He said it happened. It's fucking over.
Moral compulsion about going on people.
It's not about moral compulsions. It's about I don't know what you do, Piers. You could have a bunch of skeletons in your closet, my friend. I don't have a clue. I'm here on your TV show.
I'm sure we all have lots of skeletons. Let me ask you this. Interesting about the feminism thing. Sure. Do you identify as a feminist?
I think that women and men are fantastic. Both of us are fantastic. I think women reproduce.
I think that Andrew Tate answer, straight up, bro, that is some fucking Donald Trump shit. Men and women, listen, I tell you, they're both fantastic. You know, women, yeah, this is 100% a Donald Trump response, man.
I think women need to be respected, protected, provided for. I think that modern feminism is kind of hard for me to even truly understand.
What do you think it means? What is feminism?
I think that the idea of feminism is that men and women are equal under the law.
And do you believe that?
Completely.
We should be treated completely equal.
Yeah, but we are equal under the law. Wouldn't you agree?
Not really. I think there are still some issues in the world where, I mean, certainly in workplace, the gender pay gap remains.
Well, I mean, there are many issues in the world where women are absolutely not equal. I think that in general, obviously, men and women generally have the same rights. There are some exceptions, but I think those exceptions go both ways. For every abortion, there's also child support and child custody.
They're not treated equally in most cases, women?
Well, that can be discussed, the gender pay gap. I think that's already been discussed at length. I think that there's actually...
You think women should go to work?
I think women should work completely.
You do?
Why wouldn't they?
Because in the parts of the country, of the world you were mentioning earlier, that have different views as women, they don't go to work.
In the parts of the world that person from the podcast was from, for the point I made, yeah, they didn't. But I don't live in those parts of the world. I think women should be free to work if they choose. I think it's very important that the family unit remains. I do believe that in my personal view, the most important and respectful thing a woman can do is become a mother. I think that having children is a beautiful thing. But obviously, if a woman wants to work and wants to have a career, especially now with paternity leave or maternity leave, and she can manage to do both, why wouldn't I want women to work? I don't know why anyone would ever assume I don't want women to work or think women can't work, because I said that I should keep them safe sometimes.
Good.
Okay.
No, but it's interesting because you have to look at this, Piers.
The problem is, like, people use the word feminism for a lot of things, and it's like one of these things that means something different for a lot of different people.
It's interesting how people extrapolate. Andrew said that he's responsible for a woman's safety, and he said that that gives him authority to make decisions for her safety, and that's been misconstrued, and he's a bad person. He believes that women are property. So, but now we believe that Andrew doesn't believe in love. Andrew doesn't believe women should work. I don't know where all of that comes from.
Well, that's why I'm glad we've had a chance to discuss
Completely. I believe women are sovereign individuals and they can make any choice they so desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think I, certainly in my relationship, have a financial responsibility to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough that she wouldn't have to.
Should young men, though, all aspire to be like you?
Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect and provide for the women close to them, be sovereign so they can
Don't get it twisted. Hey.
Stand up and have their own points of view in face of cancellation. Be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them. Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world and a good force for the world. And I don't think that I put a magic spell on anybody. I think there's a whole...
Honestly, that's a really good answer. Like, this is straight up, like, yeah, this is a really, really, really good fucking answer. Like, him going into this monologue is the best thing that he's done in this entire interview. Yeah, I don't know if he practiced this in a mirror or some fucking shit, or this is just like, you know, the Holy Spirit taking form. But yeah, this is absolutely what he should say.
A whole bunch of men in the world who understands my value. And if men grow up to be like me, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people with no criminal record, dedicated athletes, who protect and provide for people close to them, are fantastic for the economy. And I'm certainly not the worst influence out here, Piers. You have Lil Nas twerking on the devil on music videos, which our children are digesting. You have drill.
I feel like twerking on the devil is not as bad as saying bad things about women, because there's not going to be a circumstance where some kid is going to find a devil and start twerking on him. Like, I think that you cannot make that argument. I see what he's saying. I think that might be a bad example, but I see what he's saying. What he's saying is that there are a lot of instances, and let's be fair, right? He used a bad example, but he is making a good point. How is it that something like what Andrew Tate is saying is somehow a bad thing, but we can have, you know, different music on the radio that is promoting and glorifying violence and crime?
Your enemies fall.
How are these two things congruent? Yeah, I think that this is very much a double standard to a degree. Music isn't taken literally. I mean, I think it kind of, in a way, is, because it's like you're talking about. Like, I don't know, it depends on like what songs you're talking about and who the artist is, etc. But I think that a lot of music does glorify alcohol usage, drug usage, crime, and often violence. I think this absolutely happens. Are we going to pretend like it doesn't happen? It clearly does. And I think that you can't have a conversation of removing things that are harmful to society until you address the other things that are also harmful to society.
Is singing about stabbing people to death in the middle of a knife crime epidemic. You have rabid psychopaths on whether the right or the left announcing violence on the other side. You have all these insanities in the world. And because I sit here and say, yeah, perhaps. Now you've laid it out and it offended you, I understand.
I didn't say it offended.
Okay, cool.
I just read you the thing.
You read things that you said they could be offensive and some people are offended.
Well, some people definitely were offended.
Absolutely. That's fine.
And honestly, I think some of the things you said were genuinely offensive and misogynist.
Okay, so they offended you. Like I said earlier, so they offended you, which is fine. I said they offended you, you interrupted me, and now you're saying they offended you, which is fine. But the point I'm trying to make is this. I'm not the devil. There are certainly worse people than me, and they exist. And I'm saying that my core tenets to the people who don't understand me are self-accountability, so I'm accountable for everything I've ever said. My core tenets are responsibility, so I'm responsible for everything I've said. My core tenets are traditional masculinity to a degree, which involves protecting and providing for women. And I'll make another point here that's that needs to be said.
This is dangerous. It's like this reminds me of Joe Biden whenever he says another thing in a speech. It's like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, here we go. You never know what it's gonna be after that. Yeah, I've got something else to say. Here we go.
Rather entertaining.
The number of women who have stood up and stuck up for me is ignored. Thousands of women are making videos saying, I've met Andrew Tate, he's such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me.
Very true. There are a lot of women who like that. Absolutely. Totally fucking true.
You know what? I do belong to my husband. That's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. And we're taking a very vocal minority who have taken things I've said and are pretending to be absolutely and utterly devastated by them for some reason.
All right. Time out.
Sure.
You've had a good run there.
Sure.
An inquest this week found that a 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from an act of self-harm while suffering from depression and the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material.
This is the other part that we had seen. We've seen this part before. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, subject change. Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine.
That may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression had become a much more serious depressive illness, and she very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father.
It's terrible.
Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms. Right. It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limited and irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. First of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
Well, it's obvious that social media provides algorithms that create radicalization from both sides. Whether you're getting fed Andrew Tate, like anti-women stuff, or whether you're getting fed, cut yourself for, whichever popular Minecrafter it is this week.
It's the first thing, yeah, it is nothing to do with me. The fact that a 14-year-old girl took her life is truly sad. The world we live in today is... The fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad besides the suicide. This fact that they just said it's romanticizing the gory element. I don't know what she was watching, some kind of suicide.
Oh, she's probably watching something like, I mean, I don't know this, right? But romanticizing the gory element, like, can we all agree that we've even seen videos on this before about how there are TikTok trends that are effectively self-harm? Yes? Okay. Yeah, there we fucking go. So that's an instance of that happening. I think that Andrew Tate is completely, like, he's on the other side of the world with this kind of stuff. Like, he has nothing to do with it.
Videos thing. I don't know where these things are
Do you
created.
think the tech companies should be much tougher about stuff?
I don't know what kind of things she watched, obviously. I have to be a professional here. I think that the tech companies need to do their best to protect people, I guess.
I think that they are responsible for it to an extent. I think that whenever you have, the thing is, you can't just build something and then walk away from it and say, oh, well, it's not our responsibility anymore. This is what I said with TikTok, right? Is that if TikTok literally cannot control underage girls going on TikTok and dancing for money, they need to turn off the ability to live stream. Period. Like, either you control this, or the government should come in and shut that the fuck down. Because it is completely fucking unfair, it is wrong, that they should be able to profit off of this and be able to do this whenever it's causing harm to so many people. I am of the mindset that if there is some sort of service or utility or something like that that a company is providing, and that service or utility or object is harmful to the population on a large scale, that it should not be allowed. I think that, there's no reason for something like that to exist. That's censorship, though. You want the internet censored everywhere. Isn't it just social media? Yeah, I do want underage girls dancing for money censored, yes. I absolutely believe in censorship in a lot of regards, like censorship of personal information, censorship of real-life threats, censorship of underage sexual content. Those are all things that I 100% agree on censorship for. Who doesn't agree with that? Are you fucking insane? Absolutely.
Agree, but it's a slippery slope, isn't it? And then they use this slippery slope to silence some people and to
right. And I think it's a really fine line. It's a complicated line.
It is very.
I was interested in when you did an interview with the Times.
It is. I think that it is a fine line, but do you guys think that it's a fair line to draw that if you are breaking the law on social media or you are using social media to break the law, that is the line? Because to me, I think if you use that as the line, you would cover about 95% of circumstances where I think censorship is fair.
He's a very good journalist. We did a big interview with him, and it was interesting to me, his conclusion, because he kind of concluded that although he found a lot of the things he said awful and offensive, and he didn't like them, and he didn't want to be that kind of person that would say those kind of things, nor could he actually work out exactly what you'd done, which deserves mass wipeout by all the tech firms. I thought it was an interesting conclusion. I don't know the answer to that, other than the reason I mentioned the Molly Russell case, not because that has anything to do with you at all, and I reiterate that.
Thank you.
I simply ask you this. What has come clear to me in the interview is that a lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
But I'd say it differently, perhaps.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance. Not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform, but that you've recognised and understood the potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstanding you doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience. With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say. I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue that 80% of the content on the internet can be negative or detrimental to a young mind that doesn't understand the world.
Yeah.
I'd argue that
that's true. Yep.
All of it. We just talked about music videos and dancing on the devil and,
Listen,
all this stuff. All this stuff is dangerous.
By the way, I think you make a very good point in that.
So,
a lot of these rap stars, the lyrics, the videos,
Look at
I
that.
think far exceed anything that you've been accused of doing.
Completely.
Because in a lot of cases, some of them promote non-consensual activity with people, right? And I just think that crosses a line
Look
you
at
have,
that.
as far as I've seen, you haven't crossed that line.
No, I haven't, and this is the thing, and I've been vilified not because of the things I say, because much more extremist content already exists on the internet. I think the reason I've been attacked and vilified is because of the popularity, because I became so massively famous.
Well, I think that makes sense, right? Obviously, you know, if you're the person who's got the loudest voice, everybody's going to be talking and complaining about you. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Because of what I was actually saying. So, as a professional, I analyze that and I understand that, okay, I'm massively famous now, I'm certain things taken out of context. However, I still do believe I'm a force for good in the world, and I'm not going to sit here
Have
and
you
say,
changed, though?
It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved in an evolution. How old are you now?
36.
36, right? I bet you're a different person to what you were when you were 26.
Oh, that's
and
absolutely,
16,
that's
right?
absolutely.
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself, that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you said problematic and misogynist, and I think you recognized you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really what I wanted to get to today, was an acknowledgement by you that these things clearly were said in the wrong way, created the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you certainly have to be a lot more careful about how you get sort of. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, sure.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming all the way from Romania.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting conversation, and I thank you for having me. Cheers, mate. Well, that's it from me. Whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored. Good night.
All right. Holy shit, we actually did the whole thing. Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually over. This has been a long fucking video, but I'm gonna be honest. I think that the interview in
By the way,
painted Andrew Tate a lot better than what the preview was. I will absolutely say that. I think that the preview definitely drew correlations and causes that really kind of weren't there. Overall, I think that Andrew Tate was totally fucking wrong with a lot of the things, especially said on depression, etc. I think that he tried to change language too often at the beginning of the interview. It was annoying, but I think that overall he didn't really come out looking that bad. Yeah, I would say Piers Morgan did try some of these like weird tactics, like the whole Alex Jones arc was kind of weird. Like it felt weirdly personal, and I think that for Piers Morgan it is personal. That's why it felt personal. It's because it was. But overall, yeah, I mean, Tate L overall confirmed. I mean, like, I think that there were some things that he said that looked okay and pretty good, things that he said that didn't, etc. I think that there's nothing, like, nobody comes out of this looking great. Nobody comes out of it looking awful. I would say
Control both
this is
trials,
just a,
and the Dragon
you know,
Knight's power
just
is
pretty much
yours.
furthering what people already think. What do you guys think? I think Tate has bad takes, but doesn't need full-scale cancellation. Well, I mean, like, let me finish the rest of the stuff about this fucking video first, right? And I think it's fair to say he looks somewhat better from this. Yes, I think that it's 100% fair to say that after watching the entire interview, he looks substantially better than how he looked whenever we only watched the 5-minute or 6-minute segment. Like, the 5-minute or 6-minute segment was not an indicator, really, of the overall outcome of the show. I think, what do you guys think about that? To give it a fair view of all the vote. Yeah, I try to understand what somebody is saying and listen to them, because if you don't do that, then, I mean, what the fuck? Tate was right about some arguments, but he was totally wrong about depression, same as Piers. Yeah, exactly. I think that Like, it was annoying at the beginning with, like, him trying to, like, reword property and like, redefine it. That was kind of annoying. But I think at the end of the day, you know, like, he did say, in my opinion, the right thing. And so it's just about whether he's going to continue saying that or not. I think that's the main instance of it. Pierce has always been hot around Sandy Hook because he still gets shit to this day from some of the people at his he had on shows when it happened. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. And it's also he's fucking mad. He doesn't like Alex Jones either. Let's see here. Let me make sure that I read all of these. I know there's a lot of comments. I want to make sure that I get as many of them as I can. Points made most sense. There are rights and wrongs on both sides. Yeah, I would say that's in general what the case is. Yeah, I would agree with that. Tate completely contradicted his videos. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I think a lot of people would feel that way about too. Yeah, for sure. He was totally wrong. I don't think he was totally wrong with depression. He just refused to concede there being clinical depression. I think he was right about everything related to it. Yeah, but I feel like that's a really big part of it, right? I think that Piers and Andrew Tate both, Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate both agreed that you can work your way out of depression partially on your own. And there are lots of instances of being depressed that you can work your way out of, for sure. The most frustrating thing with Andrew Tate is that he makes sense a lot considering someone's past him. Yeah, I think some of this stuff did make sense for sure. In an interview, Tate would often make some outlandish initial statement, then walk it back to a reasonable take when confronted. Interesting. Yeah, I think that he's always been a little bit of a, shock jock, you could say. My opinion, Andrew Tate, Ocean fan, okay. Being frank, people hate Alex Jones for money reasons. The average college-educated working person will earn $2 million their whole life, and the top G, etc., behave how they want, and they're set on 50+ million. Yeah, I do think that's true. That's true with streamers and other people too as well. Just a second.
If that thing goes down, this show's over.
An enemy keep has fallen.
Okay.
Defend that thing. You can't kill the metal.
All right. And what's this here? Saying depression isn't real is like saying obesity isn't real. It's a denial of reality. Well, what I was really trying to get at is that there are numerous other mental conditions that I think everybody, including Andrew Tate, would acknowledge are real. Why is depression the only one that is uniquely not real? I find that to be very, very inconsistent whenever you think about it. Everyone knows that going to the gym, taking care of yourself is going to be a good thing overall. Yeah, but I think that the more positive forces in society and culture that emphasize that and promote that, I think that'll be a good thing in general. Defining mental illness is iffy in general. Yeah, it is. I mean, again, I'm not a doctor. I've said many times. The problem with Tate's takes is that he associates normal life with a dystopian world where crime is rampant and you'd get life or death threats every other day. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't live in necessarily the safest part of Austin. I remember, like, whenever Izzy would come visit, the people that would, like, she'd take an Uber over, right? And well, she's gonna stay the night or something, right? And she'd take an Uber over, and they'd always ask her, they're like, why are you going there? What's a nice girl like you going there? What are you doing going to that place? So yeah, it's it's not necessarily the safest area here, but you know, I feel like nothing like that's ever happened to me. I mean, I'm sure sometimes it does happen to people, but you know, I've been lucky enough to not have anything bad happen. As someone who used to think depression wasn't real and then went through some periods of depression almost ruined my life years ago, don't blame anyone for not understanding, hasn't gone through it. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think that some people that don't understand it, it's like a method of coping with the idea that you could not be in control of the way that you feel. And I think that that's like a kind of a weird thing to imagine, that like something like this could just happen to you and just completely take your accountability and control away from yourself. So yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons why people would try to, I guess you could say, deny depression. Yeah, I mean, I do hope that, like, I mean, do you guys think that I was fair in this, Do you guys think I was fair in this interview with my commentary? I think I was pretty fucking fair. I do. I think I was pretty fucking fair with all this stuff.
Our enemy's defenses cannot hold.
I was on the run for 4 months, stole $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen, the night before, I'd stolen $160K out of ATMs. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on to cartersmarket.com, which was ran by Max Butler, the Iceman. And there's my name, U.S. Most Wanted, on it. And that gets your attention. It was my real name with the U.S. Most Wanted beside of it. Nobody knew my real name in that environment at all. But then they did, and it was talking about me being part of the Secret Service, Operation Anglerfish, everything else. So of course they're all like,
everybody's after
they're
you.
like, oh yeah, we're going to get this son of a bitch.
The following is a conversation with Brett Johnson, a former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet markets. He's referred to by the United States Secret Service as, quote, the original internet godfather. He has been the central figure in the cybercrime world for almost 20 years, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, escaped from prison, and then eventually being locked up, served his time, and now is helping people understand and fight cybercrime. This was a raw, honest, emotional, and real episode. Brett has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, and yet his own story is full of trauma and pain, and also redemption and love. This is a good time to say that I have and I will talk to people who have served time in prison, and perhaps people who currently are in prison. I will try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, or dismiss the crimes they committed. This is a tough line to walk, because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind and their story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated to where the conversation reveals nothing honest or real. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, but I'd like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, that's life. As I've said, I want to understand what makes a person do these crimes, the particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, their justifications, but also their humanity. I believe each of us have the capacity to become both the criminal and the victim, the predator and the prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, or to find the path to redemption. It's on each of us. It's our responsibility and burden of being human in a complicated and dangerous world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet markets. And for all this, the U.S. Intelligence Service called you the original internet godfather. The first question, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. 10 years old, man. Think about that. I mean, you were probably playing with robots when you were 10. You know, usually kids are doing the Lego bit, getting involved with sports, everything else. And with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that if you're not fortunate enough to have a job, you may be involved in a scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it, man. I was, my parents My mom was basically the captain of the entire fraud industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000-pound Caterpillar D9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. You know, at another point she's taking a slip and fall in a convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor she acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. My dad.
Wait. The neighbor acted as a pimp?
My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Debbie, and my mom used to sell her out. You know, Debbie needed money, and my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash, and she'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Very had that entrepreneurial spirit.
Okay.
You know, we see that a lot with cyber criminals. You know, that sense of being that entrepreneur.
So what was the motivation, you think, for her? Is it money? Is it basically the rush of playing with the system, of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get away with it?
My mom's a complex character. She is. There's no one single motivation. So my mom was the individual. She's still alive. My mom was the individual who tested people. She wanted to know how far she could abuse you and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She would cheat on the men she was involved with. She would abuse her children, me and Denise. She would...
psychological, physical?
Oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. I mean, she used to beat me and Denise with belt buckles, you know, and that ended when she was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana, but she was hitting me and Denise. We were living in a single wide trailer at that point. She was hitting me and Denise. We were on the bed trying to get away from it, and Denise kicks her through a closet, is what happens. And Denise stands up and she said, "You're through hitting me." And that was the last time that Mom hit us at that point. But
so sorry to take us there. You're for people who know you, and people should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun and jolly and whatever word you want to use. But you know, if we look at that kind of life, there's darkness there, there's struggle there.
There's a lot of darkness.
So if you how did you feel if you go back to the mind of the kid you were with your mom? Was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kinds of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, as ultimately exciting?
You know, I don't think... back then I didn't view it as exciting. Now, it becomes exciting when I start being involved in cybercrime, all right? But back then, it was simply a means to an end, was all it was. So you take a 10-year-old kid, and the way I get involved in crime is... Like I said, my mom was the fraudster. My dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. You know, he always had these principles, but his issue is he loved my mom so much he was scared of her leaving. So if she wanted to do something, commit crime, cheat on him, whatever, he would pretty much just put up with it. The one instant. So I mean, this woman used to bring men home in front of him. Tell him that, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die, blah, 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 blah. This was my mom. There were two instances where where he can't take it anymore. And the first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister Denise is a year younger than I am. My dad actually files for divorce at that point. My mom kind of goes crazy. I was with my dad, my sister was with my mother, because that's that Eastern Kentucky mentality. You know, men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad, we were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and with her parents, bouncing back and forth between the two. And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up one night and there was some sort of ruckus in the living room. So I wake up and I walk into the living room, and my mom has a knife to my dad's throat. And basically, you're not going to steal my son from me. My mom was this individual that when she knew she went so far, like I said, she was always this person that tested. Well, can I do this to you and you'll still come back? She knew, she was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that into something else. All right, so she knew at that point she'd went too far. So what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that my dad, Ray, will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to him. That was my mom in a nutshell. She had a history of doing this kind of stuff. Motivations as far as fraud with her, I think with her it was, she was an LPN. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to work, was a lot of it. So with her, it was easier for her to commit fraud. And when I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over-the-counter capsules and emptying the capsules out and putting some other crap in there and selling it at speed, and people are buying it. She did anything she could for money. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. And the way she left my dad, my great-grandfather had died. My mom tells all three of us, hey, I'm taking the kids and we're going back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise didn't know it. She didn't pack any of our clothes at all. She stows her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad. And I don't get to see my dad again for, I think, 5-6 years, something like that. My mom, like I said, she used to bring men home in front of my dad. She would, he'd sit there and cry and beg her not to do it. She'd do it anyway. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He had raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in one of the apartments underneath, and that whole side of the family was just nuts. Was nuts. My granddad, Paul, he would... This is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of his food. So, there was no such thing as me and Denise going upstairs to eat. If he found out me and Denise was taking a bath, we were allowed to bathe in 2 inches of water 1 time a week because he didn't want to have to pay the water bill.
There's rules.
There are rules. If you couldn't have the TV on, when he went to bed at night, you had to have the television, the volume, you could watch it, but without volume. Because if he heard it, he would get up in the middle of the night and he would kick the power breaker, turn off all the power on you. This is the family, right? So my mom, she used to leave me and Denise at home for days, man, for days. She'd go out and, party. And, sometimes she'd take me and Denise with her. We'd wait in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room as she went and partied and everything else. Most of the time she left us at home. And my entry into crime, Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old, and she walks in one day and she's got a pack of pork chops in her hand. And looked at her and I said, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I stole it." And it's like, show me how you did that. So she takes me over and she shows me how she steals food, how she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that shit. So start stealing food, and we get to the point where we're wanting a sandwich. Well, you can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there was a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to the Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out, worked just fine. And the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff the loaf of bread down the sleeve, and you walk out with it. So we started doing that.
How'd you figure that out?
Just thought pattern.
So there's like strategic thinking here.
Yeah, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because you might mash the bread when you zip it up, or they might
but you have to
notice.
think through that.
You got to think through it. But you got to realize by this point, I'm already seeing what my parents are doing. I'm already seeing
that
the plotting.
That kind of puzzle solving was something you were already developing yourself individually, because you're pretty young.
Yeah, 10 years old, pretty young. But seeing how they act, how they respond to things, and my mom, I guess you could call it a good thing. They never kept any of that hidden from the kids. You know, there was no discussions behind closed doors. All that happened in front of everybody.
And from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, you know, a lot of us kind of grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. If you see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules are just human-made.
But it gets worse than that. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really meet my first decent person until I was 16 years old.
Who was that?
That was a high school teacher. So what happens is you know, we start shoplifting food. My mom finds out that we've been stealing stuff, and you know, she joins us.
What's that?
She joins us. She comes in. You know, I've got the Intellivision, I've got the Atari 2600, play the hell out of it.
Oh my god!
And she starts seeing this shit. She's like, "Where'd this come from?" And I'm like, "Well, we found it." She's like, "You didn't find that." Denise stands up. We stole it. My mom, show me how you did that. And she gets her mom too to join in. And she used to run me and Denise as these little shoplifters. We'd take, you know, we'd steal stuff for her, or we would distract security, and her and my grandmother would steal stuff. They got caught doing that. But that's the entry into crime. And Denise, you know, I'm adamant, and I kind of mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices as an adult. All right? I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment control what you do. All right? Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some... You can't dismiss that childhood influencing what I did as an adult. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy's going to be this guy when he grows up.
That said, like, sometimes that one person you meet, that decent person, can turn the tide of your life.
Absolutely. So what happens is, you know, the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was in Panama City, Florida. My mom was in, you know, we were in Hazard, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. And my mom was this woman that the abuse would. It was crazy abuse, man, just crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister, you know, that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and never come back, that we'd find her dead in a ditch someplace. She'd go out and date these men, and she'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. You know, so she'd be dating this guy, and she'd come back and she'd, you know, start talking about how he had tried to rape her. You know, trying to get me to respond to that. And I would respond to that. Make no doubt, I would respond to that. Well, what happens is, and I knew that, I don't know if I knew it was abuse at that age, all right? But I knew things were fucked up. And I was talking to my dad in Panama City, and I really had it in my head that I was going to go down and live with my dad. And I called my dad one day. I was set to go to, me and my cousins were going to go see Return of the Jedi. That had came out again in the theaters. So I called my dad. It was a Sunday. Called my dad, and he told me he had either gotten married or he was about to get married to this woman. And basically, Brett Johnson wasn't going to go down to Florida. You know, I was going to stay in Hazard. I had to call my dad from the payphone, but the result of that was I walked into a hospital. Got in an elevator, and a woman got in the elevator at the same time, and I snapped and beat the hell out of her right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what the fuck happened. Didn't really know, but
just anger came from somewhere.
Yeah. And you know, the elevator beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked a shitload like my mom. But the elevator doors open. One of the security guards, I played basketball with his son, so he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, took off running, made it back to the house where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, Kentucky State Police, they pull up in the front yard, and two of them get out, and I'm sitting on the front porch, and me and my cousins are, and they start walking up. Well, everybody starts walking out of the house, and I'm like, I just remember saying, "What do you want? What do you want?" Well, you knew what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Brett Johnson, and they arrested me. I went in, and I told them everything. Spent 3 months in a county jail. They didn't have juvenile facilities in that county, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial, pled guilty to assault in the first degree. The judge sentenced me to time served and a psychological evaluation, where they sent me to Louisville, Kentucky. And I spent 30 days up there. They cut me loose. They wanted me to have counseling after that, and never went to counseling. You know, I wanted to, but Mom was like, "Don't need it," and so never went to counseling. And I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy, man. I mean, not a day goes by that I don't think about that
moment in the elevator.
Yeah. And what happens is you know, you're 15. Look, man, you're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in, and I'm this piece of shit.
So everybody you're not the outcast.
Knows. Everybody knows. So I moved. We moved. We were in Whitesburg at that point. I finished up the year there, and moved to back to Perry County, which is where Hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools there. They've got MC Napier, they've got Hazard High School, and then they've got Dills Combs High School. So me and Denise were within half mile of MC Napier. Show up there the first day of school, and I met, me and my mom and my sister were walking into the school, and the kids won't let me in. The kids stand out there, he's not coming in. So my mom starts raising hell, and I'm like, no, let's just go, let's go. So from there it was, we went down to the city school, Hazard, and the principal tells my mom, Denise can come, he can't. So my mom wants to raise hell, and I'm like, no, let's just take me to this other school. So this other school was like 15 miles away, and you know, country school, country high school. So I go there, and they accept me. And I walked in the first day, and this English teacher, name's Carol Combs. I walked in and handed her the paper. She was my homeroom teacher. And she heard this voice, as the way she explains it today. She heard this voice. And she looks up, and she was like, son, have you ever done any drama before? I'm like, no, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic team. I was this quick recall guy, right? And she's like, no. She's like, drama. And I'm like, no, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested in academics. Well, she was the head of the drama department and head of the academics department. So the deal was, tell you what, you can get on the academics team if you start with theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happens is she was the first decent person I met in my life, and she became this kind of surrogate mother to me. So under her tutelage, I become the one of the top academic team guys in the state. Ran there, I was captain of the team. I was this just scourge across all the counties in that part of Kentucky. If you know, we had a meet, it was like, Jesus Christ, that's Brett Johnson. And, you know, it was like, she used to tell people they would, the high school that I came from was Whitesburg, and the first time that Whitesburg came against us, she told me, I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, Brett, she said, that first meet against Whitesburg, she said, the captain came in, looked at you, and said, oh, you've got that Johnson boy on your team? And she said, my response was, that Johnson boy is our team. So, but did that, and then with theater, I ended up my senior year, I won Best Actor and Actress in the state. Only guy to ever do that in the state. So, did pretty well, man. did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else, and I'm the idiot that turned them down.
Ask you a funny question.
Yeah.
You'd make a hell of a, I mean, of all the many things you could probably do, you would make a hell of a actor.
I'm very good on stage. I'm very good on stage.
Have you acted professionally anywhere or no?
Not professionally. We've done the the college circuit, stuff like that. What happened is so I turned down the scholarships. Scared of leaving, I guess is what it was. Starting community college, and the community college there hires a new theater director out of California. Well, he knew the guy that ran the San Jose State Theater program. A guy named Edward Emanuel was his name. His claim to fame, he had written the Three Ninjas movie. Remember that, the three little ninja kids back in the 80s? He had written this damn film, and it had made a shitload of money. So he invites Ed Emanuel to come down and see the play, and Ed had written this Civil War piece. So we put that on. I was doing it was a multiple role thing. I was doing 18 different roles in the show. So Ed sees the show and he's like, scholarship. He said, look, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We'll make you a big fish in a big pond. And I was like, deal. So I took the scholarship, man. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to where I'm living. I'm out shooting ball with my cousins and friends. He pulls up. And he gets out of the car, and I walk over to him. I was like, hey, man, I'll walk you in. You can meet my parents. He's like, nah, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting ball. He walks in the house, stays about 15 minutes, walks out, white as a sheet, doesn't say a word to me, gets in the car, leaves. I don't hear from him again. Had no idea what happened. Takes me a couple of weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife on the guy. I will kill you. You are not going to steal my goddamn son from me. Scares the guy to death. He bugs out. And kind of broke my spirit at that point. I was like, okay. So went into, just full-fledged into scams, crimes, everything else. I had already been, when I was a minor, I'd already been kind of brought up on that side of the family with the crimes that they were doing. My mom was, drug trafficking, the pimp stuff, illegally mining coal, charity fraud.
Illegally mining
coal? Yeah, wildcatting coal. So
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so to properly mine coal, you have to get a permit, all right? Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people they can't afford the permits. They can get them a piece of equipment. You get a dozer and a loader or whatever you would get, or an auger or what have you. So you start mining, but you don't get the permit. So you don't have to you don't have to pay. Back then it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. Let you strip mine the coal on that. Then you have to pay for the reclamation on top of that. So once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, you have to cover back up the pit, sow grass, make sure everything is environmentally friendly. You got a silt pond, everything else at that point.
So the whole idea is you buy an acre of land or some area of land, and then there's a whole process you're supposed to go through.
Entire process.
How many people are involved in a mining, the smallest number of people required for a mining operation?
You can do it with 3 or 4 people.
Okay.
So you've got your loader operator, you've got your dozer operator. You need you can farm out the trucking to someone if you need that, or a trucking company if you need to do that. Then you've got whoever owns the business as well. So very few people can run an operation like that and profit fairly well, as long as you don't have to do the reclamation, all that crap on top of it. All right, the reclamation gets pretty expensive. So if you're uncovering a pit of coal, a pit, so a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic inches, is what 2,000 pounds of coal weighs if you're in Eastern Kentucky, because it's at the weight of the bituminous coal and everything.
The fact that you know this is awesome. The fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal, this is great.
Yeah, you learn this shit, right? You can rattle this shit off. So you uncover the pit, and then you've got to sell the pit. Well, the thing is that where are you going to sell the coal? Well, you sell it to one of these other coal tipples that knows that they're buying the shit illegally. So back then, a ton of coal was, they'd give you like $36 per ton is what that is. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs on it. You'd take a sample to the lab, test the BTUs, you'd take that into the company. British Thermal Unit. So you'd test what the BTU on the coal was.
How pure the coal is.
How pure the coal is. what BTU it burns at. Back then, a good BTU was around 12.9 was what you'd get. All right, so 12.9 coal, $36 a ton. You'd take that sample over to the coal tipple. They'd say, okay, we'll buy this for you. How many trucks you got or how many tons you got? And you say, this is what we've got. Then you'd hire the trucking company, and where you get it out, because you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because the people that you've bought the rights to, whoever the landowner is. You said you're going to give them $2 a ton or whatever this is. Well, the other people there, are you paying them off or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, guess what? They know your ass is mining it illegally. They're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming around and everything. And hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? Right in the dead of night. So, you're loading it up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling its ass out is what you do, and you sell it out from there. So,
and your mom ran operations like this?
Yeah.
And you said you worked the mine too when you were younger?
Learned how to run a loader, run a dozer, learned how to clean off a pit, everything like that. So this is the lifestyle you grow up in. You learn how to do this stuff, and so knew how to do charity fraud as well, insurance fraud. So
charity fraud. Can we break down some of these are
charity fraud? It's much more romantic than what it sounds. It was basically standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking up collections for homeless shelters, for abused women, for children, stuff like that. Then later on, I branched off. When I started off on my own, I would set up my own charity company and do some telemarketing and go out and collect checks and things like that.
We're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom and your dad? Given all of that, given all the abuse, the complex ways that she played with love to see how far she can push you and the people around her, and they still love her. Today, do you love her?
I called my dad yesterday. My dad, he's dying now. He's got a heart condition. He's not going to get the operation to fix it. So he's like, fuck it, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I looked at him because, hell, I'm 52 now. And prior to 52, I'd have been like, no, you need to do this. But I looked at him and I was like, I understand. You're done. And so he's not going to get the operation. I was talking to him yesterday and he asked me, he's like, have you seen your mom? And I was like, Dad, I've not talked to her for about 2 years. And I told him, I was like, I love my mom, but my mom is not a good person. She's not. And he told me, I was talking to him on the phone yesterday, and he told me that it took him several years to really understand that. He loved her too, but it takes, when you're getting abused like that, especially my dad came from a good family, everything else, and upstanding family. And I think that when you're that victim of abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and then it happens. Well, you're like that frog in water all of a sudden. You get to the point where it gradually increases until, how do you get out of it? Everybody else sees what's happening, but you don't. I grew up in that environment, though. So it took me a long time to come to terms with that. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade without talking to my mom. Like, she had tried to commit suicide. I didn't know that. What got me so bad is she said at one point that she always thought someone was going to come in and save us. And my response, just immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, Denise, I knew no one ever was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverged. Me, it was, if you're going to do it, if anybody's going to take care of you, you got to take care of yourself.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. It's up to you. And Denise has always been that child that has expected someone to come in and save her.
Well, and almost like, it's all going to be okay. Somebody.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't. No, you go.
Unless you
make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. So,
are you able to forgive her, your mom?
My boundary with my mom, the reason I've not spoken with her, over 2 years ago, I started this legal career of mine. I've been the guy who has, I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices and what brought those choices around. So I'm big about taking responsibility for my actions. I truly am. I think it's really important you have to do that. Well, my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, you know, and I would start saying, you know, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise wouldn't speak to her anymore. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing that to her, so it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
So she's still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
No, not at all. So my ultimatum to my mom was, look, when you're able to admit that you abuse the people in your life, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it with me, we'll have a talk. Other than that, I don't want to talk to you anymore. So for the first year, it was, you know, calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. You know, I don't need you, blah, 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 blah. And then finally it started to taper off, and she's never really contacted me after that.
Your dad dying. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Just saying, fuck it.
You know, it's the man.
And what have you learned from your dad? What do you love about your dad?
He's one of these guys that, you know, like I told him. I told my dad about the abuse and everything else, and there was a point. So, you know, I told you about the elevator stuff, but before that, man, it was. It took me 40 years to talk about that, but it also took me 40 years to talk about. There was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house, and I would urinate in the floor. All right. And
as a out of anger.
No idea why. All right, but I would, because on the carpet. Carpet pissers like the Lebowski, right? It really tied the room together, dude.
It really tied the room together.
I was talking about that, and this lady comes up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that where she dealt with abused kids. And she told me, she's like, Brett, she's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you had was that. And she's like, kids do that. And I was like, so I'm not unique? She's like, no, you're not unique in that. So that, you know, this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it by drinking, by trying to commit suicide, things like that. And then finally she escapes. I'm the kid that didn't. And not only that, my wife pointed out to me that it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality stuff. You know, the male's expected to do things. So with me, it was almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise didn't have to, and she was able to avoid all. She's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher, good citizen overall. I was just the guy that kept right on going.
Kept on going. So let me ask you about that. So. Your life of cybercrime. In describing some of the things you did or knew about, you said, quote, I once stole several $1,000s worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a truly despicable person.
True.
One of my Ukrainian associates' script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography, then called the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting when you look back that defined your approach and who you were at that time?
Let me say that I did not care about my victim. All right, I cared about me. This is what I cared about. It's rough to admit that. You know that you don't give a shit what you're doing to anybody else. You only care about you. But that's the truth of the matter. I didn't care about the victims. The lady, that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last of it.
Which lady?
The coin lady. I was, by that point, Shadow Crew had made the front cover of Forbes, August of 04. October 26th of 04, Secret Service had shut us down, 33 people arrested, 6 countries in 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly mentioned as getting away. What happened was I was the guy who was, I had kind of invented this crime called tax return identity theft, and was stealing a lot of money. I went through all my stateside savings, and Shadow Crew gets shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I start running counterfeit cashier's checks, defrauding people with that, having them send products or bullion collections, what have you, by COD, collect on delivery, and I would pay with it with a counterfeit cashier's check. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. You know, the U.S. currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things, like, I don't know, 80, 90 pounds of this stuff. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, that, you know, hey, send it to COD. You can use my FedEx account to do that, or my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with a cashier's check. You can take it in, same as cash. She believed that. She was even on the ad, and we talked on the phone and everything else. She had told me that she was a single parent, and it was the only money that she had to put a roof on the house for her and her kids. And I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn. What was more important was me at that point.
Can I ask you a question about the social engineering aspect? So maybe specifics like the methodology, email, said phone. Maybe you could discuss this process from a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be socially engineered, to be victims of fraud.
So, first let me say that I became a social engineer as a child, all right, because the adults in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer for survival initially, all right? And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. The really expert ones. They become a social engineer as a child, then later on, they use those tools to victimize others, all right?
Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to like really put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And yet, in order to do cybercrime, you have to not care about the pain that might cause them once you manipulate them. So you have to empathize and yet not care.
Exactly. And I would argue that that is not a sociopath, because a cyber criminal, and I was no different, most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was, well, I did it for my family. Did it for my wife. Did it for my stripper girlfriend. Yeah. So, and I believe those justifications.
I heard that one.
Yeah. So
because I care about love a lot.
Yeah. So the big picture of that is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? All right. Now, I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, social engineering. All right. So we trust our tech. You know, we trust our cell phones, we trust our laptops. A lot of times we don't understand how they operate, but we trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses if we're advanced enough to look at an IP address or a domain or anything else like that. Criminals use tools to manipulate that. Spoof phone numbers, spoof browser fingerprints, whatever that may be, whatever the tool may be. Then that lays a base level of trust. At that point, you shoot in with the social engineering and lay whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion all of a sudden.
This is fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust the world. You have to find a balance. You have this. You have a lot of sort of conspiracy theories now about distrusting institutions and thinking like everything around us. It's like I've been listening to people who believe the Earth is flat, and you know that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anybody.
Right.
like everything you hear is a lie. So that's one, you can live that life, or you can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to, because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over.
Right.
Because you meet people with the joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So you have to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness where you trust, but verify. And on the internet, that becomes really tricky. You're almost too afraid to distrust everything because you'll never get anything done on the internet. But then if you trust too much, you can get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative where it's like, it's good. It's good. It's good.
And and a lot of the times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to believe.
Yeah.
All right? It's not really coming up with a brand new story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it at that point. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person that they're talking about. If I'm working on a phone, talking to someone over the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act to interact with that customer service agent or whoever I'm talking to on the other end of the line.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What is it? This businessman, Steven Schwarzman, I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that, the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you, like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are their big problems in their lives, because everybody's saying that all the time, and most of us are just ignoring it.
Right.
You
but
really
if you take the time to listen, you know somebody at that point. Absolutely, you do. Then you have to be able to dismiss it.
Dismiss it after.
You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that, is what you're trying to do. So that the lady was one story. Another truly despicable story. We'll get to script in a second.
Yeah.
But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started phishing attacks.
What's phishing?
So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yeah, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever and saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to update your account information. Well, back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack, so you could ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you look for basically credentials because everyone is aware of phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out, 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we had the login credentials
Login password, yeah.
Login password, complete, social, date of birth, mother's maiden, account information, everything else. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place, so you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, went through just fine. Ate them alive on that for 4 to 6 months. E-Trade got to the point where you couldn't do any ACH coming out. They locked everything down. Well, you're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money on them?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so what you do is you find some fat cat that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. Same time, you find a penny stock. You open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, pump and dump schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000s. Bam, bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is, not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't have given up your password or what have you at that point. And you still see that issue today with Zelle scams and things like that.
Which scam?
Zelle. So, the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation, same type with different payment mechanisms.
You find an easy way to exploit a system, and typically the financial organization, not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability in that, and you're just trying to avoid paying part of the bill is what's going on.
One of the things, just to stay on fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, like including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails somehow. So people are now seeing the followers of this particular podcast who are fans. They're finding them on platforms like LinkedIn and YouTube and so on. And they are figuring out ways to get to those people by another channel, which I suppose it seems more authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me, and with this like loving. The interesting thing, the emails sound like something I would write. So these aren't even at this stage. It's not even. It doesn't feel automated, or if it's automated, it's. There's a human in the loop that's really fine-tuning the specific, or maybe I'm very predictable, but it's very loving in the way I would write a message.
Well, and so think about that, all right? So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, if you were paying attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker who wrote that typically, all right? But as time has went on, as the awareness of what a phishing attack looks like, we have people that are sitting down now and making sure that the language is proper. It gets worse than that, though, if you look at business email compromise. All right, so the way a business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person, find a CEO. He will fashion a spear phishing email, that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. All right, so he'll fashion a spear phishing email, and the way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person, all right, that CEO. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get their login credentials to their email, just to read the emails, and he'll go in there and he'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids, talking about relationships, talking about vacation? What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they doing? All right, so then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish the payroll department as well. So then he spearfishes in, gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. All right, so instead of that English alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I but without the dot on top. All right, comes back into the email, into the payroll email, blocks the real CEO's email, replaces that with the Unicode email that he's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationships, everything else, and says, hey, we're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment instead of over here. They've set up a new account. Send all payments over here now. And that is business email compromise in a nutshell. All right, works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack, because there's a distribution of responsibility, to where you're more likely to believe that, okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured everything.
Absolutely.
I'm okay listening to this.
Right. So that's business email compromise, and it's those crimes, and it's one of the things you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really sophisticated. It's not. The attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's not the stuff. It's not zero-day attacks.
Yeah,
they're out there. But if you're a criminal waiting on a 0 day to profit, you're going to starve to death. The meat and potatoes are at 90% known exploits.
And then the rest is, well, you're saying it's, maybe you mean it's not technically sophisticated, but it's social engineering sophisticated.
Very sophisticated on that end. Very sophisticated.
I mean, it's a fascinating study of human
that
psychology.
establishment of trust, and then using that trust to defraud that victim. That is something.
I wish... Obviously, all of these folks are really good at hiding. I wish you could tell their stories in the way, which is why you're fascinating, is you're able to tell these stories now, because it is studying human nature by exploiting it. But you get to understand, like, our weak points, our hope, our desire to trust others. Also, sort of the weak points and the failures of digital systems, and at scale humans have to connect.
Right.
It's fascinating. This is a weird question, asking for a friend. Is spearfishing itself illegal? What's the legality here?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely, it is. But
is it absolute? So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a CEO, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something loving and positive. What's the crime?
Unauthorized access of advice.
What would be the punishment, do you think?
That becomes questionable. So no monetary loss, or was there a monetary loss? Probably not. All right. So you have to figure out who the victim is before charges are pressed. Now, the crime would be unauthorized access. All right. But no real victim on that, unless, the person whose account you took over takes, exception to that. No monetary loss.
So there's not really standard like fines.
Probably nothing's going to happen. Right.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting because it's so when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0-day attack on the QNAP NAS, they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So, SolarWinds.
Yeah.
So I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out at the house. I've been going through it. That catalogs how SolarWinds lied for years about their vulnerabilities, and they lied to investors. The people who came in, the auditors who they would hire, would not pay attention to them when they said, you've got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years, until SolarWinds, the attacks become apparent. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attacking. The actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean that SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are, and there needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people responsible for crime are the criminals, and that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. You could be it's being an idiot is not a crime. Being criminally negligent is, and I think that SolarWinds is certainly responsible. Not responsible. They're culpable for what happened.
Can you actually tell folks about SolarWinds? What is it? What are some interesting things that you're aware of?
SolarWinds was it provided a backbone of security for hundreds, thousands of different companies. If you looked at a lot of security companies were using SolarWinds, that would allow you to get a snapshot of the entire system that they were working on. So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in, and they basically they hack into SolarWinds and get access to it, and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on with those companies. If a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that was going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare. All right, and something that you are not going to recover from. You're not. I mean, it's done at that point. There's not been a lot of news lately about it, but the fact of the matter is that's the type of attack that's a catastrophic attack.
So there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere probably.
Oh, yeah.
And so now there's people sitting on information.
Absolutely. So think about one of the attack vectors has been Microsoft Outlook, 365, things like that. This allowed the attackers to look at the source codes of that. So they have the source code now, so they can go through it line by line, Where are the vulnerabilities? Let's find new vulnerabilities, new 0 days. I said 0 days aren't common, but this opens up an entire new threat surface all of a sudden. So it's a completely catastrophic attack. Once all the chips are down, everything's tallied up, people are going to be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
Yeah. All right, this whole computer thing, we tried
We're
it.
done.
We're walking away.
We're done.
That's terrifying. Because so you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet. So, but like,
there's been a lot of negative impact, but we're just starting it.
Right. So the capacity for destruction is huge here. How much involvement from nation states do you think there is on this?
It's interesting. So you've got Iran, you've got North Korea, China, Russia. You got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia's very good about working with the type of criminal that I used to be. They'll enlist these guys and steal information or what have you. Then Russia will take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and sell whatever you want to make some money. China's all about IP. North Korea's about stealing money because they really don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
so North Korea is actively involved in cybercrime.
Absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin, everything else. So absolutely, they're actively involved with that. Very, very skilled attackers, very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. All right, so even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow-up to that is this NotPetya attack that happened. And so that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandworm group using all known exploits throughout. So it's not, you're right in the sophistication is typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication could really do a lot of damage.
And that's when you find out real quick, that's what separates the men from the boys in this game. All right, because all of a sudden I don't have to worry about social engineering. I've got source codes and I've got professionals that are looking at that, and that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just a cascade of. Is this terrifying to you, by the way? This world that we're living in, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there's so many more attack vectors on our well-being.
What's terrifying to me, I used to preach it on Shadow Crew, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than the truth itself. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can convince you of. That's what's terrifying to me. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all the stuff that's going out, that becomes truly terrifying.
Maybe there's an angle where it's freeing. If nothing is true, and you can't trust anything.
But you see, we as human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human interaction. And for that human interaction, you have to have a degree of trust.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth, and it more becomes like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of like, you know what? There's this human dream. You get this on the internet. You get like facts, as if there's at the bottom there's one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. The problem is, I mean, maybe believing that is counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus, and so it's always going to be, everything is shrouded in, you can call them lies, or you can call them inaccuracies, or you can call them delusions. It's constantly going to be a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to, over time, develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it true. Call it a stable, a consensus that creates a high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island.
I like it. I mean, I like it. I mean, we're going to agree.
And then don't use Outlook. No, I'm just kidding. So maybe a step back. You mentioned, I'd love to talk about Shadow Crew. Maybe this is the right time to actually, let's go to Shadow Crew because it's such a fascinating story. So tell me the story of building Shadow Crew, the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet markets. This is why you're the original Godfather.
This is it. So I get married. I faked a car accident to get married. Got the money from that.
You're romantic.
I'm romantic. Like my dad, man. I'm the guy that, I get from mom, I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that don't want him to leave.
To get married,
I met this
What's that
girl.
story?
Dude, I was...
how did you fall in love?
My first girlfriend was a preacher's daughter. And crazy over her, dated her for 5 years. And she figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly, it took her 5 years to figure out that Brett Johnson is not the man of God. I can talk it, but, more that agnostic than anything. She breaks up with me. So I was at the community college.
You'd make one hell of a preacher, by the way.
Yeah.
But,
So, I've got that Langston Hughes problem, I'm looking for Jesus to show up and he just doesn't. So I was at the community college and I was a straight asshole. I was arrogant, conceited, everything else. And I had posted an advertisement on one of the billboards looking for an adult babysitter, hot blonde, come visit me in the library. Buddy of mine shows up and he's like, Brett. And I was like, yeah. He's like, hottest girl in school, right down the hall. And I was like, serious? He's like, yeah. And I was like, let's go see. So I walk over and there's these two guys that are hitting on her. So I just walk up and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walk up and I'm just sitting there listening, and they're giving the spiel and everything, and she's just kind of taking it in. Finally, I looked over and I was like, "You want to get out of here?" And one of the guys looks at me. He's like, "Hey, we're talking to her." And I was like, "Well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I'm about to save her ass from you."
Damn, that's a smooth pickup line, by the way. If I've ever heard one, that's good. You want to get out of here?
So, start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains out, man. And I head over heels. We got married 6 months later. 6 months.
That's what love does.
That's what it does. And she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. She knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater, stuff like that. Got a job I was in Hazard. There was no jobs to be had. So I got a job in Lexington because we were going to be moving to UK. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark testing printer boards, circuit boards. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, come back home on Monday. Got married, faked a car accident to get the rest of the money that I needed to get married. And the faking on that, man, I had bought a Chevy Spectrum at a car auction, gave like $500 for it. My aunt had previously defrauded USAA insurance on a car accident, and she was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go down to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance where they'll pay for a rental car, they'll pay lost wages. I was like, they pay lost wages? She's like, yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, She's like, by the way, you work for me. And I was like, I work for you. So
and you get to define the wage, and you can also define how long you were unable to work.
Exactly. And the chiropractor will sign off on any damn thing. All right. So my cousin Ronnie, he figures out that he finds out I'm going to fake this car accident. So he comes to me. He's like, hey man, can I get in on that? I was like, yeah, man, you get in on that. So this kid, he's 5 days younger than I am. This kid, he goes to the dentist the day that we're faking it, has a tooth pulled, tells the dentist not to numb it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up the day that we're driving out to fake the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding out of the mouth and everything else. I'm like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. So my mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is up in the head of a hollow. So we're like, we'll just do it up there. We'll go act like we're visiting my mom. On the way back out, ran over a mountain. Okay. So we go visit and everything. come back out that night, run over the side of the hill. Me and Ronnie walk back up. Of course, it totals the car. Walk back to my mom's, acting like we've wrecked. She knows what time it is and everything else, and file the claims. So that gets the money to get married, and me and my wife moved from Hazard to Lexington. And I'm the kid that.
Shall we try again?
My crime usually, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. Wouldn't, I would be all right, you know. But females involved, oh yeah, got to spend the money, got to show them gifts, everything else was never enough to show love in some sort of healthy way. Always had to go overboard, and typically it was buying some or stealing some sort of expensive crap.
So that was the thing. That was the way you show love, is by buying expensive gifts
or something overboard. Back then, with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. I got it. You just worry about going to school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. So not only was I this guy that was going overboard, but I was kind of a control freak too, right? So no, I got it. So here I am, 60-hour a week job, 18-hour class load, cooking, cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. Quit the job and start back in fraud and trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing fraud. I was working at, the first job I had was
Prepare yourself for battle, heroes.
I see they are sending out the Drek today.
I don't have time for this.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what are you waiting for? You're deceased, by the way.
It takes more than that to keep me down. I'm on my way.
It is best to retreat for now.
All right with me. This isn't your day. Sounds interesting.
Choose a talent.
You forced my hand. Time is of the essence.
Gather tribute and earn my favor.
Watch out! Our ally requires our help. On the way. For Theramore! On the way.
Be cautious.
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor. Talent? Ah, that seems generous.
Let's hurry. Our allies need us.
Your enemy has destroyed a fort.
You forced my hand. I've got a good feeling about this. I must flee. Hold the line, friend. Good work. Let's keep it up. Yeah, sure.
Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple.
I hate resorting to violence.
That was rather violent.
Entirely worthless.
Sounds good. Not enough mana.
You have been slain. Your fort has been destroyed. And your fort annihilated. Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
Time is of the essence. We should defend here. Just surrender!
Indestructible, you shall know my curse.
It takes more than that to keep me down. If you're sure.
A shame. You were so close that time. Well, well, well.
It is our hour.
It takes more than that to keep me down. Time is of the essence.
And so the curse ends. Perhaps not as it ended. Choose a talent.
Let's see how you like this! Time is of the essence. We should defend here.
Whatever. You have lost a key. The enemy is attacking your core.
My spells will aid you. Let's hurry. Our allies need us. Sounds interesting. Ring of Frost!
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather truth. Learn my favor.
We're winners! Keep fighting!
Might I suggest dodging?
Protect our allies. Let's hurry. Our allies need us. Let's get going. So be it.
You were so close that time.
Fight on, warriors. We are turning the tide.
Defeat. MVP.
I'm here to help.
Telemarketer at a cemetery selling grave sites. And then that ended, went over to work for the Shriners Circus, Shriners Hospital. And it was a third-party company that was doing all the telemarketing, made really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis clubs, selling food baskets to the food banks and everything. So I stole the phone list and started up my own Kiwanis club, and would do the telemarketing, go out twice a week and pick up checks. Well, what happened is I'm going out picking up checks, go knock on a door. Turns out one of the persons that I had called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, "Who are you?" I'm like, "I'm with the Kiwanis Club." And he's like, "No, you're not." So got arrested, spent 3 months in a county jail for theft by deception. Got out. And we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard and live with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started surfing around online. Found eBay, and didn't really know how to make money on eBay. At about the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds online. I don't really talk about that in the past. The first time I've really talked about that, but I would pay for it with bad checks. So
more so not using a platform like eBay, more.
I would find somebody that had like a stereo system on eBay, something like that, and I'd pay for it with a bad check, and would rely on them not to chase me, because they were out of state at that point, and the dollar amounts were very low. So got the money to move to. Finally, did those schemes enough to get the money to move back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and by this point, I'm doing these, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money on eBay. Got to be. So didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside Edition with Bill O'Reilly, and they're profiling Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching, and the one they're profiling is this one called Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to find me a Peanut. So my initial thought was, well, there's got to be one in one of these Hallmark stores in Kentucky someplace. So I skipped class the next day, went out around to all the Hallmark stores looking for Peanut. No, idiot. He's on eBay for $1,500. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, turns out they had little gray Beanie Baby elephants for $8. Picked up one of those for $8. Stopped by Kroger on the way home, picked up a pack of blue Rit dye. Went home, tried to dye the little guy. So that was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath. Looks like they've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the damn thing. I'm like, well, that's not going to work. That's just not going to work. So I got online, found a picture of a real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is I can claim that's the one I've got, and then maybe claim that it got messed up in the mail and work out like that. So posted a picture of a real one online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She wins the bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. So as soon as she wins the bid, I send her a message. Hey, we've not done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do protects us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders totaling $1,500. Send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. That way we're both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your animal. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Sent me the money orders. I cashed them out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't order this. My response, lady, you ordered a blue elephant. I sent you a blue-ish elephant. And she got pissed. And she kept calling. What I found out, and that's really the first lesson of cybercrime that most of these criminals, including self, learns. If you delay a victim long enough, just keep putting them off. A lot of them, they get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain to law enforcement. They eat it.
So it's a mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away, and second, almost like an embarrassment.
So there's a whole slew of reasons. All right, there's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you look at it today, where does the embarrassment come from? Well, the media, family members, we're all very good about blaming the victim for crimes. Why would you click on the link? Why would you send money to somebody you don't know? Blah, blah, blah. So you've got that's going on. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then, you didn't know. Do you complain to local police? Because she's in another state. So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds? Well, it's not, the dollar amounts aren't high enough to complain to feds. Feds are going to tell you to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there. We need you to come in. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor, everything else. So I got away with that crime and did it under my own name at that point. Kept going and got better at it. Started to understand how to hide identities, things like that. Started selling pirated software. Pirated software led into installing mod chips. It was for the initial pirated software was Sega Saturn, PlayStation 1. Well, you had to have a mod chip in those to play the pirated discs. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips into cable television boxes so you could watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS cards, those 18-inch RCA satellite systems. Pull the card out of it, program it, turns on all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause? Mm-hmm. That is very entrepreneurial. So just technically. So there's laws and rules that you're breaking nonstop. So there's also legitimate ways of doing that, which is break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time.
Right.
That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage you're doing, like ethically the damage you're doing about other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking, is you're adding to the suffering in the world in one way or another, and you're justifying it. But in terms of me sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how Woz and Steve Jobs thought.
Sure.
That's innovation. And maybe just think if you can introspect your thinking process here. This is a new. I like how you remember that it's an HP. This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is yet another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone.
Alone.
When you were thinking through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask, but what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So the approach is you do something, and you fuck it up, and you think back, okay, how do I fix that? So you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue on that? How do I fix that?
So there's not a deep design thinking like
later on it becomes that. Once you lay that groundwork of the way these schemes are working, all right, it becomes that, and you can apply that to other things in cybercrime as a whole, all right. But initially, it's basically trial and error. You've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? All right. So I'm committing these crimes under my name. How do I solve that? Well, one of the first principles that we started to teach on Shadow Crew is all crimes should begin with identity theft. That's one of the main first principles that a lot of people to this day still don't really get. All right, why would I commit a crime under my name if I can do it under your name? So that's one of the big buffers, and that takes trial and error to get to that point where you start to understand that's the way crime should operate if you're a criminal. All right, but With me, it was, I mean, it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of ingrained in you, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around things or getting through things.
I mean, one of the questions I'll probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you were doing, which is you didn't get caught for a very long time.
Right.
We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is, it's so interesting. All crime probably to be effective, should start with identity theft.
Right.
I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many forms.
Right.
So yes, so Shadow Crew. So as we're you started with love.
So now we're doing these schemes online. I'm programming these satellite DSS cards, and one of the interesting things, and you still see that to this day, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canadian judge rules about the same time that I'm doing these satellite cards. Canadian judge comes out and says, hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals. And his reasoning is since RCA doesn't sell the systems up here, my citizens can pirate it. Okay. So what happens is overnight, about the same time, PayPal comes into play. So PayPal's coming right online at about the same time. Overnight, little cottage industry pops up in the United States. Go down to Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out in the parking lot, open the system up, open the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship its ass to Canada, $500 a pop. Started doing that. Business is good. Making, $3,000, $4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have so many orders, I can't fill all the orders. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill any of them? They're in Canada. I'm down here. Who are they going to complain to? Because I already found out people don't complain. All right? They're not going to complain to anybody. So I start
especially in Canada.
And I'm having them send money. That's when PayPal's first into play. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, can we pay by? Yeah, you can pay all day long by PayPal. And PayPal had no clue what they were doing with security. So it's like, okay. So they're sending money to PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name at that point. And I get scared because by that point I'm still in $4,000 to $6,000 a week. And I'm like, somebody's going to be looking at money laundering. So get it in my head. I'm like, best thing that I can do is get a fake driver's license, open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out at the ATM. Good. No idea where to get a fake ID. Not a clue. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around, thought I found a guy. He went by the screen name of Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me off. And I'm like what the hell, man? Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews, and I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. He's building that trust that I talked about. So the end result, I got pissed, and there was no site that dealt with anything criminal or cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had was an IRC chat session, internet relay chat, and that I'm sure you've been on that. It's this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. Most of them are full of shit. You can't trust anybody, and you're sitting there trying to conduct business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service, do they have it? Does it work? Or are they just going to rip you off? Because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates, as on degree mill type stuff. But they had a forum, and no one was using the forum. So I basically get on there and bitch every day. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, bam, 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 bam. About the same time I start doing that, two other guys show up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ. And he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the screen name of Gollum at that point, Gollum Fun. And he's like, Gollum, I can make you a fake driver's license. And I was like, well, motherfucker, do it. And he's like, well, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you are. He's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, man, he said, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, I'm going to send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you and I don't have to deal with you anymore. And he's like, bet. I'm like, okay. So I sent him $200, sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. Name is Steven Schwecke out of Ohio. Real guy. Worked at ADP Payroll to this day, works at ADP is where the guy works. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd ever seen. You know, I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, you know, looking back, it's like,
but it was kind of a strong first step in creating a fake identity.
Very strong, very strong. So this,
so that was like, Gasco just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that?
Oh, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely.
So you have to have, this is like mob.
You have to
have an inner circle that you trust.
You know, I'm sure you've probably heard me say this before. Successful cybercrime, all right? There are 3 necessities to being successful online if you're a criminal. 3 necessities are gathering data, committing the crime, and then cashing it out. All 3 of those necessities have to work in conjunction. If they don't, the crime fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all 3 things. You know, you've got the people who gather the data, basically the general store salespeople who sell PII, credit card logins, data tools. They'll sell the spoofed phone numbers or the RDPs, stuff like that. A lot of the times, those people don't know how to commit the crime, and those people certainly don't know how to launder the money out, put cash in pocket. So you've got, either because of a skill level, sometimes a geographic location limits what that individual can do. All right, so you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are not in order for that crime to succeed. And that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with Shadow Crew? All right, so Counterfeit Library is the start. All right. Counterfeit Library transitions over to Shadow Crew. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golubov. He was a spammer at that point in time. He saw what we were doing with Counterfeit Library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details, and this kid, I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea, and his idea was, I wonder if people would buy stolen credit card details.
It's pretty good Ukrainian Russian accent.
So he picks up the phone, he calls his buddies, they call their buddies, they have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show up, and they launch this idea. This launches a website called Carter Planet, which is the genesis of all modern credit card theft as we know it. All right, and so remember I mentioned those 3 necessities of cybercrime. Dmitry had all the credit data in the world, and he partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was that so much fraud had been committed on that eastern side of Europe that every card had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it at that point. So again, those 3 necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running Counterfeit Library. One day I get this message, or not a message, one day Script shows up. And he posts, just on the general forum, he posts, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, order whatever you want to. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site is what we were, and fake driver's licenses. So and we had, I guess we had 2,000-3,000 members at that point. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement, It's got to be in trying to get us arrested and everything else. Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. What he wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's licenses. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He made a very passable Social Security card. Me, I had no skill level, and I knew PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, tell you what, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in. They'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can learn the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews. All right? So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer on Counterfeit Library. So over the next year, Beelzebub, turns out he was a pot grower. He goes back to growing pot because he wasn't making shit selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out cashing out at casinos, doing some shit with that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business here. So Script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got to do something. And I'm scared, man, because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get him on ICQ, and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. And he's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review me. And I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him a drop address, give him a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit Dell for $5,000. The order fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey, man, it didn't work. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass after that. And he's like, one more chance. I'm like, okay. Give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days, hit Thompson's Computer Warehouse for $4,000, Dell for $5,000. Order goes through, get the products. I post that review on Counterfeit Library, and literally overnight we turn from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site, and that becomes a lot of money really quickly. Remember, so we were doing now it's called CNP fraud, card not present fraud. So you hit an online merchant with stolen credit card data. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could profit $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Okay. Just buying, laptops, what have you, and cashing out, put them on eBay for sale and sell them like that. $30,000 to $40,000 a month was the profit on that. Script had a lot of buddies. He had people like Roman Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had
counterfeit, not stolen. So counterfeit.
Counterfeit.
That must be tough to do.
So the connections
that must be harder than
it's crazy.
Driver's license.
It's crazy. So on your back. So what BOA initially had, and I became the United States salesperson for BOA. But what he had was he was the first dumps provider in the United States. So on the back of your credit or debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm outside of that. That's important. We'll get back to that in a few minutes. Third data track is called indiscriminate data. No one uses it. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called the dump. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card, the only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. All right, that goes to the processor bank for verification. The first data track, that customer's name, shows up on the screen of the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps, you get 10 counterfeit cards, encode track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create 1 fake driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that 1 fake driver's license. That way when you go in the shop, swipe the card, track 2 gets sent off for verification, track 1 shows up on the screen in front of the cashier. If you ever ask for ID, you pull out the fake ID, everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy, you walk out with cameras, Rolex.
And track 1 could be it doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track 2.
Not connected at all. That's one of the big problems, all right?
Yeah.
So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committing credit card theft. We had proxy providers. We had all these people that were doing this stuff. We start making a lot of money. A lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling things. And at the same time, he's looking for, how do I make more money? All right. The Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV breach, or hack, is what they call it. So what happens is, remember I told you track 2, card number / 16-digit algorithm. You gotta know the algorithm to encode it so you can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. All right, ATM. You gotta know it. Now, we were fishing data from hell. I mean, we were doing a lot of fishing, a lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that algorithm. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank had implemented the hash on track 2. So you take the card number / any 16 digits, it would encode. Take it to the ATM, pull cash out because you got the pin. All right. Started doing that.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means, so if there's no are they generating random numbers, or do they have valid numbers for track 2?
No numbers were needed at all, as long as just the track 2 was a complete track 2.
So it's a valid track 2 that doesn't matter. So the pin is the thing that gets you in?
Back then, all right, back then, what we're talking about is you needed, typically, today you need a whole track 2. You need that valid track 2. Yeah. All right, you need the 16-digit card number, / and then whatever that algorithm is on the side of it. All right. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode.
Interesting.
So
you can make a lot of money with physical
so
fake
much money that
credit
card not
cards,
present,
debit cards.
Card not present fraud, remember I told you, was $30,000 to $40,000 a month. All right. That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. The Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet, but they can't cash it out. Those 3 necessities of cybercrime. So the deal became, you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we'll give you 40%. So you had all these cashiers that were 40% of $40,000 a day. Yeah, we'll take that. All right. Send the rest of it over to, by Western Union or what have you, to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. Now, you had a couple of forerunners with eGold and Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and then finally you get to eGold, Liberty Reserve, and today it's with crypto that's used. Started stealing a lot of money. A lot. And that got law enforcement attention. So we started to see, I mean, it's a crazy-ass story. We started to see IPs coming in from law enforcement agencies, government agencies, because back then they didn't know how to shield their identity either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these, like, and you're like, that's interesting. So, you know, and at the same time, we had, it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's phone contact list. That made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating Shadow Crew. And he posts those damn things on Shadow Crew. So I'm sitting there going, head of the pile. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. So at the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Sex Offenders Registry. And I was using that to create bank accounts, launder the money out, and I would sell the bank accounts and stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create fake driver's licenses, what have you. And then finally, we happened upon the California Death Index. All right. Complete information, mother's maiden, socials, DOBs, all that. And it's like, got to be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities all day long. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefit, not death benefits, but Social Security benefits for that individual and get that recurring paycheck in. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government know if you're dead? Do federal indexes reference state indexes? Got all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. It's against the law. So it also turns out the only way the federal government knows you're dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. All right? Prior to 98.
Of course, most people don't.
Right. Prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, the hospital can do it, the funeral home can do it, or the family can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after if they've died.
But it's still, there's a lot of people
A lot of people don't. Because that death benefit's only like $219.
Yeah.
Okay? Nobody's thinking about that shit. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope. Number's dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass as a 65-year-old, so no. So the next idea I had was, wonder if you could file income tax return. Turns out you can. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal once I got ramped up, because you test everything. You're testing to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit instrument is and everything else. Once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year.
By paying taxes?
By filing fake
filing fake tax returns.
So you find a business, and the way the system worked is the IRS will issue a refund on somebody before they're able to verify that that person works for an employer. Still works like that today. All right, so...
And you're keeping the amounts relatively low.
Keep them at $3,000. All right. Amounts are very low.
But you're still able to achieve scale because this large index
Right.
of real.
I got to where, and I was manual. Later on, a couple of buddies of mine went automated.
Wait, you were doing this by hand, so there's no code involved?
All manual. Wow. I'd file a return once every 6 minutes. Work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So clicking on, typing fast and clicking.
One return every 6 minutes. That's changing IP. That's changing address. Everything else. One return every 6 minutes for 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip, plot out a map of ATMs, and then the next 2 days, cash out. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Come back home, rinse and repeat. Turns out that a backpack, I don't see anyone sitting around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 of 20s, is what it'll hold. So I'd put $150K in 20s in a backpack. I had a spare bedroom. I'd come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very, very important information, and the fact that you know it is also very.
Yeah.
First, we started with a volume of coal that weighs a ton, and now a backpack holds $150,000 of 20s, and then you can multiply that by 5 for hundreds.
Yeah,
I like
it's 20.
this.
Most of the time, it's 20. It's coming out of ATM, right?
That's
Each 20
true. You
weighs
can't do
a
hundreds.
gram.
Each 20 weighs a gram.
So you can actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when they get a pallet of cash. They just weigh it.
Oh, they just weigh it.
So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash.
50. Oh, that's pretty light.
Not bad. Not
yeah,
bad.
you get a big backpack. Do a good run with David Goggins with it. I like it. The fact this is great. So wait, where does that come in with the backpack?
So what happens is I didn't know how to launder money. All right, so I'm throwing cash in the spare bedroom. One day you open up the bedroom and you're like, got to do something with those backpacks. Yeah. And that's when you start learning how to launder money. Cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, had a couple of detailing company. I was thinking about running food trucks, things like that in Charleston South.
Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, and what years are we talking about?
This is, by the time the tax return schemes go into play, we're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns start.
And so what, at that time and what you're aware of now, how it evolved, how does money laundering work?
It's not that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering the money or putting the money through that, saying the transactions are legal. You then start depositing into bank accounts. From the bank accounts, my thing is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia was the final destination of all this stuff. And the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day it looks legal and you can't trace it all if you're ever caught, which you ultimately are. But so cash-based businesses, you know.
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based businesses, so you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work? What's the business? Are people providing you a service and you're giving them money?
Right. So you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. So you can gamble, cash out something like that. So there are trips to whatever casinos you've got. You've got your production company or your detail company. So how many cars are you cleaning a day? How many companies have you got to do that? All right. Whatever that company is, it's got to be cash-based. Somebody's paying you in cash is what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash-based businesses where it doesn't look funny. All right, because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you start depositing into that. Well, because of the Patriot Act, as suspicious activity reports, SARS came in at $2,500 instead of the $10K that it used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you've got to set up. All right. Fortunately, what you also had is you had a bunch of prepaid debit cards that were coming into play at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that had ACH abilities attached to those as well, and you start running them all together. Then once it's out of the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start funneling that into fewer bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at Bank Latico and Estonia.
So a bunch of hops that end up at a place that you can't trace.
And to give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. That's the last seizure I was. So took them. They got it, but it took them that long to get to it.
So how do stories like with Script that come into play here, where he had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker the more money you make. Script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever estate he wanted to. And he would brag about touring the countryside, and if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag, he was doing that. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with the Ukrainian mob. All right? So he's got these inroads, and people are looking out for him. And he's stealing a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him a decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we had never, with Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right? We were just the fraudsters, the social engineers. We had never really considered violence. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography, we don't do counterfeit currency, we don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up really obeying was the child porn stuff, except for Max Butler, who you mentioned earlier. Script, someone rips the guy off. And he comes online on Shadow Crew at that point, and he posts these pictures one day. And I mean, it was a detailed narrative through the pictures. Had the guy that rammed in the van, had the door open, rammed in the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured, and the response was, "This is what happens when you steal from me." And that's the first time that violence came into play at that point. And that's when you start realizing things are getting a little serious.
How did that make you feel?
The first response is, can't be real. He's just doing that. You know, he's wanting to send a message. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And
were you afraid in your own heart that you might descend to that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't, and you're not one of those that can cross it?
You know, I got to tell you, I joke with my wife the joke I tell my wife is, if I knew some guy that had 8,000 Bitcoins, I might be persuaded to ask him for access to that. And she was like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toes.
Yeah.
And I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that back then. That's, and I think that's was Scripps' issue, is it was a lot of money to him.
The money, and then there's, violence can also be gradual. So over time, you do a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more.
You get used to what's going on, and then
get desensitized.
And you figure, you take somebody like Ross Ulbricht, the Silk Road guy. All right, Ross was not a violent guy. He was not. But at that point in time, he was sitting on 24 million in Bitcoin. He was the only game in town, and that 24 now is like 22, 24 billion, some crap like that. But he felt in danger of this guy was going to turn him in. It was a blackmail him and everything. So Ross thinks he hires a couple hitmen to kill the guy. So it becomes that thing, and I saw that over and over again. And I'd like to say I wasn't like that, but given the same circumstances, I would have probably done the same thing.
And also, when it's not just about money, there's a lot of other forces. Like if you're threatened for your well-being, or for your wealth, or for your power, all of us operate under different motivations.
Plus, that online aspect for those communities like that, if you're the head guy, you really feel like you're the parent of these guys.
Yeah.
So if somebody's starting to threaten them, it's like, all right, what do I need to do?
So what do you make of Silk Road? So the Shadow Crew started something that today you can call Darknet and Darknet markets. So these markets that operate, that trade things, everything from child pornography to drugs to, what else?
Everything.
What are the dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about? All of those things.
Right.
So can you maybe tell me, let's just even step back. What is the Darknet? How big is it? So what happens there?
Let's backtrack a little bit more before we get to that. All right. What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing in all of these stolen wares, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those 3 necessities that I talked about. But the important thing is it established trust among criminals. All right, because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust who you're dealing with, because you have to deal with somebody. You have to. All right. So how do you know you're not dealing with a cop? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's skilled? How do you know you're going to deal with somebody that's not going to rip you off? You have to be able to trust that individual. The Shadow Crew provided that trust mechanism for criminals. You had that communication channel, the forums, where you could reference conversations weeks, months old, take part, learn from those conversations. You had vouching systems and review systems in place, escrow systems in place. You knew by looking at someone's screen name if you could trust the individual, network with the individual. All right, and that community of just humans provided that backbone of trust, and that's really interesting when you think about it. You had the trust that was there, but you also had this almost this instantaneous information that was available about the community or about cybercrime at large, and that's still in play today. All right, so when that was the way things were until a couple of things happened, and one was cryptocurrency, the other one was the Tor browser, the dark web. Now, I was working with the Secret Service, ripping the Secret Service off when Tor comes into play. All right, so we got a memo in one day, and it was talking about the Tor browser, and it was like, we really need to be careful with this. This is going to be a problem. And so we all fired up the Tor browser, and it turns out this was 2005, early 6. Turns out it was completely unusable. Could not use it at all, simply because no one was using it, and it was extremely slow. So
for people who don't know, Tor browser is a way to be completely anonymous.
As long as you properly know how to use it.
Right.
Huge caveat.
Yeah.
All right. So developed by the United States Navy, and they developed it. Yeah.
Not,
oh yeah.
It wasn't the hackers that.
Interesting. U.S. Navy. To this day, the #1 funder of Tor, military.
Sounds interesting.
To this day. All right.
Interesting. I mean, the same, I guess, with the internet. The origins are
So
DARPA
and
and
it was
DoD.
developed so that operatives could communicate with each other without being identified. All right. It then goes open source. They release it. EFF comes in, starts sponsoring it, everything else like that. The next idea was, well, you know, people can get around their country's firewalls. Whistleblowers can use it, things like that. Well, someone forgot to mention that the first adoptees of tech, if you can use it to launder money or remain anonymous, are criminals. So criminals start to use the damn thing, all right? So along the same time we get, well, a few years later, we get Satoshi Nakamoto pops up with his ideas for Bitcoin, and then Ross Ulbricht runs with it. Ross Ulbricht decides he's going to start up Silk Road. So initially, the people who were using Tor, which later was the dark web, people who were using Tor were just talking with each other, visiting websites, communicating like that. Someone figured out, hey man, we could host websites on this thing, and they have a lot of trouble finding the box. So that is the advent of Silk Road all of a sudden. Ross Ulbricht has this idea that he's going to change the world by becoming the largest drug dealer on the planet. So he opens up the Silk Road, and the only payment instrument he allows is Bitcoin. So if those people out there are wondering why Bitcoin is going at, what, 44K today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts.
And by the time this is out, it could be 100,000 or 10,000. We'll see.
Who knows? If it's 10,000, I'm going to buy some. So.
Which is a hilarious statement to make, because that statement would be ridiculously wrong like 5 years ago, right?
I know.
And people 100 years from now will be laughing. Wait, it was that low?
So he only accepts Bitcoin, and that's, of course, the initial use case of crypto is, no one wants to admit it today, but the initial use case is, we're going to buy a bunch of pot. And we need somebody, we need a way to pay for it. So that's what happens. Ross, it's really interesting to me. If you look at motivations of cyber criminals, motivations are status, cash, ideology. All right. My guys, all cash, across the board, all cash. Ross is ideology. He really believed he was going to change the world. He really did. And I've been fortunate. I actually know the guy who ran Silk Road 2, and have talked to the kid, everything else, and I will tell you that those guys who are motivated by ideology, they are a completely different breed. They really are. It's not the cash guy. It's low-hanging fruit. The ease of it's hard to stop committing crime, but it's much easier for a cash-motivated individual to stop than it is that ideology guy. That Silk Road 2 guy, he's still got it. He's not breaking the law, but you can see it's like he wants to. He wants to. So it's
That's fascinating. That I mean, the worst atrocities in human history are committed with people that operate under ideology. All the other motivations are much weaker.
But you think about it. You've got with Ross. I mean, very bright guy, very bright guy. But think about the amount of cognitive dissonance that the guy's got. That he thinks he's going to change the world by running a drug site. I mean, certainly. I mean, could he have changed the world? Yeah. Could he have done it like that? Probably not.
Well, I can steel man those arguments. I listen to quite a few libertarians, and you can push that to anarchists. And there's a lot of people that argue. So I actually talked to a professor at Columbia who actually argues that all drugs should be legalized, and not at a philosophical level, political level, but the fact that all the negative consequences of drugs that people talk about actually have to do with other factors in your life.
I would agree with that.
And so that's but that's more like a argument about negative aspects of drugs. I think the ideology comes in where it's like, well, nobody should tell you what to do. You should have the responsibility of your own actions. Like the government or any other institution shouldn't be the rule setters, the constraints for how you live your life. And so that I could see that argument being made, and ultimately if you like create an open market for drugs, how that could build a better society. It might break down the outdated, the corrupt, the bureaucratic institutions. I mean, you can make that argument.
There's an argument,
But-
and let's be fair. I want to be fair with it. I mean, did he change the world? We do have this whole thing called cryptocurrency.
Yeah, in the long arc of history, perhaps.
Yeah, we do have that.
Yes.
So that's a biggie. So,
And that might have been for it to take hold in society, maybe the darker parts of society at first. Maybe that was necessary.
right. I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll see how it pans out. Shadow Crew. We had this guy, Albert Gonzalez. This kid's name. We were growing so big that I had to start farming things out. So the first thing I started farming, I instituted this review system, kind of establishing that trust mechanism even further for criminals to use. We needed somebody to take care of our tech aspects of the forum. So associate of mine by the name of Kim Taylor, we were looking for a forum techie. He comes to me one night and he's like, found our forum techie. I was like, who's that? And he's like, it's this kid. And I was like, is he any good? He's like, well, he knows the song. I was like, okay. We just signed his ass on. He went by the screen name of Cumba Johnny, was his screen name. And he started selling credit cards after a while under his screen name was Scarface. And that CVV1 breach, where you're cashing out the track twos at ATMs, you know, $40,000 a day. So Albert's in New Jersey one day, broad daylight, and stands at an ATM for 40 minutes, just standing there, feeding in one ATM card after another, pulling out cash, taking the 20s out, stuffing them in that backpack. Meanwhile, just across the street, a couple of cops just happened to be there, and they start noticing this kid's just standing there. So 40 minutes they watch this kid, 40 minutes. Finally, one cop looks at the other. Let me see what's going on there. Walks over across the street. Albert's wearing a wig. He's got the disguise on, everything else like that. Asked him, kid, what are you doing? Albert falls apart. We didn't know Albert had been arrested. So Albert immediately goes in. I want to work for the Secret Service. At that point in time, Secret Service, I referred to, and I want to make sure I don't say that it's not like that anymore. But back then, they were fucking idiots. All right, they had no clue what was going on.
So there was a competence issue that they were working through. Is one way to put it.
That's a nice. Or fucking idiots is another way to say it.
So they're just like not aware of the digital world.
They had no clue. No clue. The way that Albert tells them how to catch us, because they looked at him, how do we catch them? And Albert's like, Albert, I'm serious. Yeah. I'm serious. So Albert's like, well, you could try a VPN. What's a VPN? So he explains it to them. They're like, that's a good idea. So I quit Shadow Crew. I was worried about all the news that was coming in and everything like that. I'm still in $160K a week. I didn't know Albert had been arrested. I'm worried about being arrested. I know the writing's on the wall. And I'm like, I'm quitting.
Where did you see the writing? Like
the IPs that were coming in,
yeah.
The text messages about the Secret Service investigators.
Building. So the pressure's building. It's not going to end
this is not going to end well. Yeah. This is going to be bad. So I announced my retirement of February 15th. Oh, I'm sorry, April 15th, 2004. Is my retirement. I think that's 2004. And I quit. I walk away. Well, Albert had been arrested. They cut him loose. No one knows he's been arrested. He comes back into Shadow Crew. I leave. Kim Taylor at the same time. He's kind of on the run, which, if you want to know that story, that's a nightmare story in itself. So my second in charge, Kim Taylor, this guy. There was this guy named David. Oh, what was his name? He was El Mariachi was the guy's name. David Thomas. He was a film guy. So
Scarface.
Yeah. So El Mariachi, real name David Thomas, he's on the run out of Nebraska for check fraud. He comes to us on Shadow Crew telling us this sad story. We take up a collection for this guy. Send it to him, all right? I get him a job working with a low-level carder, trying to make him some money, all right? El Mariachi does, or Thomas does this for a few weeks, comes to me one day, and he's like, man, I'm not making any money. I'm like, okay, let me see what I can do. Well, I had a Ukrainian guy by the name of Big Buyer. He, real friend of mine, and I contacted him. I was like, look, man, I got a guy that wants to do some work. Can you help the guy out? He's like, I got it. I was like, okay. So he sends Thomas enough money to go. Thomas is in Texas at that point. Sends Thomas enough money to go from Texas to Issaquah, Washington, and rent an office space. All right. So Thomas goes up there, rents his office space. Him and his girlfriend rents an office space. And the plan is Big Buyer is going to place an order, get product sent. Mariachi is going to get the product, list it on eBay, cash out 50-50. Easy enough, all right? So Big Buyer places an order. First order is Outpost.com, $18,000. The largest order Outpost.com had ever received at that point in time. Order goes through.
It goes through still.
Goes through. He gets the product, all right? Mariachi comes back, tells my second in charge, Kim Taylor. Kim Taylor at this point, I'm 33, 34. Kim Taylor's 46. He works at the Tattered Cover Bookstore in Denver, Colorado. That's where he works at this point. And he fancies himself Jason Bourne. All right, he's even got one of the screen names of Jason Bourne. So I'm like, all right. So Mariachi's telling us how much money he's making, everything else. I'm like, well, that's good. I'm glad you're all right. Kim contacts me. He's like, I want to go to Issaquah. And I was like, why? He's like, to make some money. I'm like, you're making money. He's like, I want to go to Issaquah. I was like, all right, go. Be careful. So he gets in the car. Saturn is what he's driving. He drives his little piece of shit Saturn all the way up to Issaquah. Gets there, midnight. They party all night long because they've never met each other. They're just celebrating, partying, drinking, everything else like that. Meanwhile, Big Buyer has placed another order with Outpost.com. $17,000. The second largest order Outpost.com had ever received at that point in time. By this point in time, Outpost knows the first order was fraudulent. Guess where it's going? The exact same address the first order goes. So Outpost picks up the phone, calls Issaquah PD. Hey, we got a fraudster. Issaquah's like, would you mind sending some empty boxes? And Outpost is like, be happy to. So the rule is on credit card fraud, if you've got full account access, you place the order. The morning it's supposed to arrive, you sign into the bank account or the credit card account. If you can sign in, you go pick up your product. If you can't sign in, you go back to sleep that day. All right?
Let's get going.
Well, Big Buyer was the guy who placed the order. Mariachi and my second in charge are partying. All right? So they're supposed to contact Big Buyer. They don't. Meanwhile, Big Buyer is raising hell, getting up with me like, hey, where are the guys? I can't find them. They don't need to pick up this product. So I can't get in touch with them. They go down to pick up so Mariachi's got a Cadillac, old 70s Cadillac. He's got a Cadillac, pulls into the complex. Now, Mariachi's driving. Kim Taylor's in the passenger seat. David Thomas's girlfriend's in the back seat. As they pull into the complex, going through the parking lot, Mariachi just happens to glance over and he sees a van with a guy sitting sideways in the van. And he looks at Kim Taylor and he's like, that's an undercover. And Kim's like, it's fine. So they pull up to the office complex. Kim's like, I'll go in and get the packages. So he walks in, looks at the guy behind the counter. I believe you have some packages for us. The guy's like, 1 second. So he disappears around the wall. Out pops the Issaquah PD, arrests Kim. David Thomas is in the car watching all this happen. He bugs out, and they arrest him on the interstate, where he has 3 fake driver's licenses in his wallet, along with his real driver's license. Another no-no, but they get him. So David Thomas had outstanding warrants out in Nebraska. We couldn't bond him out. Kim Taylor didn't have any warrants, so we bonded him out. My third in charge, Kid, Seth Sanders was his name. He bonds him out, uses his girlfriend's account to bond him out. And I get Kim Taylor to go to Utah, where he, another friend of mine agrees to house him and his wife. So I think everything's fine and all that. About 3 weeks later, this guy in Utah gets me on the phone. Hey, he's got to go. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, well, the only thing he's doing is popping ecstasy tablets every day, all day. And I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, he's got to go. So we kick him out of there. By this point, I've got another crew that's coming through. I mean, I had all these crews running. Had another crew that's coming through Denver. Send Kim back to Denver to partner up with these guys. Kim gets these guys arrested. So by this point in time, I'm exasperated. I just want to throw my hands up in the air and walk away. So my retirement's coming up at the same time. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. So I tell everybody, the rest of the admins and the mods there, I'm like, this is what's going on. You guys need to watch out for this. We need to ban Kim, not let him back in. Be careful what's going on. I walk away. At the same time I walk away, Cumba Johnny, Albert Gonzalez, comes back into play. He sees everything that's going on.
Hey, we're doing a fake meat tier list.
Meat.
Yeah, the meat tier list. We brought in an expert, Chelsea. She's sworn off meat for what, like
7 years now.
Yeah.
You want to tell them why?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, it's probably fine.
So the first time I did acid, I saw, I was really hungry, opened the fridge, and I had a to-go container of wonton soup. But instead of it being wonton, I saw an entire pig, like okja kind of, like shoved in there, like freaking out. And it made me freak out. I fell back on my ass and I was like, I don't want to eat my friends anymore.
So why don't we start with fake bacon?
Yeah, we'll start with bacon. The start of all great fairy tales.
Yeah.
I was on acid.
Here, now you go.
Okay. It's a little cold. That's
I don't know how to act with somebody else at the table.
Fucking delicious. S.
Well, you didn't even.
That's not how this works.
There's a scientific breakdown required.
What's your
Chelsea.
reasoning?
Texture?
You didn't taste it?
What? How is the mouth feel?
That's actually a very good mouthfeel.
It is.
What do you think?
Since when did you guys become food scientists?
You're behind the camera so much you don't even watch.
There's a
what we
lot of
do.
intricacies, a lot of subtle vicissitudes that only a keen eye can pick up on.
My apologies. I'll
Did
shut
you
up.
not watch our scam video?
Science.
Allegedly.
That kind of shocked me.
I will
thought it
say,
was gonna be gross.
I don't like the texture that much though, because it's like a chip.
It is.
Whereas
It's like a protein chip.
I feel like bacon's more spongy.
I think if you eat it like right when you pull it off of the stove, it's a little bit better.
So what is this made out of?
Soy. Like,
Oh my
basically
God.
Everything on this table is soy.
The radical left got
Damn
the
you.
blue hairs come here, and it's the first time we've eaten soy on camera.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I gotta tell you though,
It's good, right?
I might be a soy boy. That's good stuff.
Don't you ever say that in this dojo again, but I'll take one more bite.
Very good. I agree with you. Not because you gave no reasoning, but now after the scientific conclusion, it's an S.
So this is also going to be something hard for me because I haven't eaten real meat in a while. All of this stuff tastes really good to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's meat. But I don't like. Obviously, this is the furthest thing from bacon.
Yeah, I wouldn't give that an S. I'd give it like an A though. It is good.
I like it.
But there's room for improvement. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is the best browser in existence. If you're on some other browser, it's time to leave. It's boring. Opera GX is not only more fun thanks to things like GX Mod.
Listen, everybody tries something for the first time and you suck at it. You know you do. Funnels are no different. You try a funnel, it sucks. Why? Because you suck. It doesn't mean you're gonna suck forever, but the process of getting better and iterating over time is why we put together this challenge. Is to help you no matter where you started, no matter how much your funnels have sucked up to this point, helping you get to one that does work. Because once it does work, woo, game over. House by the ocean, fast cars in your garage, vacation you've never dreamed of. So join us in the challenge today by clicking on that link now.
I joined Audio because after extensive analysis of their music catalog, it was clear to me that they offered the best quality music covering a massive range of genres. And not only was their music of the best quality, Audio offered me the best value. Firstly, finding music for specific projects is no longer a chore, it's a pleasure and one of the funnest aspects of the creative process for me now. I can see new videos, I can see stories unravel while listening to their music. They help me establish narratives and develop new ideas just through listening.
Mods which allow you to endlessly customize it to exactly how you want it to be, but it's just far more efficient because it's just not a resource hog. Opera GX runs lean, it doesn't hinder performance on games or anything at all. It is just a fantastic browser, and it has so many cool features to it. One I always like to mention is the animated and custom wallpapers. It just really brings it to life, and it's really convenient to take things like your Twitch messages, your Messenger apps, Instagram messaging, all of that, and you can put it in the sidebar of Opera GX. That way while you're browsing the internet, you still have access to all your messages, so it just makes everything really streamlined and really easy to access. And then there's also the GX Corner, which can keep you up to date on game deals going on across the web, as well as upcoming titles, and just keeping you in the know on all things related to something that might be important to you, gaming. And if you're worried about the hassle that it'll take with switching over from a browser you're currently using to Opera, don't be worried about it at all, because there's a quick import feature with Opera GX that can take all the settings from the browser you're currently using and import them seamlessly into Opera GX, all headache-free. So, make the switch today if you're interested in getting started with Opera GX. Click the link in the description below. Again, huge thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring.
What do we want?
Give me the corn dog.
I was gonna say, I was excited for those. Who makes?
She said she was.
I think
I never liked corn dogs. I had them once at the state fair, and I hated it.
Cheers.
Who made these?
I'll taste like a corn dog.
Are you sure that's not just a corn dog?
I don't have enough taste bud data to pull back on from the memory banks, but it tastes pretty good.
It's a little more red than a normal hot dog.
Yeah, it's very bloody.
That's really good.
It's such a fucking shame that this tastes good.
Pretty good, right? How's the mouthfeel? The crumb structure of the bread.
No, the flesh is actually really standing out to me on this one.
I feel like I'm eating a normal corn dog. You're like, no, that's just a hot dog.
Well, what is a hot dog?
It's already fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see those eyes roll in the back of your
Dude, I actually didn't even get any of the actual meat.
Why did you?
That's how a sociopath eats a corn dog.
I think we hired the Antichrist.
That was an outrageous way of eating a corn dog, I'll tell you right now.
We got it on camera.
Like people fight about
got you in the ass. I'll put it in slow-mo.
It's an S. That's an S for
This
me.
is an S.
Oh, geez. That's unanimous S's?
Yeah, that's really good.
I'm gonna move to one that I know you don't like because you told me the other day.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Black bean burgers.
Yeah.
I used to really fuck with the Morningstar black bean burgers back when I thought they were healthy, and then I realized they're not.
They're not. Why?
Well, a lot of people, like, it's a misconception. You're like, oh, it's vegetarian, it's healthy.
I eat like shit. I am not healthy at all.
Yeah, that's more like alcohol related than food related.
Welcome to the table. You're an alcoholic. Charlie's diagnosed. We need like a little sass in your voice. Oh, honey. It's not the chicken.
Darling, listen. It's not the corn. That's mediocre. It's fine.
It's mushy.
Yeah, it's like a C.
There's got to be an A and a B team in the lab because whoever pumped this out did not put their sales report in.
Yeah, that went through different R&D.
Did we make all of these?
You knew
We're
this
out.
was a possibility.
That's pathetic. But I agree, that's a C.
I was gonna give that a C for sure.
I was gonna give it a D.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Don't
Whoa.
like them at all.
Oh my god.
What's the basis?
The corn in it is so
great.
weird as part of the structure.
One other
corn. Yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah.
That was the one.
There's one other thing I always thought was weird in these.
Oh, look at that little bastard.
They put rice in it, but just a little bit. There's like specks of rice, and I don't know why. What
I
is
never
that?
knew that.
They tried to keep it a secret from us.
I bet it's soy rice. You're trying to.
Yeah, it's probably not even rice.
Trying to shove as much in us as they can.
Trying to pump our body full of soy and prolactin.
Yep.
Is that the one that makes you lactate, I think?
Pro sounds like it would make you.
Pro,
Prolactin,
like, it's
yeah.
for
Like if it was
lactation.
anti-lactin, I'd feel like.
That's totally a thing, yeah.
Anti-lactin. Do you think your hair is blue because how much soy you've eaten?
What are those?
These are the sausage patties.
From?
Morningstar.
Okay, so what we just had was also Morningstar. No,
Yeah.
that's what
The majority of it is Morningstar.
Just a stranglehold on this market.
They really do.
Like when you look in that freezer section, it's just Morningstar.
There's some things with Gardein that are really good. Like we didn't get the fish cutlets.
They didn't have them. I swear to you.
They are really hard to find. So anytime I find them, I buy like 4 or 5 bags.
So this is breakfast sausage?
This smells awful.
Yeah.
This really does not smell good.
Sausage.
Nope, that's like McDonald's, like dumpster trash.
But let me tell you, being an alcoholic the next day, they fucking slap. Especially when you eat them fresh.
You're
They're
saying
like,
once you're no longer drunk, they slap.
yeah, like as a recovery system.
Oh, gotcha.
I
Shock
gotta
the
say,
system.
I think they're like nasty.
You can just look in there and see, like, you can probably carbon date it with all those wrinkles in there. It's
I
fucking
did
ancient.
make them in the oven, and I usually make them on a stove, but just for.
Mine is cool.
It's just they taste really dried out and old.
It is best to retreat for now.
Alright, I want to get this out of the way.
Yeah.
These are the.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
I haven't had these before.
This is Gardein crab cakes. They look like little biscuits.
It's nice having you up here, by the way.
These fucking
Yeah, man, nice to be here.
Yeah, welcome to the dojo. This smells terrible.
It's horrid.
And so they were called Curb. It's CR'.
What? No, they really had that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through like 5 stages of grief on that one. That's an F.
I haven't put it in my mouth yet, and I already want to puke.
That's very bad. I don't like that at all.
Okay, so it smells like fish. Awful.
ท้าพิสูจน์ความหอมติดทน ต้องทนร้อน ทนเหงื่อ แม้เหงื่อมาก ก็หอมติดทน คูณ 3 นี่เวียเมนดิฟสเปรย์ใหม่ดิฟโกหอมมีระดับ
กระแทกแบบปักซ้ายขวาโอ้ย
รายการนี้อาจจะมีเนื้อหาและคำพูดหยาบคาย เด็กๆไม่ควรดู หรือถ้าอยากจะดูก็หาผู้ใหญ่มาดูด้วย ที่สำคัญไม่เหมาะกับคนโลกสวย
สวัสดีครับ ต้อนรับเข้าสู่รายการ What the Fast นะครับ วันนี้เนี่ยเฮียเนี่ยจะมาเอา Evo Version 6 ของเฮียเนี่ยจะเอามาลองเทสในแทร็กเลยครับ เพราะว่ามีหลายคำถามนะครับ ถามทุกคนว่า เฮ้ยเฮียช่วยแนะนำยางหน่อย เอาจริงๆเลยเนี่ยเพิ่งเอารถคันนี้เนี่ยไปสลับยางนะครับ ซื้อยางใหม่เรียบร้อยนะครับ ใช้ยางยี่ห้อ BF Goodrich ครับ G-Force Phenom ก็เป็นตัวใหม่ล่าสุดนะครับ ซึ่งทางแบรนด์ของ BF Goodrich เนี่ยก็เป็นแบรนด์ในสัญชาติอเมริกาเขาดังมาเกือบประมาณ150 กว่าปีแล้วนะครับแต่เฮียเนี่ยคนชอบรถอเมริกันสำหรับแบรนด์นี้แล้วนะครับแต่สำหรับการที่เอามาใส่รถเซเปียนเนี่ยนะครับใช้ได้ดีเลยนะครับตอบโจทย์แน่นอน เพราะว่าเรื่องของการเบรกการควบคุมนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางเรียบนะครับพื้นถนนเปียกถนนแห้งถนนขรุขระมั่นใจการเข้าโค้งตลอดอายุการใช้งานนะครับแถมที่สำคัญเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ตอนขับมาเนี่ยรู้สึกเลยว่ามันเงียบมากนะครับเพราะว่ายางตัวนี้เนี่ยนะครับลดเสียงรบกวนภายในห้องโดยสารแล้วก็รับประกันคุณภาพยางนะครับการผลิตเนี่ยถึง6 ปีด้วยกันแล้วก็ยังมีขนาดไซส์เนี่ยนะครับที่ครอบคลุมนะครับไปตั้งแต่16 นิ้วลากยาวจนถึงล้อขนาด20 นิ้วนะครับซึ่งวันนี้ครับเฮียจะเอาเจ้า Evo 6 ของเฮียเนี่ยมาใช้กับยาง BF Goodrich G-Force Phenom ครับซึ่งเป็นยางสปอร์ตตามคอนเซ็ปต์สยบทุกเส้นทางภายใต้การควบคุมในราคาที่จับต้องได้ วันนี้จะลองนะครับซิ่งแบบเต็มลิมิตเลยลุยทั้งถนนขรุขระลุยทั้งถนนเรียบๆนะครับลุยทั้งถนนเปียกหักซ้ายหักขวาให้น้องๆดูนะครับว่ายางที่เปลี่ยนมาใหม่วันนี้จะมีสมรรถนะที่ดีนะครับรับกับแรงหลายร้อยม้าของเจ้า Evo 6 คันนี้หรือเปล่านะครับเดี๋ยวพาไปลองดีกว่าไปลุยเอาละครับเพื่อนๆเฮียจะพาออกไปซิ่งแล้วนะครับเห็นโค้งเห็นเคิร์งไปเลยนะครับรถแรลลี่อยู่แล้วแต่สังเกตไหมว่าในห้องโดยสารเนี่ยเสียงเงียบมากนะครับแทบไม่มีเสียงอะไรเลยผ่านลูกรังผ่านถนนแย่ๆมานะครับมันก็ยังรู้สึกว่านุ่มเงียบ อันนี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นสุดยอดนะครับยางสปอร์ตสมรรถนะสูงกับราคาที่จับต้องได้นะครับเดี๋ยวดูนะครับสลาลมที่เราจะไปลองในสนามนะครับเดี๋ยวเรามาลองบนถนนใหญ่กันดูก่อน เจอถนนที่แบบว่าเป็นทางขรุขระแบบถนนกรุงเทพเนี่ยนะครับก็ให้ความรู้สึกแบบนุ่มไม่รู้สึกกระแทกแบบปักเวลาเบรกจะรู้สึกเลยว่าเฮ้ยมันอยู่นะครับเบรกแล้วเอาอยู่ไม่ใช่เบรกแล้วถลายแถลไปชนรถใครข้างหน้าอย่างนี้ไม่ได้นะอันตรายเดี๋ยวจะลองทดสอบเบรกให้ดูด้วยนะครับว่าเบรกกระทันหันจะเป็นยังไงเวลาที่แบบแซงซ้ายแซงขวาเนี่ยจะรู้สึกว่าแบบเฮ้ยมันตามสั่งเลยอะคอนโทรลได้อยากไปซ้ายไปขวาได้หมดคือ Evo ที่เขาบอกว่าเป็นนักเลง3เกียร์เนี่ยเพราะว่ามันขับในช่วงเกียร์1เกียร์2เกียร์3ได้เยอะมากจะเป็นทิ้งโค้งเลยนะครับแบบยางแบบดีมากเนี่ยผ่านตัวหนอนก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรเลยเสียงเข้ามาน้อยมากลองเบรกกระทันหันครับนุ่มหนึบดูนะครับ Evo อ่ะด้วยตัวรถอ่ะมันจะกระชากอยู่แล้วเวลาถ้ายิ่งขับให้มันนุ่มอ่ะมันจะยิ่งยากเว้ยเพราะว่าคัดอะไรมันก็แข็งแต่ถ้าเราปล่อยไปตามอารมณ์รถอ่ะมันจะดีมากเลยมันจะไม่กระชากอะไรมากละมันก็จะไปไหลไปตามวิถีของมันละข้างหน้าจะมีทางขรุขระแบบเคยเอารถคันอื่นมาแล้วล้อแตกมาแล้วรอบหนึ่งเดี๋ยวมาลองคันนี้ดูดีกว่าเนี่ยนุ่มเลยเขาบอกกันว่าดอกยางเนี่ยออกแบบมาเพื่อยึดเกาะและการควบคุมที่ดีด้วยโซนแบ่งพื้นที่หน้าสัมพันธ์ของยางกับผิวถนนเนี่ยแบ่งกันออกมาเป็น2ส่วนครับก็คือ wet and dry zone ทำให้โซนเปียกเนี่ยมีการสัมผัสถนนน้อยลงเพื่อรีดน้ำออกมาได้มากขึ้นส่วนโซนแห้งเนี่ยก็มีการสัมผัสกับถนนมากขึ้นเพื่อการจัดการและการควบคุมสูงสุดและอีกอย่างหนึ่งนะยางเส้นเก่าที่ใช้เนี่ยจะมีเสียงยางดังรบกวนเข้ามาในห้องโดยสารตลอดแต่พอเปลี่ยนมาเป็น BF Footlish G-Force Phenom แล้วเนี่ยเสียงยางรบกวนลดลงถือว่าเป็นสุดยอดยางสปอร์ตสมรรถนะสูงในราคาที่จับต้องได้เลยแหละวันนี้คือแบบเปลี่ยนยางมาปุ๊บก็อยากจะลองเลยเรียกทีมงานเลยไปซื้อกลวยซื้อทำให้แบบถนนขรุขระที่เอามาเทสซื้อใหม่เลยด้วยไม่มีเช่าแล้วก็ขอความอนุเคราะห์จากสนามบินนะครับเพื่อให้เราได้มาลองใช้ลองเทสไปอย่างปลอดภัยเราพร้อมแล้วเรามาถึงสนามมาแล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะไปลองกันดีกว่าวันนี้เราก็เอาขวดมาตั้งนะครับครับผมเดี๋ยวเราจะดิฟกันแถวนี้แหละนะฮะปาดเข้ามานะครับตีวงแล้วขึ้นแรมนี่เดี๋ยวกูขึ้นแรมเลยขึ้นแรมขับ2ล้อขึ้นมาเนี่ยข้างหนึ่งมาอย่างนี้เลยแล้วปาดออกไปทางโน้นเดี๋ยวกูปาดออกไปทางโน้นเลยวันนี้แหละครับเดี๋ยวเราจะลองทุกสภาพถนนเลยเราจะดูว่าล้อที่ดีเนี่ยจะสามารถขับเข้าไปแล้วให้ความรู้สึกนุ่มเงียบได้หรือเปล่าเอาละครับเฮียได้เซตอัพนะครับเรียกว่าเป็นฐานเป็นด่านๆเอาไว้4ด่านด้วยกันด่านแรกเรียกว่าโค้งโหดหินครับเรียกว่าโชว์ศักยภาพของการเลี้ยวแบบหักศอกชุบชับแล้วดูว่ายาง BF Footlish ตัวนี้เนี่ยจะตอบสนองยังไงกับการขับซิ่งกับโค้งหักศอกของเฮียพร้อมแล้วดูกันเลยครับก่อนที่จะเปลี่ยนยางเนี่ยเวลาเราจะเลี้ยวซ้ายเลี้ยวขวาโค้งหักศอกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะมันก็จะไม่ค่อยมั่นใจนะครับเท่ากับตอนนี้นะครับด่าน2ครับด่านนี้คือด่านถนนขรุขระ ซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยสายรถซิ่งเนี่ยจะเบื่อจะรำคาญมากนะครับถนนเมืองไทยเนี่ยนะครับมันเป็นหลุมเป็นบ่ออันตรายนะครับขับแล้วก็บางทีก็เสียอารมณ์ทำให้รถพังนะครับวันนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาทดลองให้ดูนะครับว่าวิ่งบนถนนที่มันขรุขระโดยที่แบบเราเอาลูกระนาดมาเซตอัพไว้เนี่ยมันจะเป็นแบบไหนวิ่งอย่างนี้ได้นะนี่แต่คุณต้องเอากันชนหน้ากูออกก่อนนะคุณถึงวิ่งขึ้นไปได้ถ้าพร้อมแล้วไปดูกันดีกว่าด่านที่ 3 ครับชื่อด่านว่าซิ่งหลบสะบัดซึ่งด่านนี้ครับเราก็จะมาทดสอบการยึดเกาะถนนกันนะครับคล้ายๆกับการขับแบบสลาลมเลี้ยวซ้ายเลี้ยวขวาเลี้ยวซ้ายเลี้ยวขวาเหมือนกับการแบบมุดแซงจะเป็นยังไงไปลองกันเลยด่านที่ 4 นะครับด่านนี้ชื่อว่าเร็วแรงทะลุไมล์ด่านนี้ครับเราจะมาลองกันนะครับสำหรับการวิ่งแล้วเบรกในระยะประชิดระยะสั้นๆเนี่ยนะครับว่าการเบรกเนี่ยมันจะหนึบขนาดไหนถ้าพร้อมแล้วลองกันครับเมื่อกี้ไปเทสมาเรียบร้อย4ด่านนะครับความรู้สึกตอนนี้ก็คือรู้สึกสนุกยังสนุกค้างอยู่ก็อยากจะแนะนำน้องๆให้ไปลองใช้ดูนะครับนี่คือ BF Goodrich G-Force Phenom นะครับก็เป็นยางที่รู้สึกว่าขับสนุกภายในห้องโดยสารเงียบนะครับแล้วก็แต่ละด่านเนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็นด่านขรุขระเนี่ยเราสามารถผ่านไปได้นะครับตัวยางเนี่ยนุ่มทำให้มีความรู้สึกว่าไม่ได้กระทบกระเทือนเข้ามาในห้องโดยสารเยอะหรือว่าด่านที่เราจะขับแบบซิกไปแซกมานะครับแบบสลาลมอันนี้ก็ช่วยในเรื่องของการคอนโทรลรถได้ดีมากๆเลยแล้วก็ด่านสุดท้ายเนี่ยคือการที่เราต้องเบรกแบบกระทันหันอันนี้ก็ช่วยในเรื่องของความปลอดภัยแล้วก็ทำให้เรารู้สึกมั่นใจในการขับขี่จากที่จะทดสอบไปทั้ง4ด่านรู้สึกเลยว่าประสิทธิภาพเนี่ยของการควบคุมมันดีขึ้นจริงๆเพราะเขาออกแบบดอกยางมานี่นะครับเพื่อสำหรับการยึดเกาะถนนนะครับการคอนโทรลรถแบบเหนือชั้นดอกยางเนี่ยนะครับดีไซน์สำหรับโซนแห้งนะครับซึ่งสัมผัสกับถนนได้มากขึ้นแต่ในขณะเดียวกันเนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าฝนตกถนนเปียกเนี่ยดอกยางในโซนเปียกเนี่ยก็จะรีดน้ำออกมาได้แบบมีประสิทธิภาพที่แบบสุดยอดเลยนะครับลายดอกยางเท่นะครับในรูปแบบของรถสปอร์ตนะครับแถมอายุงานเนี่ยก็ยังยาวนานอีกด้วยถือว่าเป็นยางสปอร์ตที่ตอบโจทย์คนรักรถนะครับแล้วก็รักการเดินทางมองหายางสปอร์ตในราคาที่จับต้องได้แถมสมรรถนะแบบเน้นๆควบคุมได้ดั่งใจตามคอนเซปต์เลยนะครับสยบทุกเส้นทางภายใต้การควบคุม BF Goodrich G-Force Phenom ครับมาถึงตรงนี้นะครับใครที่สนใจยางรุ่นนี้เนี่ยเขาก็มีขายนะครับแล้วก็มีจำหน่ายกันที่ร้านของตัวแทนจำหน่ายของ BF Goodrich ครับทั่วประเทศเลยนะครับสามารถติดตามได้นะครับสอบถามเข้าไปเกี่ยวกับยางรุ่นนี้ทาง Facebook ด้านล่างนี้เลยนะครับ BF Goodrich Thailand ครับหรือเข้าไปทางเว็บไซต์ของทาง BF Goodrich ประเทศไทยก็ได้ครับเอาละครับวันนี้สนุกกันมากเชื่อว่าใครที่กำลังมองหายางให้กับรถซิ่งของตัวเองอยู่นะครับ BF Goodrich น่าจะเป็นคำตอบนะครับวันนี้หมดเวลาแล้วใครอยากดูอะไรกันอีกนะครับก็สามารถที่จะคอมเมนต์มาได้อย่าลืมกดไลค์กดแชร์กดกระดิ่งแจ้งเตือนด้วยวันนี้เฮียต้องลาไปก่อนนะครับไปพร้อมกับ Evolution 6แล้วก็เดี๋ยวมีนัดอาทิตย์หน้าเอา Evolution 3มาเปลี่ยนยางของทาง BF Goodrich ด้วยนะครับวันนี้ลาไปก่อนครับสวัสดีครับ
Mhm.
You catching a whiff of that
But it
Methodist?
doesn't taste. It doesn't have like that taste. Like that milkshake we had the other day had more of a fish taste.
Thanks. Glad someone finally agrees.
You guys handled that a lot better than I did.
I eat fish. That tastes like really bad fish. It's like someone doing a
Is there
impression
something
of
lower
it.
than F?
No.
This.
There should be, yeah. Whatever the fuck that is.
So I got it in my mouth and already it was disgusting. But then I bit and there was a hard chunk of something right there. Yep.
You know when you go to the doctor and they have like the pain chart 1 to 10 with the little faces? Like, Matt just made a number 7 when he did that, for sure.
Fun fact, the last time I was actually shown that chart and told to use it, I was in 5th grade with a kidney stone in the ER. And they said, using these faces, how do you feel? And I pointed to 10.
Oh, you should have just done the face again. Just
Yeah. Well, that's a
oh, that'd be
six.
like yeah. Sorry, that wasn't enough.
It's hard to make the 10.
Can you pop in the like sweet potato looking things, whatever those are?
Yeah, I got it.
Those are chicken
Those
nuggets.
are buffalo chicken nuggets.
Buffalo nugs.
And they are the fucking
These
greatest.
are amazing. Wait.
If this is Morningstar again, I'm
It's
gonna have a conniption. We gotta stop with that. They didn't sponsor this.
It's mostly just this, yeah. I mean,
It's better when they're hot.
yeah. But you can't tell it's not chicken. Like if you had this in a chicken tier list and didn't know it was fake. Is there any way you could actually tell that it was
100%.
fake?
I would absolutely.
100%. Just because it's so thick, you don't get that much chicken in a nugget.
And it's mushy.
It is mushy.
I really like
I
it.
wonder if it's because it's cold.
I think it's also because we haven't had chicken.
Yeah, I might get it.
These go really well with ketchup.
These things are going crazy right now.
Ranch too.
Yeah, that's an S.
That is an S. That is so
Mm-hmm.
good. I used to eat so many of these.
Mm-hmm.
I went through like a year period where I just ate a lot of vegetarian food for no reason.
I tried that once. It went a lot like my dairy-free, gluten-free experience right now. I'd be like a day
It just
on.
didn't happen.
Yeah.
That's an S tier, baby. Put it on the board.
Easy.
I would like it to be known, whoever is editing this, if a Chelsea tier list pops up,
Do it.
whoever did it is fired.
No,
on the
I
spot.
definitely need my own tier list. A little mini one.
They're doing something crazy there.
And what's this one? Is this just a patty?
Yeah, just
Yep.
chicken patty.
How'd you prepare this?
In the oven.
Oh, the buffalo cooks this one's ass.
Yeah.
This
Like,
one's
don't
just-
even waste your time buying these if the buffalo's
They're
available.
probably both.
I agree. This is still good. I'd give it like a B.
That's a good place for it. Now, Charlie did point out a problem.
Okay.
Are you going to be able to tell us which is which?
Yes.
I vouch for you.
I also might be able to tell apart Impossible and Beyond.
Okay, which one is this?
That one's Beyond.
Correct.
Yeah. I can tell just by looking at them. So actually, fun fact, Impossible was facing a lawsuit because of what they used in their patties in order to make it have a blood effect. It's very apparently toxic to humans to consume.
Wonderful.
อร่อยเวอร์ Pringles รสบาร์บีคิวสไตล์เท็กซัสกรอบจี๊ดตัวจริงต้อง Pringles
I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
Why do you need to try to make the burgers bloody?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
why
weird.
do you care? Just make it similar and eat it.
Oh, they're actually facing another lawsuit
Oh,
as of
okay.
June 5th. So they are
Meat's
being
real meat.
they're being accused of ethical violations by having undercover private investigators obtain sample of rival products.
Corporate espionage.
Yep, corporate espionage.
An alarm starts blaring.
I'll just repeat it so now that makes sense if you want to include it. They're being accused of having something in their beef replica called himami.
And this is impossible?
This is
that
impossible.
Where
yeah.
is that from?
So it's a heme protein that apparently
Oh,
they're
like You're
making these work.
used. No, it's right here. Yeah.
What?
Once again, I don't think
Whose blood?
the people that
They're people blood.
No, sorry. We're on different tracks here. The people that would really care about blood in their burger.
Burgers are people?
Himami, more like, hey man, I'm not eating that.
Where's Aaron when you need him,
He's
man?
right here. Here, I'm gonna let you guys cut your own pieces.
I had to channel my inner Aaron for that one.
All right, so this one is Beyond.
Yes.
Yeah. These are good.
The
I actually like
Beyond
these a
one.
lot.
It is very burgery.
They scare me because I'm like, is it really a burger?
Yeah, it tastes just like a real burger. I mean, you can tell the difference, but
I don't
it's
think I
good.
can.
Once again, you're working off 7 years without it.
Yeah, to be honest though, if you sat me side by side with this and like a lower quality normal beef patty, I'd have no idea.
You know,
I'd give it an A. I still
A.
like the
I was
buffalo
also gonna
nuggets.
say
The buffalo
A
nuggets.
as well. All right, so we got one more burger before we move into the store-bought choices. Just right off the rip, eyes. I don't like this one as much.
Why?
I don't know. This one just feels more burger. That one feels more.
This one feels like the ideal image of a burger patty in my head. Like if I was to think of a burger patty in a cartoon, it would look like
It's
that.
because it's perfectly
It's
circle.
perfectly
It's like
circle.
unnaturally circle.
It just screams fake.
I think this one tastes more burgery, but more like well done burgery. That one's more
That
raw.
might be my fault. 'Cause, yeah, that's not very good.
I don't like it as much.
I still like it. I think it's good.
Yeah, I don't like this one. It's not bad. I just don't like it as much.
I still like it. I'd give it
go B.
I'd
Did
give
you just say B?
I said D.
Oh wow.
That's strict. I'd give it another A.
And this
What?
is what's on the Burger King.
Wait, what did
Yeah.
you give the?
A. I gave them both the same. I like them both the same, pretty much. Always have.
Oh my god, it's so different though.
It
Yeah,
is
but they're still
very
good in different ways. You can have multiple good things, but for different reasons.
absolutely.
so.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, what's this one? Is this? Yeah, this is the Impossible Whopper. We got two of them, so we can split one, and one of you can house the other.
One's a boy's Whopper and the other is Chelsea.
Yeah, which one's the female Whopper? You have to like gender it like an alligator, where you put your finger in its ass.
I think you do. Is that how
Is
you
that how you
gender an
gender it?
alligator?
Yeah, wait, you guys don't know that?
I also missed the huge opportunity to call these imploppers.
It just rolls off the
That's
tongue.
such a good name for it.
Imploppers. That's imploppable.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at those onions dancing around, all carefree.
Got Karen in the kitchen.
So you liked it?
This is the Impossible.
Whopper.
So, this
Yeah, it's that Himami junk.
that was so bad, but these are so good. I'm just a terrible cook.
Yeah, we
for
didn't
all
take
of
that
this.
into account. Chelsea made all of this.
I
Yeah.
abhor cooking.
The
with
entire
my,
time she told me she hates cooking.
I hate it so much.
That doesn't
And
inspire
I like
confidence.
cooking, and I stood there and watched her make it.
That's just very good.
Delicious.
That's definitely an S.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I do think though, if we dressed up the other ones that we gave lower ratings to like this, they'd also ascend a bit.
Yeah, it would help.
Except for the crab cakes, that's just
There's no helping
nuclear
that.
waste. Yeah. Forget who and where you are.
Woo! I'm getting excited. This is my favorite thing at Starbucks. Hey, it's Starbucks, okay?
Yeah,
This
this is fake meat.
baby.
By far the best food item Starbucks has, and it's not even close.
That's some good
It's so
stuff.
good.
Mm-hmm. Goddamn right.
I would agree.
We just spent a whole day living like Chelsea.
How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels awful. So much soy, my body's confused.
So much soy.
I'm gonna have to go get a huge pump on so that way I can like counteract all the soy.
Oh, I thought you meant like a pump, like
Oh,
you
like
had,
prep pump. Oh,
all
yeah.
that prolactin in you now.
Yeah, no, I mean like an actual muscle pump so the testosterone
Yeah.
fights the
Yeah.
women particles in me.
Exactly.
Soy actually raises your estrogen levels or something.
Or something. And that's why we do science.
I'll just spread as much misinformation
Yeah.
about soy as I can.
Soy's turning the frogs gay.
Yeah, this is about what I expected. I've said for a while, fake meat's come a long way. Like, it actually tastes pretty good. In a lot of cases, I think it's even better when they dress it up. Like, Burger King, their best sandwich is definitely the Impossible Whopper. Starbucks, their best sandwich is easily the Impossible Sandwich. When you dress up the fake meat better, it tastes significantly above most of the normal menu.
I wonder what the sodium level is though compared
Probably
to
a
like,
lot.
normal. I think
I'm
that's
definitely
how
gonna have a kidney
it tastes
stone
good.
after
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a lot. Thanks for joining us here, Chelsea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks
Is
for
there
having
anything? Shout out one of your projects. Tell them what you've been working on.
What are you talking about? Here. Oh, I'm learning how to play Commander. So
That's
that's
cool.
fun. That's
That's
one of my
cool.
projects,
That
I
is
guess.
Mm-hmm.
Cut that out. Hey, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, fake meat.
You know,
Meat.
Yeah, give it
we'll
a good
grow
work.
our own now.
Yeah, let us know when lab-grown meat drops, you cowards. I don't know. I'm talking to him like it's a WWE promo.
Yeah, let us know, okay?
If I
And
see
you
more of
don't
those
have lab-grown chicken.
if I see more of those Morningstar crab cakes, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
All right, get out of here, you jokers. See ya.
ดื่มแบรนด์
Apparently this was a really big update. Village update.
And welcome everyone to another live stream here in the world of Vera, and boy do we have an exciting stream today. I believe I am the self-appointed mayor of this node for the purposes of what we're going to be demonstrating a little bit later.
Yeah, the citizens aren't super happy that you, you know, invalidated the election process, but...
Wow.
I won't make any comments. I'm going to skip ahead to where we can actually see it. Here we go. It's rigged, brother. Yep.
And I see there's a number of different items in our node inventory.
Yeah, so these are node commodities, and they're the resources the node uses for lots of things.
It's leftist
like,
simulation? Yeah.
Siege defense, they're going to use it for maintenance, they're going to use it to build buildings, they're going to trade it with other nodes.
Cool. And these are essentially the resources that the node are going to be using in order to initiate those activities, like construction projects you were mentioning, or trading with other nodes. And what is the method by which we actually acquire as a node these goods? Because these goods are not things that exist within player inventories, but rather they are generated by players interfacing with the environment in some way, shape, or form, and then bringing those materials to the node to get transitioned into these node inventory items.
Okay.
Exactly. So we're going to do what's called a buy order. So if you look in the bottom left of your treasury screen, you're going to see a little plus button. You can click that, and it'll open you up to a big list of commodities that you can select to kind of set some settings on the buy orders.
Okay, cool. This is
got it.
And just always, as usual, guys, everything that you see is a work in progress. We are moving towards our Alpha 2, so you get to see, as part of our open development, you know, things that are still works in progress, like the UI. This is a functional UI system, but it is not the version of our final UI artistically. Same is true for everything you see in the environments and the world. So what should I be selecting today? What do we need? What are we trying to build?
You're going to need some bins of stone. We're going to build a forge today. Or a smithy. We renamed it. It's not a forge anymore.
Okay.
It's a forge.
And you need bins of stones for it.
All right, so I see bins of stone in the industrial goods section. And
Yep.
over on the right-hand side, I see that I have the ability as the mayor to customize.
So you take people's tax money and then you buy stuff with their tax money. Okay. I mean, yeah, I can understand that. All right. Sure.
The buy order. And what elements of this would I want to customize and why?
Yeah, so...
But could you just take the tax money, like theoretically, and just, like, put it in your own bank? No? What? No? What? Why?
So, the first thing you see at the top is the recipe, right?
Why the hell
recipe
not?
is going to change the mins and maxes of the parameters you see below, how much you can pay players for these items, how long you can keep them active, and the ingredients are options you have for the recipe that you've picked, right, for different materials. So obviously, not all materials are going to be local to all locations. So kind of picking the right things to either incentivize players from a long distance to bring things to you, or picking things local because you need them now and you need them fast and you need them for a low amount of investment.
Okay, so the first thing I'm looking at is
I'm going to skip ahead so we can actually see the village itself, okay? I think we kind of get the idea, right? The node owner or the mayor is able to buy and sell things. Pretty simple.
This is a beautiful area.
Okay, here we go.
The environment team did
Let's see it.
phenomenal job, obviously.
So this is the village right here coming up. You can see it on the map right there.
One of the big things that people are going to be in for a surprise here as we showcase this glorious node. Where are we going, by the way? This is Winstead?
This is the lovely Winstead
Oh,
node.
shit.
So one of the biggest...
This looks really nice. Like, if I just pause right here, this looks good. All right.
differences that people are going to notice today. And
Okay.
of course, it's very important to keep in mind.
What the
Go into
fuck?
walk mode here. I don't run into my own node. It's very important to keep in
Oh my
mind
god.
that nodes in Alpha 1, the last time we saw them, were very placeholder. Right, as I said, they were core functionality, but artistically,
Look
they
at
did not
this.
represent the aesthetic of nodes that we were intending to create. And the environment team has been hard at work in creating, obviously, the different stages of these nodes, but also in representing the type of visual fidelity that we want to represent within the cities of our game.
Yeah, bro, like, I actually think this looks really nice. Yeah, this, like, what do you guys think? Yeah, I like the way this looks. It looks good.
And I believe that we have arrived at Winstead, and we are joined by some additional glorious members of the development team. I see two of them here. We have Mr. Tristan, our lead environment artist. Tristan, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, welcome. I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing very good. We just went for a little stroll, got some resources, and now we're showing up back to the node.
You got everything we need?
I do. I think I have everything we need.
All right, good.
We also have with us, I see, Adam. How you doing, buddy?
I am good, thank you.
Another one of our glorious environment artists.
Yes. And there's one more missing. He's around here somewhere.
What? Where is he? Is he
He's
over
over
here?
here.
What is this? Is this the
Yeah,
caravansary,
what
by
is,
the way?
yeah, is this like a
It is
tavern?
the caravansary.
Caravansary?
Oh, very cool. Hold on, I'm going to come look
Well,
over
I
there,
guess
but
that's
let me
where
just take a look
caravans
at
are.
What's going on in here real quick. Beautiful.
This looks really good. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I think this looks very good. This is appealing.
And this is where players will have an opportunity to reserve certain caravan stalls. They'll be able to kit out, and we'll be showcasing this in a future live stream, probably a couple months away or so, where you can kit out your caravan with different components. You can upgrade these, and that is a default building, correct? The nodes don't select and create those by agency,
Correct.
but they come by default.
Yeah, that is a building that comes with the node, though it is upgradable by the node.
I see. Now, where is our third? Where is James?
Hello.
Ah, we have found him. Welcome, James.
Hey, I was just doing some stuff at my house. As
Oh,
an
you
early
have a-
citizen.
Let's see the
I was
house.
able to get some real estate.
Very nice. Okay. Look at
Fuck,
that.
man.
Beautiful little house you have there. It's quaint.
That's nice. That's really fucking nice. Holy shit. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, I think this is very calm and relaxed. It's nice. It's a little small house, yeah.
I think that's the appropriate term, right? Quaint? Are you
Well,
paying
you
your
know,
taxes on that?
You don't really pay us enough, so.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is not the mayor's job to assign these salaries. This is a purely capitalist society. Those are that you need to speak to.
Oh, there
your
is?
corporate head.
Oh, thank God.
I didn't vote for you.
Oh no!
Stop the
I gotta
steal,
tell you,
brother.
some-
The stream.
I gotta hit with some bad news.
Yeah.
James is invisible.
Oh, James, where are you?
I drank a potion of invisibility.
Not my mayor.
Oh, very nice. I can see you, James. I think you look
Well, that's
very
just-
nice for me.
That's because you're the mayor.
Yes, that is correct. I see all. I'm the mayor of Sauron. No, I'm just kidding. Well, let's
Let's
head
see
into,
inside, yeah.
the node and take a look here. This
Okay.
is, I mean, truly a sight to see. I love the layout. I love the aesthetic.
I think this looks really fucking good for an MMO. Like, this is insanely fucking good. I'm impressed. Like, especially considering, like, this isn't even in, like, the actual alpha yet. So, like, obviously the quality and the fidelity is going to improve from, like, now until release. This is great, man.
You guys did a phenomenal job with actually
Oh my
representing, I
God.
think, what we want out of the node. I mean, visually, it's just, it looks great. Oh, look at a little piglet.
Can you kill it?
Yeah, you might find a few little small farm animals to hang out with.
Those guys are great. Little Piglet, talk to me a little bit about what it took to bring this node online and to the visual fidelity that we wanted to.
A lot.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this looks great. I think that, again, like, the one challenge that I think Ashes of Creation has right now is how can they make a game that whenever you look at it, you know that it's Ashes of Creation? Because that's a problem that a lot of these, like, more realistic MMOs have, is that their design is kind of generic. Do you see what I'm saying? It's all coming together. Yeah, it's the identity. Like, it needs to have, like, a visual identity. Like, for example, Valorant has a very strong visual identity. World of Warcraft, very strong visual identity. Let's see. I mean, there's a million games I could give, right? And Vampire Survivors, very strong visual identity. RuneScape, yep, there you go. Overwatch, yeah, they're all stylized. And I think that's a big challenge that realistic games have, is how can they have that same type of identity?
There's far more than just making the art here look good. It's also anticipating how we're going to approach 8 different races or more in terms of the amount of assets that we have to create. So it's more of it's not just an artistic problem, it's a logistic problem, right? So
somebody says, why are you so focused on visual identity? It can have gameplay and graphics identity. Because visual identity matters a lot for a lot of players. It does. Like, people care about how things look and if they're pretty or not. That's it. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't care about it, like, I don't really give a shit either. I'll play this game, doesn't matter what it looks like, right? But it just, yeah, it makes it to where it ages better. It makes it to where it's more identifiable by, like, fans. Yeah.
We have so much to do when it comes to the world in terms of the biomes and making this all work and functional. Because all this is dynamic, you know. This isn't set in stone. This is something that's going to be spawned and created by.
Yeah, this looks very nice.
And that, of course, makes it entirely more complex.
Oh yeah,
100%. Like, yep. We had to develop new systems for how we develop the art, how we lay out the art, how design can use the art, just so that, you know, it can be dynamic, it can be different races, and it can show up in different biomes.
Yeah. Yeah, not to mention we had to build up a new aesthetic to, you know, really sell an Ashes of Creation look. Steven, before you go any further, can I show you something real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
Right back over here.
I think one element of, like, making sure a city like this feels alive is, this is a problem that New World has. And, like, actually World of Warcraft was one of the first games that really had this innovation, is they had NPCs patrolling around and doing things in the city independently of what people are actually doing as players. So, like, the NPCs are going to be walking around selling bread, stuff like that. I think that it's very important to have, especially in something like this where it's supposed to be like a marketplace. You don't just want to have, like, all the vendors standing in place waiting for you to, waiting for you to interact with them. Yeah, BDO does it well. Yeah, I mean, I think World of Warcraft, like, yeah. You skipped the patrol NPC early on? Yeah, I'm just saying in general.
I'm on my way. Where? Oh, this is cool. So there's, like, these little back alley areas where...
You know, Tristan, why don't you go with him?
What's this?
Yeah, no, it's okay. We posted something up here.
Oh, what is this?
Who's that little fella?
Who is Tristan? Have you seen me?
Who's that?
Who is that guy?
That's
is that
great.
Tristan?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Is that Lord Sod himself?
Oh wow.
Yeah, a little Easter egg. Yeah, it's
on
funny.
the missing board.
You're on the missing board.
It's alright. At least people care about me. Hey.
Oh,
they're
awesome.
sad that I'm missing. Yes.
No, you have a bounty on your head.
I think that looks good, man. Like, especially being able to, and this is like one of those small things, right? Being able to read the posters on the bounty board and actually look at them and see what they say. It's like this tiny little fucking thing that, like, who gives a fuck? But it actually makes a difference. That's good.
Ward is 10 cents.
That's flavor, yes.
Well, I'll take it. At least somebody's paying attention to me and where I am and where my whereabouts are.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I will have to
talk
say,
me a
I
little bit
really
about,
like the way the game
We're
looks.
gonna get back to the systems real quick.
I think one of the most recent, like the best examples of like a living, breathing town that I've played at least was I remember I played Hogwarts Legacy, and there was this like witches and wizards town near Hogwarts called Hogsmeade, and it was so good. Like, I was tremendously impressed with how well designed that like little city was, little town was. It was so fucking insanely good.
In a second, guys, but I wanna just kind of go over what are some of the unique hurdles that we are accomplishing through the development of these nodes, especially considering that they have to go through multiple different stages of development, from crossroads to encampment to village to town to city to eventually these large metropolises, and how that makes this a very complicated process for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, essentially we have to plan for the buildings being able to expand, to get taller, to get bigger, and that has to happen from day one, right? Like, we need to talk to concept and figure out how we get from, like you said, camp to metropolis, and then kind of work within those bounds. And there's been a lot of discoveries and pain and tribulation along the way.
Yeah, sure.
This guy just died.
Oh no.
But yeah, it's a work in progress, like it is for every stream, right? Like, but I think we have a good start here, and we'll be able to really kind of push forward and show progress.
Yeah, I think that this kind of stuff really matters a lot, and like the more I see of this, like number one, like this update is great. I really love this update already, but one thing I really want to see more of is, or I really hope it's going to happen, is that we get the opportunity to have one big server. Because I think that all of this really cool stuff only really works whenever it's a massive online shared experience. Like, even if it's layered, that's fine.
Yeah,
it's in the future.
Absolutely. It is.
Yeah, mega servers.
It is a beautiful view
mega
of
servers, one
this
server.
area. And I know that
One world
there's been
server.
some changes kind of in how we anticipate
Like one
node
world order.
expansion working, and utilizing a more district-oriented approach, where expansions kind of are previewed or at least telegraphed to the node as development continues, as expansion grows. Players start to see construction taking place within the node to represent those expanding areas.
Yeah, that's right. As
Yeah, as people say, like, one server is 10k people, it doesn't matter, because you're not basing it off of the most popular server, you're basing it off of the least popular server. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it doesn't matter if one server has 12,000 people on it or 15,000 people on it, whenever another server has 600. And a 600 player server is going to be problematic.
As the mayor and the citizens start, bringing more online with their node, you'll start to see the outskirts of, say, like this village.
Yeah, I'm sure the big server will be fine.
Construction projects,
Which is where we'll be on,
grass will be
or I'll
cleared.
be on at least.
You'll start to see scaffolding and other things being placed, as well as materials, and you'll start to see the village expand into a town, and then a town into a city, and so forth and so on. And it's really exciting to be able to kind of build those systems and visually we'll have them look, you can see how it looks, but
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just, obviously for those of you who might be a little bit newer to the audience and the project, the systems that are in place to accompany this node progression, these city progressions across the world, are really intended to be defined by player activity, player action, player choices.
And that again is why I think the massive servers are so important, because it creates a shared outcome whenever something happens. It's like a shared experience.
Weird mesh really meant to reflect the player choices, right? And that includes building construction. And as we were talking about earlier, these buy orders are the primary method by which nodes can procure.
Like this, I actually think this visual is great. Like this is actually such a nice visual. I'm so glad they decided to show this rather than like a massive level 6 city or anything like that, because I feel like people actually vibe with this more.
The resources necessary. One of the other methods by which nodes can help kind of utilize that expansion is through treasury acquisition, with taxation, with trade agreements and other nodes. Chris, we have some resources we've collected. Where are we going to head to next to kind of utilize that?
Well, if you'll follow me over here, we're going to go to the warehouse.
All right, I'm on my way with.
Where's the warehouse?
The warehouse.
Now, this is a building that you're going to, manage your material and item storage. You're going to obviously interface with the buy order manager. I think he's called the requisition agent these days.
All right. Cool.
So if we're going to want to talk to this lovely fellow over here.
This guy here?
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you see, kind of the portrait still, outstanding. You're going to see that some of the UI. Greetings, citizen. I am tasked with purchasing goods, which how dare him refer to me as a citizen? We need to fix the greeting tables. I mean, really, the disrespect. Okay, I am tasked with purchasing goods, which the node uses to.
By the way, they should unironically do that. Little touches like that, I think, make games special.
Construct and maintain its varied services.
It's like a special type of a special dialogue option if you're the mayor interacting with like certain NPCs, where they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. Oh, yeah, we're getting as many things as we can. We're doing our best. Everybody's working as hard as they possibly can." And then if like another person talks up to them, they're just like, "Oh, shut up, we're busy," and there's like nobody doing anything. Yeah, it gives character. Yeah.
I would indeed. Exchange rate. Okay. All right. And so now, anybody who is participating as a citizen or as just a player in the game can go to these locations and they can fulfill these buy orders. So right now, I'm seeing that I can adjust the quantity of goods that I'm going to be offering to the node. And we might have a little bit of a problem here because it's saying that the total value of goods I want to contribute are 232 currency worth, or gold worth, to the node.
Right.
Well, you're exchanging you're getting 2 for every package you're fulfilling. And you can fulfill all of them, it looks like.
Should I do that?
I mean, do you want to share the love?
Okay, I'll do that. So I exchange. Confirm. Let's see here. Total materials. Process this order for 232. I will confirm that. Boom.
Okay, so now what?
Done. So now I have acquired node currency in exchange for this for these materials.
Correct. Also, you did all of it. You didn't share anything.
Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Well, the currency is bound, so you can't trade it with anyone. So you fulfilled the whole buy order, and you took all the reward.
Oh! I thought you meant share as in, like, I would take that, and then later I would use what I received and give those to other people in other means, like through, servitude as a servant-oriented type leader. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know you meant actually not fulfill the order.
Listen, I need some node currency.
Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what you meant. I thought you meant share as in, like, me give more resources.
It's good that they have special currency just for the node that you get for buying things. I worry that it won't have long-term value, though, if the currency is special just for that node.
I didn't. Okay. Will that be a problem, or are we good?
No, we're good. We're good.
Oh, okay. Cool,
I'm just a little hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Well, I can speak with a guy. I know some people here at this node.
Okay, for sure. Hook me up.
All right, so we fulfilled this buy order. What is next in this loop?
So now we are going to talk about taxes. You just spent as a node 25 gold to
Okay, here we go.
Initiate that buy order, right?
Yes.
Eventually, we're
I
gonna
see
need.
the treasury says I have 75 remaining.
Yeah, and that should be enough to build the building, but you probably want to start replenishing now, right?
Yes.
So you're gonna open up your node panel again.
Okay.
And take yourself to the treasury page.
Done.
And you're gonna look. There's a taxes area.
Taxes area. Taxes.
It says tax rates.
Oh, I see that.
Do you remember whenever in the alpha I became mayor of the city and I turned the taxes up to like 900% so nobody could buy anything?
Okay.
And you're gonna be able to adjust those as the mayor.
Yeah, it was maybe it was like 99%, not 900.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. And so this is, I see that there are a number of different potential modifiers. These probably are going to be offered out as either the node levels up or as upgrades. How does that work? Talk to me a little bit about.
Look at that right there. 100%. You could put global taxes at 100%. You buy something for $1, you have to pay $2.
Yes. So, at a high level, in early node development, you're not going to get access to a lot of these, right? This is probably pretty close to what a node level 3 is going to end up getting. And we've broken the things that cost money in the node into different categories, right? As the node levels up, you're going to get access to kind of deeper controls on the taxes so that you as a mayor can kind of incentivize players to come to your node to do certain things, right? If you're a node that loves, smithing, you're probably going to want to lower your taxes on artisanship to incentivize players to be here. But then you might want to drive up taxes in other avenues that players aren't necessarily coming to your node for, but are using out of convenience, right?
I'm very concerned, like, dropping the memes. I'm very concerned about the tax system. Because I can see people that just turn it up that are like, that basically, like, you have like 5% of people. Imagine this, right? Where like 5% of people or like 1% of people have all the control on the taxes. And then the other 99% of the people are the ones paying the taxes. And then they're not really able to